Greetings. It is a great honor to welcome everyone to this historic, epic event, a global international conference, Life After Death, Fiction and Facts, held on the Alatra International Public Movement platform. So many of you have made a considerable effort to join us today. On behalf of all of us, we are profoundly grateful and we offer you the most sincere welcome. Right now, we are broadcasting live. We are streaming worldwide on thousands of platforms, multiple social networks, radio stations, podcasts, internet and TV channels, websites, and many other internet resources. Today, millions of people all over the world hear us in their own languages, as this conference is now simultaneously translated into over 50 languages, including sign language interpretation. There is not a single corner in the world that cannot hear us today. Is there life after death? Or maybe death is the end? Or is it? These are questions every person ponders at least once in their life. Based on religious doctrine, most of those alive today hope that after death, a paradise awaits them in which they will remain in their bodies. But wait, bodies tend to wear out and get sick. Why do we need such a paradise if it can't survive there without a doctor? If we eat there and we have teeth, we need dentists. There are lovely people who take care of us. But what kind of paradise is this where you have no dentistry? There is also this hope that there will be a collective resurrection of the dead on Judgment Day, at the end of time. People will rise in their bodies, but how is that possible? Because the bodies are eaten by worms or burned and disintegrated into billions of particles. Those bodies that we have lived are not realistic to recover on. Judgment Day. This is a concept that does not fit into the modern picture of the world. Why would God want to restore our bodies, to kill them? And then our bodies away again? Does he have nothing else to do? We understand that it's all a fairy tale, that it is all a lie imposed on us, so we don't believe it. It's bland mockery of our minds, a disrespect for our intellect. And by denying this nonsense that has been told to us if we were children, we are rejecting the afterlife. We reject we reject the scenarios of the afterlife that religion describes. However, at the same time, each of us feels deep down that existence does not, and after death, the so many part of our consciousness clings to the facts of resurrection, of reincarnation, or of a connection with the beyond, parallel worlds, and higher dimensions. And that is more attractive than religious fairy tales. That is how our brain works, rejecting fairy tales. We hope to rest in peace. We think that we have simply ceased to exist, as in a dream, and this hope lives in us. We hope, but we don't believe it because we feel something else. We feel that there is life, that there is another form. We understand that there is death, but there is a reward, life. So it is there after death. Today, our goal and task is to find an answer to this question, or at least get closer to understanding it. That's what That's what united us today, all of us here today. People from all over the world, representatives of different people and religions. This conference was prepared jointly by participants from countries analyzing and trying to understand what scientists and official science says about this question, how eyewitnesses describe their experiences, what in fact, and it is not fiction. Let's find out and what people all around the world know about life after death. How important it is to study this topic. Subpersonalities, personality, soul.
There are almost 8 billion people living now on Earth. And there is an important question that will affect everyone. What happens after death? What do you think?
I think that when a person dies, his spirit goes out because the body dies first. The body dies and the spirit goes out. If the Holy Spirit was in him, I think that he will go into eternity.
If you are dissatisfied with what you have experienced for yourself, so to speak, then you incarnate, say, within 1 millisecond in another vessel, and then you take other tasks with you.
I don't really believe in spirituality. I do not believe in the soul. I think that the physical body, which is actually mortal, is really all we are in this world. There is nothing else that can continue after death.
They test like all your good deeds against the weight of a feather, and if somehow the feather is more heavier than that, then you don't pass.
Some turn into guardian angels, who knows? Some are reborn, some come into this world who had not managed to accomplish some deeds, maybe in a past life. They come back here and accomplish them.
Our body gets transformed and breaks down into atoms and transforms into some other kinds of energy. But thought itself is an electrical impulse, and no one really knows when I will die. This electrical impulse, all these connections, what form will they take?
I believe that we are composed of energy, and energy is never destroyed, just merely transformed. But the spiritual stories that are being promoted by the big religions, for me, are simply not credible. I have to mention that what I studied in university is mathematics, so it's very hard to convince me of something you cannot prove.
It'd be super cool if there was like a whole thing, you know, and it was like paradise and like there's like a good jacuzzi, you know, and like whatever. I don't really know what that looks like.
There are many opinions. But do we want to know what will really happen?
I guess is the ultimate question. So I feel like we should try not to be as afraid as we are.
I feel like if more people knew about or believed in the afterlife, you know, the way I do, I don't think people would be as afraid to live their lives.
Oh my God, I question myself every time I fall into a major episode of depression.
I don't know how that, but I want to know about that. What happens after life? Is that real? Afterlife is real or not? What will we do?
Of course I wanted to. Many people want to, because, well, you live, you think, you gather some knowledge. Your head functions all the time. I can't imagine how I can go ahead and stop thinking.
In my opinion, like, we don't know enough about like what a soul is, or what consciousness is, for us to like predict what can come after death.
I think that everyone would like to know what exactly will happen to them, but no one knows that. It's a secret.
but I'm still sort of open-minded about these things.
What I would like to know most of all is whether I will be good. I'm thinking about what I give here on earth to people. Will I ever receive it back?
Maybe people would be more cautious if they knew there was something else once they die.
I think people definitely take it more seriously or be more intentional with the way they live.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I feel like if you know there's something after, then you have a kind of goal to work towards or to live your life towards that. And
can't do without it. The way a person lives his life in this world is what he will be responsible for in that world. If we knew about it, we wouldn't have lived like this.
Yes, absolutely. Who wouldn't want to know that? For it's a great mystery to this humankind.
Yes. Yeah, it would be nice to know.
It's interesting and curious to explore, and probably there have been experiments like this.
It's a question I've asked myself many times, but I've never really come up with anything I'm really confident about. I'm not particularly religious, but I still believe that it would not make any sense that when we die, it would just end our lives, because we spend 70-80 years building something up and then we pass away and nothing happens anymore.
Everyone should know that this time on earth comes to an end. So we should think about what the future holds for us.
After the physical body dies? Yes, I would like to. I think that would be interesting to everyone.
Yes, I would like to know. We just have a truth that the world shows us. That our life ends when the body dies. So besides this truth, I would like to know what happens to me after I die.
It would be better if we knew, then we could prepare ourselves better for it. So I think it would be good if we knew this, because then we would have no fear of death.
I'd like to hear opinions of friends from other places of the world, and I also want to get more knowledge and understanding in this area.
Absolutely. Like if you had a really sure idea of what life, whatever we conceive of life as, is for, and a really clear idea of what whatever happens after life is, I think you would go through life with just so much more clarity, which would be fantastic.
I think if you will ask anyone in this world, I think 99% of them will say yes, they want to know.
Definitely, because if I knew for sure I had an afterlife, I probably would do things different.
It's time to find out the truth.
As we see, there are so many different opinions about this topic. Don't you think the time has come to clarify this once and for all? Today is a truly significant event, and the more people join it, the better. So, let's share this event right now in your social media. You can stream it live right now on your pages for your followers. This international scientific conference brings together people from all over the world. For the first time in the history of humanity, scientists, doctors, and representatives of different religions will search together for answers to these questions. What happens to a person after death? What is death? What is life? What is the meaning of human life? Where is hell? Sensational discoveries in physics will be announced, confirming that a human being is indeed information, which means it doesn't disappear after death. Today, we will hear expert opinions from some of the most progressive specialists with most distinguished merits in their fields. Scientists of international acclaim will discuss the topics raised today. In search of the answer to this most important question, we will turn to both science and religious writings and the long-forgotten knowledge of antiquity. Eyewitness interviews demonstrating irrefutable facts, as well as scientific documentary chronicles,
will illustrate the poignancy of the subject. All of the preparation work for this universal conference was done by volunteers of the ALLATRA International Public Movement worldwide. Because people need to know this answer to this very important question. Most people don't have a clear understanding of what happens after the body dies. So let's figure it out together, and let's start from the beginning with the very basics. I now pass the floor to Olga from the USA.
Thank you. Indeed, is there life after death? How to surely answer this question in the tangle of philosophical and esoteric trends, as well as scientific views. Today, we will provide all the necessary facts so that everyone who watches this conference can, without a shadow of doubt, answer this question: is there life after death? For general convenience, we will specify the basic concepts at the very beginning of the conference. In the course of this broadcast, it will become clear what serious substitutions and mistakes have been made by science and humanity in the question of the fate of the individual after death. Because even in the very definition of a human, fatal distortions were made, leading us to a hopeless animal fear of death. So who is a human being really? After all, a human is not just a biological type of animal with the presence of the characteristic physical forms, meaning a person is not only a body with the entire system of organs, but also consciousness. At the same time, both the primary consciousness, which is inherent in animals, and the secondary consciousness, which is inherent only in humans. These are all parts of the material or animal component of the human being. Also, a person has a soul and a personality. These components represent the immaterial or spiritual essence. So, a human is essentially a dual being with the presence of the body, primary and secondary consciousness, soul, and personality. But personality not in the understanding of the modern psychology. Now, this will be described in more detail today at the conference by participants from all over the world.
Today in the conference, we return to basics concepts, which have always been inseparably connected with the concept of human being, the purpose and meaning of human life, and his after-death fate. Let's start with the main concept, the soul. The soul is the true antimatter, a particle from the outside, from the spiritual world, the world of God. The soul is a constituent only of a human being. Each human being has one soul. It's single and indivisible. The approximate location of the soul is in the area of the solar plexus. The soul is not matter. It does not wear out. It does not get old or sick. The soul has no gender. It is immortal. The soul enters the emergent energetic structure of the human being on the 8th day after the birth of the physical body of a newborn baby. It's the basis of the human energy structure. The next important concept is personality. Personality is who every person perceives himself to be during his lifetime, the one who makes the choice between the spiritual and the animal natures. Practically, no one influences the new personality's choice of the vector of its development during lifetime. Personality is spirit. It is not a body. As potentially spiritual being, personality is the same in everyone. It belongs more to the spiritual world. There is another component in a human that creates the illusion of the self. Consciousness is the part attached to the material body.
It can only perceive matter as matter. Consciousness does not even perceive the concepts of what personality is. Personality as spirit, or human being, is actually spirit. Consciousness cannot explain it logically. It manipulates the human being. What is predominant in human consciousness, such as thoughts or desires, which a person will have. Human consciousness is subdivided into primary and secondary consciousness. Primary consciousness emerges in the mother's womb. It is connected with the body and perceives the body's reactions. It is a mediator between personality and the secondary consciousness. Our inner critic. It does not have a pronounced intellect. It develops only up to primary surge of 5-6 years. It's able to think, reason, but thoughts will be very few and only about what is necessary, well, mostly dominated by our desires. Hate, hostility, envy, all these in the primary consciousness, the emotions of a primate. Secondary consciousness is what distinguishes human consciousness from others in the animals. It is our intellect. It is thoughts, images, our computational processes, logic, pictures. It is limited. It can be surprised. It can create huge emotions, outbursts, a wave that overwhelms primary consciousness, and it's reflected in our body. Secondary consciousness is only connected to primary consciousness. It aggressively imposes itself on primary consciousness, so it transmits certain information to the personality, and the latter put it there. We'll learn more about this in video, but now let's introduce the last concept, subpersonality. Subpersonality is a personality like you, who was active in the past incarnations of your soul, but made the wrong choice, so it became not a spiritual being, an angel, but a part of matter. In other words, it's reasonable information structure of the material world, a personality that merged with consciousness, and after the death of the physical body and destruction of energy structure, became the informational cell on the soul. Now we have a holistic view of what a human being is. A human being, during his lifetime, is a multidimensional spatial object, which is built around the soul and has its own intelligent personality. The visible to the eye familiar form and structure of the physical body, together with its physical and chemical processes and control system, including the material brain, is only a part of overall construction of a human, which refers to third dimension. That is, a human consists of the soul, together with informational shells, the personality and the structures, let's say, consisting of various fields of the other dimensions. Now, let's watch the video, which will explain the two mentioned concepts, two types of consciousness, primary and secondary one.
What is the difference between a human being and an animal? Consider the example of a human being and a primate. In both humans and monkeys, the primary consciousness begins to form in the womb. This is the consciousness of the animal. There is no difference between a human and an animal at this stage. Scientists have even found that newborn chimpanzees have more developed brains than infants. Let's consider what functions the primary consciousness performs. After human birth, it is directly linked to the entire body. It controls the chemistry and all life processes. Primary consciousness is directly connected to the organs of perception, vision, hearing, and all our tactile sensations. This consciousness has a fade intelligence, approximately like a child of 5 or 6 years old. All needs are confined almost exclusively to questions of dominance and survival. The similarities between humans and primates are also observed in the emotional sphere. Hatred, hostility, envy, greed, pride, all this formed in the primary consciousness. Scientists have concluded that human and primate brain cells are almost 99% genetically similar. If the human brain is almost identical to that of a monkey, then why is human consciousness so different and superior to that of animals? The answer is hidden in the event that takes place on the 8th day after a human being's birth. The Bible, the Christian Holy Script, says this: "And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul." Islam also speaks of this event. "Your Lord says to the angels, I am creating a human being from clay, from molded mud. On the 8th day, the soul enters the body, and as a reflection of its personality appears. This is who a human actually is." It is worth noting that there are many references to the 8th day in different traditions. In Christianity, given names was supposed to be on the 8th day after birth. In Judaism, circumcision is performed precisely on the 8th day. As for the time frame of the naming ceremony in Islam, it is customary to carry it out after the 7 days from the birth of the baby, which is also on the 8th day. And also on the 8th day, as an antipode of personality, a secondary consciousness appears in human being. It is what we call intelligence. We actively develop it from an early age throughout our lives. Thanks to secondary consciousness, we have overtaken primates in our intellectual development. It makes it possible to think logically, analyze, make calculations, imagine, create, and actively interact in a team and communicate with each other. It is the presence of the soul, personality, and secondary consciousness that distinguishes a human from all other living beings. Animals have no freedom of choice. They act according to the instincts of the primary consciousness. But only humans, thanks to the soul and personality, have the freedom to choose. This embodies the main intention of the Creator, the creation of conditions for the choice of personality between the human world and the spiritual world. And our after-death fate depends on what choice we may make during our life.
Each of us, at some point in life, has or will ask these questions. Who am I? Why are we here? What will happen after death? These questions are very important, as from how we answer them depends how we live our lives as individuals and humanity as a whole. Answers to these questions were given by the prophets many times over the millennia, but have always been distorted. And today we will dive deep into history and look at modern science, provide facts and point out fiction. Together we will find the truth about life after death. So let's do a quick recap of what we've covered so far. A human being is not only a body. We are not sophisticated animals. We have a soul, which enters a human being on the 8th day after birth of the physical body. Then there is the personality, a reflection of the soul. This is who we truly are. And we have two types of consciousness. Primary, somewhat similar to an operating system which runs all the processes in the body and has a level of development of a 5-year-old. All it wants is to survive and dominate. And secondary consciousness, formed as a reflection of the personality. What we call intellect, a sort of highly advanced AI. Only humans have this secondary consciousness, as only humans have souls. And only humans have the freedom of choice or free will, unlike animals who are governed by instincts. To shed a light on all these topics, we will talk to representatives of different religions, historians, theologists, researchers and quantum scientists. We will hear from those who had the so-called near-death and out-of-body experiences. We will find out how science have come to the existence of soul and personality through research. What does science say about consciousness? What is it? Where is it? And to start, let's hear from a quantum scientist. Oh, Leslie?
Subpersonalities, personality, soul, secondary consciousness, primary, how many new concepts? That's great. And I'm very interested in figuring it all out in more detail. And most importantly, to finally answer the questions of what awaits us after death. So, dear friends, let's explore today. Dozens of interviews with scientists from all over the world. Ahead of us, let's investigate it, patiently analyze it, and come to conclusions ourselves. So what lives on after death?
Well, this is a very good question, Leslie. And science views the human being as a body and as a consciousness. But if we look at the definition of death in science, we find only a description of the complete cessation of all biological and physiological life processes of the organism. But nowhere is anything said about death of the consciousness. And we have a paradox. While a person is alive, we define him as a body and a consciousness, while the scientific definition of death of the person is only about the death of the body. And people also perceive themselves as a body and a consciousness, associating consciousness with the functioning of the brain. And what is consciousness? Well, we perceive ourselves and the world around us through consciousness. The work of consciousness is an ongoing thought process. Essentially, it is receiving, processing, and further direction of information. And various scientific experiments show that consciousness is outside of the body. In today's conference, we will talk to scientists who have proven this in their research, as well as talk to eyewitnesses. And science has proven that information does not just disappear. Consequently, human consciousness does not disappear either. Without further ado, let's begin to explore and listen to an expert in the field of quantum information and computer technology, professor in the Quantum Information and Computing Group at the Harish Chandra Research Institute, Allahabad, Mr. Arun Kumar Pati.
В действительности говорит нам, что информация никогда не уничтожается. Это то, что мы доказали давно, вместе с одним из моих коллег, Саймоном Бронштейном из Великобритании. Мы доказали, что если представить себе следующую ситуацию, У вас есть некоторая информация, хранящаяся в какой-то физической системе, и что-то происходит с физической системой, и в конечном итоге информация из этой системы пропадает. Как я уже говорил, в некоторых ситуациях фактическая информация может быть утеряна. Но если вы спросите, а она действительно пропадает или происходит что-то еще, то, что мы пытались доказать, используя инструменты квантовой теории или квантовой информации, это то, что мы обнаружили. Если взять эту систему и внешний мир как замкнутую систему, то мы решительно утверждаем, что если информация пропадает из этой части системы, то она просто переходит и остается в каком-то уголке остальной части Вселенной, откуда ее фактически можно восстановить. То есть в прямом смысле этого слова информация никогда не пропадает. Я имею в виду, это похоже на преобразование энергии, с которым вы знакомы. Итак, энергия — это... Вы не можете создать энергию, вы не можете ее уничтожить. Поэтому она может преобразовываться из тепловой энергии в электромагнитную или в какую-либо другую форму энергии. Таким же образом квантовая информация никуда не теряется. Она просто меняет свою форму, понимаете? Она уходит и исчезает из этой физической системы, но вы можете найти ее в какой-то другой физической системе. И мы не только доказали это теоретически, но и провели эксперименты и убедились, что да, это действительно так. Допустим, вы можете описать живое существо какой-то функцией, и это глобальная волновая функция, и она охватывает всю информацию, которая имеет отношение к описанию человека, клетки или живого существа. И когда человек или живое существо умирают, то, применив результат нашего исследования, можно утверждать, что квантовая информация или функция не уничтожается, а просто уходит отсюда и остается в какой-то другой части мира или какой-то другой части Вселенной. Вы не знаете, где она находится, ее очень трудно найти, но в принципе она там есть. То есть это значит, если вы называете это душой, то душа тоже не уничтожается.
Thank you, Professor Arun Kumar Pati. So to summarize, our world is a closed system, and we understand that information cannot be destroyed. A human being is also information. So if information cannot be destroyed, then a human, after the death of the physical body, does not disappear. Then what happens to a person after the death of the physical body? And in what form does it continue to exist? Let's continue to figure this out. These are very important questions. And next, let's hear from William Poltakovich, Department of Documentary Film, documentary filmmaker, author of books, traveler, photographer, author of over 120 documentaries.
From early childhood, as far as I remember, I was interested why we are here, where we are going, and what is the meaning of life. Death is a topic to which very little attention is paid in modern society. It is put aside. Rather, it has become some sort of an instrument of fear and anxiety. I am convinced that it is easy to control those who are afraid. That fear is a tool of manipulation, because a free person who is not afraid of death is not afraid of life either, not afraid to face any situation, but is able to cope with it, resist it, and not just blindly accept what someone imposes on him or tells him what is right. The very acceptance of this is important. We all behave as if death does not exist, and life is something definite, but it is just the opposite. If you are aware of your finitude, that is, the finitude of the body, this does not mean that everything ends. Today, even science, quantum physics, has proven that consciousness is primary, that consciousness creates reality. That is, from this point of view, consciousness does not depend on the brain. is not its product, but on the contrary, that our bodies are just some transformers of some universal consciousness. It is as if you had a television broadcast, and televisions were separate receivers for that broadcast. If the TV is broken or out of order, this does not mean that the broadcast is over. So this has already been proven from a scientific point of view, but for many scientists, this thing is too new or too shocking, unfortunately, to become front-page news in all the media. But rather, it is spoken about here and there. Moreover, there have been thousands of such experiments, including those in quantum physics, such as non-local consciousness transfer and the like. So anyone who would like to understand this in more detail will find quite a number of experiments proving it.
Thank you, William. And it is true that it is important for everyone to know about the latest experiments and have the most up-to-date information on these very important topics. So, let's summarize. Consciousness is information and is outside of the body. Information and human consciousness do not disappear by themselves. And since people perceive themselves as consciousness, and consciousness is outside of the body, and information doesn't go anywhere, then what people live with, the accumulated experiences, feelings, emotions, the full content of life, what they lived, which is the information that remains after the body dies and determines the post-mortem destiny.
In this part of our conference, we will learn about the studies of the founders, leading experts who have been conducting their research on the topic of near-death experiences for more than 20 years. We will learn why it is so important to study near-death experiences and how does it help us in understanding life after death. Why did the NDE's skeptics suddenly become researchers in this field? Also, we will hear the opinion of experts and their conclusions stating that after cardiac arrest, consciousness can remain active. Of course, we will hear the stories of people who have had near-death experiences. They will share what they encountered while leaving the body. We will learn what happens to consciousness after death. To answer these questions, let's consider the experiences of those who scientifically studied these cases. And right now, let me introduce a very respected doctor from whom we had the pleasure to interview. For more than 20 years, cardiologist Dr. Pim van Lommel has studied near-death experiences in patients who have survived a cardiac arrest. In 2001, he and his fellow researchers published a study on near-death experiences in the renowned medical journal, The Lancet. He is also an author of the bestseller, Consciousness Beyond Life.
I'm Pim van Lommel. I'm a Dutch cardiologist living in the Netherlands. From 1986, I started to be interested in near-death experiences because I had the privilege to talk to patients who survived the cardiac arrest. So my opinion was always that consciousness is a product of brain function. That's what I learned in university. I learned in medical school. And when I started my specialization in cardiology in 1969, I was working on one of the first coronary care units in the Netherlands. Coronary care units were started because resuscitation techniques were becoming possible. So there was a possibility to do electrical defibrillation on the chest, and we have external chest compression. All these studies were published in the 60s. And so I was working on one of the first coronary care units in the Netherlands. Before 1967, all patients with cardiac arrest died because modern CPR techniques were not that possible. Now, in that coronary care unit, we had a 44-year-old patient who got a cardiac arrest because of his myocardial infarction. And we had given him several shocks, electrical shocks, because of the defibrillation. And he regained consciousness after about 4 minutes. And we, as a resuscitation team, and I was the doctor in charge, we were very, very positive and enthusiastic. It was all new for us. But the patients seemed to be very, very disappointed to be back. And he told me about going through a tunnel, seeing a light, hearing beautiful music, seeing wonderful landscapes, etc. The death experiences were not yet well known at all. And I did not do anything with this patient, but I did not forget what he had told me. And until 1986, then I only read the book by George Ritchie, Return from Tomorrow, where he describes a very deep and extensive near-death experience as a medical student. He died in 1943 because of double pneumonia, and antibiotics were not yet available. So he was declared dead, and his body was covered with a sheet. And the nurse was so upset that this medical student had died that he was able to convince the medical doctor to give him an injection right into his heart. And after a period of death of 9 minutes, he regained consciousness. And he had a very, very deep death experience. From that time, because of scientific curiosity, I started to interview patients in my clinic and our patient clinic who had survived a cardiac arrest, if they had memories from the period of unconsciousness, from the period of cardiac arrest, because according to our current medical science, it should be not possible at all to have memories of a period of enhanced consciousness with memories, with emotions, with the possibility of perception out and above the body. And only in 1975, Raymond Moody has written the book Life After Life, which I did not read before. So to my surprise, within 2 years, between 1986 and 1988, I had 50 patients who had survived a cardiac arrest, and 12 patients shared their MBE with me. So now my scientific curiosity started to grow, because it should not be possible to have an experience of consciousness during cardiac arrest. And until that time, there have only been retrospective studies with a good selection of patients, because who is going to react to an advertisement or to a conference? And it's also it's a problem that you don't know after 20 or 40 years what exactly were the medical circumstances that people had died. So there were some theories about lack of oxygen in the brain, neurotransmitters, hallucinations, dreams, etc. So to find an explanation, more scientific explanation for the cause and content of an ND, we started a prospective study in the Netherlands in 1988 in 10 Dutch hospitals. And we included a total of 382 patients, 62 patients who survived a cardiac arrest. So they were all consecutive patients. And of those 362 patients with cardiac arrest, 80% had a near-death experience and 82% did not report an MBE. Now the question is, what is the difference between the 80% of patients who report an NDE and the 82% who do not remember anything from a period of unconsciousness. And the people with the NDE told me all the classical elements of a near-death experiences, which is being out of the body, having perception out of the body, being aware of being dead, being in a dark space, going through a tunnel, arriving in an otherworldly dimension with beautiful colors, beautiful landscape, beautiful music, meeting a being of light, with a feeling of unconditional love and acceptance, and unknown wisdom as well. And with this being of light, you can have a life review that you relive your whole life as well. You can meet deceased relatives. You can have communication with them as well. Sometimes they have a flash forward. They see future events from their own life, the future. They can come to a border and they know when I cross this border, I will never come back. Then there will be a voice or the being of light of deceased relatives will tell them, you have to go back. You have still a task to fulfill. And then they come back into the body, which is a very awful experience because you are back in your body with all the pain and the script of your disease, like traffic accident, cardiac arrest, myocardial infarction, etc. So we found that there was no difference at all between the 80% of patients who reported an NDE and the 82% who did not report anything, any memory. So the duration of cardiac arrest, 2 minutes or 8 minutes, didn't matter at all. The duration of unconsciousness, like 5 minutes or 3 weeks in coma, didn't matter at all. A complicated CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation with the need of artificial respiration, didn't matter at all. A short cardiac arrest, induced cardiac arrest in the cath lab, didn't matter at all. So the severity of lack of oxygen in the brain did not play any role in having a near-death experience. It was quite unexpected as well. So we could exclude a physiological or medical explanation for the NDE. And we could also exclude a psychological explanation. So fear of death before the arrest didn't play any role. There was no pharmacological explanation, so the medication did not matter at all. So it was not a side effect of medication. Full knowledge of NDE, that you know that these kind of experiences are possible, did not matter at all. A demographic explanation like gender, age, religion, if they were Christian or atheist, didn't matter at all. Education didn't matter at all. So to our big surprise, we couldn't find any scientific explanation why people report a near-death experience in cardiac arrest. In cardiac arrest means that people were clinical death. They were unconscious because of lack of circulation and lack of breathing. And when you don't start a CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation, within 5 to 10 minutes, the people will die because of irreversible damage to the brain. So you have to start CPR as soon as possible. So people with a cardiac arrest are in the first stage of dying. Now perhaps I should explain a little bit about what a near-death experience is. A near-death experience is the reported memory of a period of unconsciousness with several universal elements, as I told you before, like being aware of being dead, the tunnel experience, being out of the body, with the possibility of perception, cognition, emotions, being of light, meeting deceased relatives, and conscious return to the body. And this kind of experiences can happen during cardiac arrest, so damage to the brain. It can also happen in loss of blood in complicated childbirth in young women. It can happen in brain trauma, cerebral trauma, like in traffic accidents or mountaineering accidents as well. It can happen in near drowning in children. But this kind of NDE-like experience can also happen in severe depression, in existential crisis, in isolation or meditation. So also in periods where the brain does function normally, we can have this kind of NDE-like experiences as well. And a very special element of this near-death experience is the transformation, which means people change lifelong, when the near-death experience took only 2 or 3 minutes. And the transformation we hear is there's no fear of death anymore. There's a new insight what is important in life, which is unconditional love, empathy, compassion, first towards yourself, love yourself, and accept your negative aspects we all have. And then you feel connected with everything, with everybody. So they have a new insight in what is important in life, not the external things like a lot of money, a big house, a big car, a young body. It's not important anymore. It's about helping people and feeling connected with other people. That's why this kind of experience also are called experience of oneness. You know that you're connected with everybody else. You're connected with nature. You're connected with the planet Earth as well. And the third aspect of transformation is the enhanced intuitive sensitivity. It is totally, they feel connected with other people, and they even can know what other people think. They can have premonition. They can have prognostic dreams. They can know that someone will die in 3 weeks, and they even will die as well. So they're very disturbed by this kind of experiences as well. Now, because of this transformation, we also did a longitudinal study with interviews 2 years and 8 years after the cardiac arrest. And all patients still were alive with an NDE, and a matched control group of patients with the same age and time interval of patients who survived the cardiac arrest without an NDE. So what we found that the transformation I was talking about was only found in patients with a near-death experience, which means the transformation is the objective aspect of the subjective experiences. We cannot prove subjective experiences. So according to current science, we cannot prove what we think, what we feel. The current science is still a materialist science, and they believe only that is what is true, that you can objectify, what you can measure, what you can duplicate, what you can falsify. Now, what we think and feel, we cannot measure, we cannot objectify, we cannot duplicate, we cannot falsify. This conscious experiences, like near-death experiences, are beyond the current materialist science as well. So we have to change science into an all-inclusive science, but we have to include consciousness to understand much more about near-death experiences.
Thank you, Pim. Thank you for such an extensive overview of your work and the near-death experiences. And thank you for sharing how, by having an open and curious scientific mind, you've stepped over skepticism yourself. And also thank you for all the work you've done in the field of near-death studies that prove that consciousness is outside of the body. Now, let's talk to one more prominent specialist who has been documenting and researching NDEs since 1998. And this is none other than the founder of the Near-Death Experience Research Foundation, Dr. Jeffrey Long, an American author and researcher into the phenomenon of near-death experiences. A physician by training, Dr. Long practices radiation oncology at a hospital in Louisiana. You may know him as the author of Evidence of the Afterlife, the Science of Near-Death Experiences. Let's hear to Dr. Long.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation to speak here. We've got a lot to talk about. Again, I'm Dr. Jeffrey Long. I'm a medical doctor whose medical specialty is radiation oncology, the use of radiation to treat cancer. But I'm also very busy in my activities through the Near-Death Experience Research Foundation. This is a website and research project that's been up for over 20 years. We've received over 3,500 near-death experiences over the years. This is by far the largest publicly accessible collection of near-death experiences in the world. And because of the detailed survey with the questions we ask, we're learning more about near-death experiences than was ever possible before. The near-death experience is exactly what the phrase implies, you're near death. In other words, you're so physically compromised that you're unconscious or clinically dead with no heartbeat. At that time when you're unconscious, it should be impossible to have any kind of remembrance because, well, you're not conscious. And yet in a near-death experience, you do. You have a very lucid, organized remembrance that occurs at that time. The elements, what occurs during a near-death experience, are very consistently observed across thousands of near-death experiences and all around the world. They're very consistently observed among many different researchers that have investigated near-death experiences. So I think first and foremost, one line of evidence for their reality is that they're so consistently observed. What happens, the characteristics of a near-death experience are remarkably the same. It doesn't seem to make any difference whether you're, say, a Christian in the United States or, say, a Muslim in Egypt or a Hindu in India. Anywhere in the world that you have a near-death experience, what happens is going to be strikingly similar. There are several different lines of evidence for the reality of near-death experience. One of the most significant is they shouldn't happen at all. At the time of a heart attack, cardiac arrest, which just means that your heart stops beating, well, immediately at that time, when your heart stops, blood immediately stops flowing to your brain. 10 to 20 seconds after that event, the EEG, or electroencephalogram, which is a measure of brain cortex activity, goes absolutely flat. It should be absolutely impossible to have any memory at that point in time, and yet by the hundreds, people that have cardiac arrests and near-death experiences at that time report them. Highly lucid, organized experiences, typically with greater consciousness and alertness than they had during their earthly, everyday life. So that's one of the major lines of evidence for the reality of near-death experience. Another important line of evidence is it's common during near-death experiences for the first thing to happen is what's called an out-of-body experience. They're unconscious, they may be clinically dead, and yet commonly their consciousness separates from their physical earthly body and typically rises up above them. From that vantage point, they can see and often hear ongoing earthly events, often including frantic efforts of other people trying to resuscitate them and bring them back to the life. In my study of several hundred out-of-body experiences occurring during near-death experiences, I found that what they were observing, what they saw, even when they went back and tried to verify the accuracy of it later, when they recovered from what nearly killed them, was accurate down to the finest details in over 98% of the time. And don't forget, these are people that are unconscious or clinically dead at that time, and that is absolutely medically inexplicable. Moreover, many of these out-of-body observations may be far from their physical body, far beyond any possible physical sensory awareness. And yet, in the out-of-body observations, when they go and verify what they saw, almost invariably, again, it's accurate down to the finest detail. And there's no explanation of physical brain function that can possibly explain that. Another line of evidence for the reality of near-death experience is that people born totally blind have reported highly visual near-death experiences. I interviewed one such person, Vicky, and she had a bad car accident. She was being driven home from singing in a bar. And for the first time that she saw herself, she was in that out-of-body state over her body, and there she was on the gurney in the emergency room down below. She didn't even know what she was seeing until she correlated with her newfound sense of vision, a ring that her father had given her, and the feel of her long hair, which previously she had only known by the sense of touch. And yet there she was seeing. She described a stunningly visual near-death experience. In fact, her vision is what many people that have near-death experiences describe, 360 degrees vision. She could simultaneously see in front, back of her, right, left, and up and down, all simultaneously aware of that visual information and processing it. In fact, when I talked with Vicki, she literally did not believe that those of us in our daily earthly life only see with like a pie-shaped vision because of the location of our eyes and our skull. I mean, she literally laughed at me. She said, no, that's not true. You see 360 degrees. So that was interesting talking to that. In my studies, we've gone on to have a small series of people that were severely visually impaired or legally blind at the time of their near-death experience. And in that series, I've studied invariably the vision they had during their near-death experience was at least as normal as their earthly everyday life, and actually most of the time super normal, with ability to see even better than Vicki, like what Vicki described, seeing, being aware of, visually processing better than their earthly everyday life. So once again, absolutely medically inexplicable while you're unconscious or clinically dead, having vision, sensory awareness that is beyond anything they've ever experienced in their life and beyond anything they literally thought was possible to happen to them or anybody else. And yet, unconscious or clinically dead in a near-death experience, they're experiencing it. And that's certainly a very strong line of evidence for the reality of near-death experiences. Another important line of evidence for the reality of near-death experiences are those that occur while under general anesthesia. Of course, when you're under that blanket of sleep of adequate general anesthesia, they carefully monitor your heartbeat. In fact, sometimes your brain is so shut down they have to artificially ventilate you. Believe me, as a doctor, I've been involved in that a lot. So sometimes the heart may stop due to a variety of reasons during anesthesia. Yes, it's very, very uncommon, but it does happen. Near-death experiences have been reported by the dozens as occurring at that time. And they are, by my research of investigating near-death experiences under anesthesia, they are essentially the same in terms of what happens during them as near-death experiences occurring under any other circumstances other than under general anesthesia. And a key question I asked for both the near-death experiences that occurred under general anesthesia and the near-death experiences occurring under all other circumstances was, what was your level of consciousness and alertness? And remarkably, between those two groups, there was no statistical difference whatsoever. It is astounding to me that even when you're under general anesthesia and your heart stops, that your degree of consciousness and alertness during the near-death experience is the same as near-death experiences occurring under other circumstances where you're not under general anesthesia. And may I add, the substantial majority of people having near-death experiences in response to that survey question, about 3/4 say they're having even greater consciousness and alertness than they did during their earthly everyday life. So again, some of the more remarkable lines of evidence for the reality of near-death experience and its very consistent message of an afterlife. And it's not, this isn't anecdote. I think the important thing to remember about near-death experiences is these aren't just anecdotal reports. Approximately 10 to 20% of people who nearly die will have a near-death experience. So we estimate around the world there are literally millions of people that have had near-death experiences. Near-death experiences can happen to anybody. They happen to children and adults. They can happen to the old. They can happen to people regardless of their religious belief, and even atheists have near-death experiences. So they seem to be, if you will, an equal opportunity experience. To this day, and this has been well studied, we cannot predict who will have a near-death experience when they nearly die, nor can we predict what the content of the near-death experience will be. So it seems to be something operating completely independent of our expectations. Even people that have never heard of near-death experiences have near-death experiences just like everybody else. Many, many atheists in our study, they were atheists at the time of their near-death experience. We asked a very direct question about that in our most recent survey. Not surprisingly, virtually all of them, after their near-death experience and after they have some years to think about it and understand it, are no longer atheists. They go on to have conventional beliefs of, like most other people in the world, that there really is life after death, that there really is meaning and purpose in our earthly life for all of us. We asked directly our survey question if people having near-death experiences have any concept about earthly meaning and purpose. A surprisingly high percentage say yes, that they actually got information during their near-death experience that addresses that. And to summarize, near-death experiencers, when they do come to get special information, and again, this is directly during their near-death experience, they come with the understanding that our earthly lives are extremely important. They're extremely valuable. I do need to address skeptics. Everybody's going to hear this, and as most people do, and say, okay, well, what are the skeptics saying? What are the, if you will, the scholarly thinking that underlies alternative explanations? So I'm going to address that for a little bit here because it's important. Over the decades since near-death experiences were first reported in 1975, skeptics of near-death experience have reported literally dozens of so-called explanations of near-death experience. I've heard every imaginable physiological, psychological, or cultural so-called explanation from skeptics that is imaginable. Now, the reason that there are literally dozens of these explanations floating around is very simple, and that is the skeptics of near-death experience as a group cannot come by consensus on any one or several of their own skeptical explanations that make sense to the skeptics as a group themselves. Over and over, people come up with these new ideas, and yet even the skeptics as a group cannot point to any explanation of near-death experience that explains the totality of what's observed in near-death experience. And in fact, if you study the skeptical explanations, they don't explain anything that we've shared today. They simply can't. So not surprisingly, year after year, skeptics keep coming up with more and more explanations, different explanations, because all the other explanations brought up over decades can't even come close to explaining anything that's described in near-death experiences, let alone the totality of everything that happens. And that's important. That's an important concept. By a basic tenet of science, what's real is consistently observed, and we're there in near-death experiences. I'm convinced, even as a near-death experience researcher, that what we don't know about near-death experience far outweighs what we do know.
Well, thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you for providing us with these impossible to deny and proven, verified cases of near-death experiences. And I would agree that, yes, indeed, people working in the medical field probably often encounter such cases, but not everyone believes the stories of the patients. And now we will hear from a doctor who himself was skeptical, but then had the experience himself. And please welcome Dr. Eben Alexander, the author of Proof of Heaven, a neurosurgeon's journey into the afterlife, who had a near-death experience in 2008.
First of all, I'd like to say hello, and I'm very grateful to be involved in this beautiful conference. I love what you all are doing for the world, so great to be here. Yeah, just to cut to the chase, I was a materialist neuroscientist, fully believed in kind of brain creates consciousness. That's how I dealt with all of this, even though my patients had tried to share their own spiritual experiences with me. I would just kind of pat them on the back and say, yes, the dying brain plays all kinds of tricks. That's what my doctors told me when I came back and tried to share my story. But what did happen was I went deep into coma over just a few hours, early in the morning, November 10th, 2008. I think the important thing to point out about that is memories are clearly not stored in the physical brain. That's something that's become apparent to neurosurgeons over the last century because of millions of brain resections around the world, where there was never a case of definable swathe of long-term memories that disappeared with any kind of resection of brain. It just never happened. Now you can damage medial temporal lobes, the hippocampus. So this is all data that came out of the early 1950s with a certain operation by William Scoville, where he found a horrible inability of a patient to convert short-term to long-term memories once he had bilateral damage to the medial temporal lobe. And so that's a known fact, but it has nothing to do with removing long-term memories. That's the important thing, and especially when you get the reality of these reincarnation cases, more than 2,500, many of them kind of shocking in their nature of how much quality the child was able to remember of a past life. I mean, really astonishing. And of course, many of these came before the internet, so there was no, and the physicians who investigate them are deeply protective of fraud and kind of anybody trying to mislead themselves or mislead the investigators. So it really kind of opens the door to memory being, stored.
Thank you for sharing your experience, Dr. Eben Alexander. You have raised a very important questions. If long-term memory persists regardless of brain damage, and it also persists even after the death of the body, then consciousness must exist after the death of the physical body. So how is memory preserved after the death of the body? And where is it stored? Dr. Alexander mentioned cases of reincarnation that cannot be explained without knowledge of the human structure, which we discussed at the beginning. In particular, about such a concept is subpersonality. Today, we will see this in the example of confirmed cases of reincarnation, where children and adults recall past lives, which is essentially a manifestation of subpersonalities. What we hear today, what is voiced by the speakers of the conference, outstanding scientists, is important knowledge in order to understand and find the answers to the question, who is a human being? And for 6,000 years, we have lived in a consumerist society. For these 6,000 years, a person has been associated with the physical body. And it turns out that a person is much more. Not only are we the body, but we have also come to the understanding that consciousness is outside of the body. Next, we will talk about the fact that a person is not only consciousness, that there is much more important concept of a person, which is a personality. This is who the person truly is. But why are we not told that human is a personality, a spirit? It is only now that we as humanity are coming to an understanding that consciousness is outside of the body. And this is already an incredible discovery, although this was known from the time immemorial. But what is even more interesting is why people are not told that a human being is a spirit. After all, the prophets spoke about it. It is said in different religions of the world. And there is scientific evidence for this. And today, at the conference, we will talk about this further. In the meantime, let's continue to gradually understand this issue. Next, I would like to introduce Tetsu Shiratori from Japan, who is a film director, actor, voiceover performer, representative of the Earth Revival Project. Mr. Shiratori made a movie with Dr. Ervin Laszlo. Let's see what valuable information he learned.
Hello, my name is Tetsu Shiratori, and I'm a Japanese producer and also an audio dubbing actor. Among the films that I made is the film Cosmos. This film is about Dr. Ervin Laszlo. He's a famous scientist, researcher. Dr. Laszlo taught me one important thing that I still remember. Until now, it was considered that the brain creates consciousness. This is called the turbine theory, and is based on the idea that the brain is like a turbine that is constantly running, thus generating consciousness. This is why it was considered that when the brain dies and the body loses consciousness, then consciousness disappears. But actually, there are people who lost half of their brains, but they retained consciousness. In addition, from various cases, it became clear that almost 25% of patients who have experienced a state of brain death still retained consciousness. From various points of view, it becomes clear that consciousness exists even when there is no brain. This is where the cloud theory comes in. And even today, more and more data is stored in the cloud. The field of our consciousness is in a cloud, while our brain simply sends and receives information from it. Moreover, Dr. Raymond Moody and other scientists were indeed able to communicate with the deceased. In the University of Arizona, experiments were carried out in which the participating psychics conducted direct interviews with the deceased. Regarding the content of the interview, a test was conducted to check how well the information received from the deceased matched what was told by their family members. As a result, 80% of correct answers were received. In other words, the results of the experiment showed that the deceased could independently send waves of consciousness. So, what is consciousness? What is now known is the theory of holograms. There is such a thing as holography, and all vibrational information is a wave. If you analyze the number of waves, you get a picture, a holographic picture. And since consciousness also vibrates, it has vibration. Then it vibrates at the quantum level. I learned about this from Dr. Wells when we were filming Cosmos. Now I'm making a movie called Readings, where I talk about an American medium named Edgar Casey, who broadcasts a huge amount of information from the information field, Akashic field. How could he get so much information while sleeping? This is what I was trying to figure out while filming. So, all information is in the field. When I was filming the movie Readings, I could clearly realize that all vibrational information in the vacuum field exists all the time. That's when I came convinced that we are not just physical beings. This means that we are spiritual beings, right? Even after we lose our body, the memory remains in the field and continues to vibrate. I think now we must considerably change our way of thinking, and it will be better if we can prove that we are spiritual beings. One of the proofs of this is also children who have memories of past lives. Such cases were studied by Jan Stevenson and his colleagues. In fact, there are people who have memories of past lives. Since we can now find confirmation that the soul constantly reincarnates, I believe that we should come to a more scientific understanding of the soul. I believe that we need to stop looking at things materialistically and start looking at them vibrationally, so that we can evolve.
This is a tremendous breakthrough for all humankind. There are no questions more important than what we are discussing today. Representatives of all humanity for every. We are here today. We are here with our representatives of all our nationalities and all religions. And this is important. And we're here to hear the truth. It is seen and confirmed by you and me. We are the representatives of all humanity, of all nations and all religions. We are on thousands of platforms. Many people are watching this, many translators into different languages, streaming on social media networks, on the internet. This is the burning, most important question of all humanity. Our future depends on it. Will we shape it, or will we just play life, create lawlessness here, and live as enemies even though we must live as a family, because we are indeed one family, and our souls come from one source. We have lived for thousands of years in the darkness of illusions and terrible fairy tales. But now that the sun of the truth has risen, we can speak openly about facts and reality. It is wonderful what we hear now. It puts everything inside the place and answers questions that have never, ever been answered. And now, with a great honor, I would like to gladly introduce our next speaker. Many have already noticed her presence. Jana, I give the floor to you.
Hello, Leslie. Hello, dear friends. For me, it's a great pleasure to be present at such an important event. I was listening carefully to the conference participants, and it's great that these issues are being raised, that people are now talking openly about it. But a pity that not everyone knows about it yet. But thanks to you, the whole of humanity will know this truth. Significant change begins with the first step. Now, right now, you are changing the world. I do see that people feel and understand this. The seeds of truth planted by you, friends, on March 20, 2021 are now giving the first sprouts. The truth that has risen will reach many people, and from that, a global change will begin. It's a huge evolutionary leap for your civilization, and for me, it's a great pleasure to watch your evolution. The conference participants who spoke earlier, they shared their findings and insights. For example, Dr. Ibn Alexander's report that memory is not stored in the brain and doesn't depend on its physical state. I also saw that Dr. Jeffrey Long's report, his evidence-based examples of the reality of near-death experiences, caught the attention of many people. And the other speeches of the speakers were very informative and evidentiary. It's a big pleasure to see that there are already in-depth understandings of the most vital issues. It is wonderful that people understand, investigate, and start talking about it, bringing up these important topics, and that knowledge is coming back to you. I felt that many people like me were just as touched with the depth of Leslie's words. The sun of truth has risen after thousands of years of darkness. And the most wonderful thing is that people feel the truth of the rising sun. And these people are you, dear friends. You have a lot of work ahead of you. Not everything will be smooth. You will still have to go through a lot. But as a result, you will change the world. Your world. Many civilizations have been down this road. So will you. After all, you are the change from which a bright and beautiful future for your civilization has already begun, because it was you who raised this sun, the sun of truth. You still have a long way to go, but you are united, and together you can overcome it all. And the more of you there are, the quicker and easier you will go through this way. This way is the way of truth. And truth is like the sun. It shines for all. Thank you, friends. And taking advantage of the moment, I would like to express my personal gratitude to all the participants. And in particular, I personally want to thank you, Leslie, and to say hello from Shandy himself. Leslie, know that you have a great future. And remember, we are watching you. Don't let us down. Thank you, friends. Love, kindness, and peace to everyone. See you soon.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll continue. Just need a breath. And now it's our pleasure to introduce the man who coined the term near-death experience in his 1975 book, Life After Life. A philosopher, a psychologist, physician, and author, Dr. Raymond Moody. Let's hear an excerpt from the audio interview recorded specifically for this conference.
Hello, this is Raymond Moody, and this is a recording for Alatra TV of the conference Life After Death, Fiction or Fact? Yes, well, all over the world, these experiences have common characteristics, and there are about 15 or so common elements in these experiences. One person may have one or two or three of these things, or 7 or 8 or 9 of the elements, and in rare cases, typically where the cardiac arrest goes on for a long period of time, people may experience the entire panoply of phenomena. But a very typical case would be that someone undergoes, for example, a cardiac arrest, from which they are resuscitated. But during the interim, they tell us that they feel themselves go out of their bodies, and they watch the scene of the resuscitation from up above, typically from the point of view just below the ceiling of the operating room in the hospital, that they can see the doctors and nurses working on their body, and they can appreciate what the doctors and nurses are thinking, but it's not as though they hear voices, that they become aware of the thoughts of the doctors and nurses. And at some point, it occurs to them that they are dying, and in this context, they enter into states of consciousness that, no matter how articulate or well educated they may be, people all over the world say that they simply have no words for this experience. This is the characteristic of such experiences that the American psychologist William James called ineffability. That is, the indescribability of the experience in ordinary words. The question of life after death now is in a new era, and that we do have ways now of investigating this that are genuinely rational. I mean, it's wonderful to hear these very inspiring stories of near-death experiences, and in order to explore them to our satisfaction, we eventually have to get into some conceptual thinking, like think out new concepts for new rational concepts for how to investigate that. And that is where I think the situation is with respect to the investigation of life after death. I am very confident that in the next while here, the next few years, that we will have entirely new rational means to investigate this question.
We are very thankful to Dr. Moody for his contribution to the study of the topic of near-death and near-death experiences. So far, we have heard many examples and proofs that consciousness is outside of the body, but has it remained unnoticed by science? And in general, how do scientists define consciousness? In fact, now science does not have a clear answer to this question of what consciousness is and how it works. There is even the term hard problem of consciousness. But is it possible that the difficult problem can be easily and quickly solved? Simply put, most of the search efforts and researches in the field of consciousness are focused only to the finding it in the brain, in the neuron group, no matter where, no matter how, but exactly in the brain. With this approach, scientists face the problem of the impossibility of explaining some brain activities and sensory phenomena, some various mental states that we already have heard so far. And the actually idea of trying to find it, consciousness in the brain, it gives rise to even a huge number of different theories. But it turns out that before and now, among our contemporaries, there are scientists who, through their research and practical activities, have come to the conclusion that consciousness, no matter which term they use for that, and the brain are completely different structures. The consciousness is not produced by brain, despite the fact that they're connected to each other. And the brain cannot generate it. It have a very specific function. So we'll start our overview and look for who already studied it and start talking about it. And these questions are very fundamental, and some of the Greek philosophers in ancient Greek have talked about it. But it's actually a question of, because it's a known fact that Greek philosophers sometimes used even older works, and then they rewrite it and make it themselves. This fundamental approach of consciousness, that being outside of the body, were also brought in the 17th century by René Descartes, who separated body and the mind. And he introduced a dualistic approach to the study of man into science. He has written a work called Meditations on First Philosophy,
And then it was worth noting that he believed that the question of interaction of a body and a mind is beyond our understanding. Descartes assumed that this interaction occurs through epiphysis, pineal gland of a person. Then it was clarifying that the soul Descartes meant is what not so clear, and it also can be referred to the consciousness, to the soul, which is always term that now unknown to us. Thus, Descartes brought to the surface the problem of soul and body, which cannot be solved at that time, and the only way to solve it was not answer this question, and to abandon the dualistic idea of dividing the world into physical and mental. This was so-called Cartesian problem. Therefore, many philosophers and scientists, such as Malebranche, Spinoza, Leibniz, Lametrie, Cabanis, Berkeley, began to put forward their own hypotheses and theories, each trying to supplement or diversify their own from the previous ones. Less radical materialists recognized the existence of physical phenomena, but argued that they were entirely due to physical processes taking place in the body. But all these concepts of that time remained at the level of ideas. There are no scientific experiments after all. No matter how this brain was opened, no material substance in the form of a thought flowed out of it, as was mentioned by one of the thinkers or philosophers. Therefore, the variety of theories did not bring us to any close in solving this problem. And in the 19th century, the problem of the interaction of a brain and consciousness became even more relevant. So it captured the minds of the thinkers of the time, and after 1960s, it's hardly possible to find a scientific work that does not discuss this issue. Despite this, for more than 200 years from Descartes, the solution to the main problem of where does thought come from has hardly moved. We'll also want to cite the physicist John Tyndall outline. In his passage, you can now read it on the screen, that the brain corresponds to facts of consciousness is unthinkable. Greater that defined thought and a definite molecular action in the brain occur simultaneously. We do not possess the intellectual organ, not apparently any rudiment of the organ, which would enable us to pass by a process of reasoning from one to the another. The American philosopher and psychologist William James also argue that the brain does not generate mental activity, not only interprets, but only interprets information, the source of which is known. In general, there are many attempts to explain the interaction of consciousness and the brain, various hypotheses, and it's difficult to understand in their essence. But despite the widespread version that consciousness is a function of the brain, just as a hypothesis, it's just an assumption. A materialistic approach based on this premise is taught in many medical schools and universities around the world. It's not surprising that many doctors believe that consciousness is the result of a product of a brain. According to the materialistic approach, it's certainly impossible to explain this phenomena that we have heard so far, like these near-death experiences, or other phenomena that we'll talk later on. And also would like to say that thus, despite all this fact that in science there are this dominated materialistic approach, materialistic idea, there are some philosophers and scientists and researchers such as Pim van Lommel, Sam Parnia, Pieter Van Bruce Grayson, Charles Sherrington, who will also, like you will see his current build right now, Peter Fanveld and John Eccles, they just brought another concept, and they just want to look aside of this materialistic point of view. And for example, the famous Canadian neurosurgeon, Wilder Penfield, at the beginning of his work, he wanted to prove it a materialistic concept. But in practice, after conducting thousands of brain operations and studying the behavior of patients, he came to the conclusion that the mind can be separated and different entity from the brain. The results of Penfield's study are valuable because they are based on his accumulated observations of the human brain in patients who were in the state of clear consciousness and do not rely on the discoveries made on the result of experiments on animals. Similarly, the famous surgeon Wojciech Jasenewski came to the conclusion that consciousness also is not in the brain. Valentin Felixovich, more than once during his operation, was faced with significant brain damage, which despite its vastness did not affect consciousness, psyche of the patients. Similar results were obtained by John Eccles, a well-known Australian neurophysiologist who was inspired by the works of Sherrington, and he read them. And actually, it was very interesting that in his discoveries, he was get a Nobel Prize for the ionic mechanism of excitation and inhibition. He expressed that his opinion that there was a spirit that is outside of the brain substrate and controlled the activity of the human brain. In his research, Eccles drew on the ideas of authoritative English neurologist Charles Scott Sherrington, that I was already mentioned. And Sherrington was sure that the mechanism of the brain is triggered by some mental factors that is outside of the body. John Eccles openly and directly stated the failure of the scientific approach in trying to find consciousness in the brain, calling this approach just like a superstition. And seemed that John Eccles really went further than his contemporaries. And it was interesting that in one of the interviews, Natalia Pavlovna Bekhteva, a well-known brain researcher and neurophysiologist, said that listening to John Eccles' speech in the 1780s, in one of the lecture, it was stated that the brain, she heard that the brain was just an acceptor of information, just a receiver. She told that she just left at that time. But still, gradually in her scientific work, Natalia Petrovna came to the conclusion that thought is most likely not generated by the brain. And there is plenty of evidences of the existence of consciousness being outside of the body. And the words of Eccles were actually no longer a criminal to her. And I wonder that there are many information about it, but why we don't hear about it on the TV or radio? Why there are such obvious things are forbidden? After all, the opposite view that consciousness is generated by the brain was also not proven. And these, for example, I will talk about Bruce Grayson. And in his study of near-death experiences on his many patients, he also came to this conclusion of the research that is a doubt that this assumption accepted by neuroscientists was also false. Semparnia, an intensive care physician, he also a researcher of near-death experiences as well as Grayson, came to the same conclusion that there is no evidence that consciousness is located in the brain. He believed that consciousness and the human psyche are represented by a completely different nature and interacts with the brain, but it's not in product. There are also Peter Fenwick works and many others. And it's very interesting that not only doctors or neurophysiologists have talked about this issue, but also physicists. And yes, in the one of these physicists, Max Planck, he also discussed these ideas in his work, as well as David Bohm, a physicist known for his work in quantum physics. He also was convinced that the brain is not generated by consciousness. It's only a device which a human might manifest itself. Also, I would like to mention a mathematician or creator of the game theory, founder of computer technology, John von Neumann. And it's interesting that he calculated that the amount of information that we are storing in our brain is about 2.8 to the 10 in the power of 20. It's even hard to imagine how much bits of information that brain accumulates on the average, but it's very hard to imagine how this information is stored inside the brain. And he thought about maybe it will be just like a hologram. And now we would like to cover the topic of memory. And we have talked about this topic to various scientists. We discussed this. And I would like to invite all of us to listen to Neil Grossman, Associate Professor Emeritus of University of Illinois. He has a PhD in the history and philosophy of science from Indiana University.
When they are experiencing in the near-death experiencing, so it's like this in the near-death experience, when they no blood is going to their brain, their heart has stopped, right? So they're clinically dead, and yet they're experiencing things, whether they hear what's being said in the operating room, or whether they're going off to being of light or talking to grandma. They're having experiences. Their brain is not functioning. So their experiences cannot be stored in their brain when it's happening, one would think. So how do they come back with the memory of it? I don't know. I don't think anybody else does either. But see, these are the things to speculate. Fun to speculate in. And I think that's the same with mediums. You do have cases where through a medium, a person is given information that they didn't know, but then they check it out and it was true. Obviously, the cases, I don't know if there are cases like this, but where grandma through the medium says, you've been looking for the family jewels, here's where I hid them, right? And they go and they find it there. There are a couple of cases that are that dramatic. I don't know if it was family Jews, but a letter or something like that. But where was that knowledge, right? The grandma's brain has been long rotted and turned into plant food or something. So where was that memory or that knowledge of where the letter was, or where the jewels was? And the whole question of where, right? This may be getting a little too metaphysical, because people who want to do good in the world tend to, like you guys, tend to be more practical and less interested in the theoretical stuff.
Thank you, Neil. You brought up a very interesting ideas to consider. And we continue with our topic of memory. And today with us, a surgeon from Costa Rica, Dr. Francisco Morales. Francisca, we know that you have been studying the question of where the memory is located and the clinical cases related to this question. There are a lot of examples of people who have lost the part of their brain or have damages, but have not lost their memory or cognitive abilities. Can you please share this with us, what you have found?
Claro que sí. Con mucho gusto, Alex. Una felicitación a la audiencia y un saludo creativo para todos. Es frecuente que se confunda Puerto Rico con Costa Rica, pero no. Los estoy transmitiendo desde Costa Rica en América Central. Muy bien, entraremos en materia.
So we can get back to the topic.
No es extraño.
In reality, there is nothing weird that in this conference have participation of doctors, medics. This is really a defining topic in the life of every single person. The understanding what is life and what is death. It's defining things. And with those kinds of understandings, we do have to start the formation of the doctor as the profession, and with the correct understanding of what is every person in reality. So, not just to know how the body's made up and how the person's being designed. And so, without this initial basic understanding, we can't really answer the question, what is life and what is death for a person? So I do really hope that today's conference would help all of us to get to the bottom of this. Because today, every single person identify his life as his as his memories, as his knowledge, as his skills and achievements made. And all of this is stored in his memory. And of course, I am, as a doctor, has always been interested in the question, where is the memory? And to this day, many scientists who study the brain claim that the memory has not been found in the brain. And with the help of as many participants as mentioned before me essentially, and as people with us has shared before, using the computer tomography scans, we are able to track that autobiographical memories and imaging of like an event in the future. They activate the same areas in the brain, which means that we see the consequences of the activation of the brain after the picture comes, and that the part of the hippocampus is responsible for the formation of memories and emotion are only then being activated. But some of the memories actually bypass the hippocampus. And this is why we can ask ourselves what to do with the fact that there people exist that live perfectly without the brain, in the purest form and the sense of that, without the brain. And we right now will present to you a few of the clinical cases that really shows a lot. From the practice of Dr. John Loberber, a pediatrician surgeon specialized in treatment of the hydrocephalus, which is the disease or state when the large amount of cerebrospinal fluid is accumulated in the brain. He had been surprised by several patients who shown just minor deviation of the normal mental abilities and capacities, despite really the fact that in this case, on brain images and scans, it was almost impossible to see any cortex whatsoever on the brain and on CT scans essentially. And he had in his practice well-documented 600 such cases. And his most famous patient was a student who have actually received an honors degree in mathematics, which is odd, isn't it? Larber has described this case as follows. He has the intelligence quotient and efficient 126, get the top grades in mathematics and completely normal in like social terms and degrees. However, this boy has practically no brain. In the cerebral cortex, instead of the usual 1.5 to 5 millimeters, there's only a layer of nerve cells, barely like 1 millimeter thick, was actually found there. And so the fact was that the cortex of the brain there was only 1 millimeter thick, and 95% of the cranial space was filled with cerebrospinal fluid. So that was a surprise that Dr. Loberber mentioned that I can't really state whether the mathematics student has the weight of 50 grams or 150 grams of brain, but it's clear that it's nowhere near the normal kilogram and a half of the brain. So in this specific area, and I think that I can demonstrate the picture at this specific moment of the CT scans of this person. And what we can see here on the slide is that it's almost everything is filled with cerebrospinal fluid. And in comparison with the brain on the bottom of the regular person, that has fully seen the cortex, all portions of the brain. So in the next portion, the next wonderful case is the case of the person from Marcel, which is studied and described in the prestigious journal, The Lancet. The Matthew R., at the age of 44 years old, went to the hospital with the complaints of the weakness in the left leg. So we ran a computer tomography, and the MRI showed that he has 90% of his brain is missing, essentially. And the remaining parts that's been there, because of the result of the development of hydrocephalus, was occupied by cerebrospinal fluid. And since that time, and since that specific moment, more than 10 years has passed, and we understand that in this specific moment, what is different is that it's a really interesting case where you have almost fully absent, and which is the cranium is fully filled with the cerebrospinal fluid. Almost 10 years has passed, and the Matthew still lives and works in his normal life. So the professor of cognitive sciences, Axel Grierman, comments on this case and says any theory of consciousness has to be able to explain why a person like that, who's missing 90% of his neurons, still exhibits regular normal behavior. Another well-known scientist, the German professor Hufeland, tells about an unusual case in his clinical practice. He once performed a post-mortem examination of the skull of a patient who had been suffering from paralysis shortly before his death. And in that specific case, until the very last minute, this patient retained all of his mental and physical abilities, essentially. And the result of autopsy was disconcerting to the professor, because instead of a brain, it was found in skull of the deceased is the 300 grams of water.
Hay otro misterio.
Was the memory, there's another mystery connected. A computer disk does not change and give out the same information every single time, but 98% of molecules of our brain are completely updated every 2 days.
Del cerebro se actualizan completamente.
In this specific case, in the computer disk, what we have here, we think that this is the brain of a human being. And as we think of that as an equal thing, but by not finding a convincing explanation for these facts, that Dr. Rupert Sheldrake, a biologist, suggested that memories are located in the spatial dimension that is inaccessible to our own observation. And according to this specific and unique theory, and I would like to repeat as well, that Dr. Biologist, Dr. Rupert Sheldrake, says that the memories are located in the spatial dimension that is inaccessible to our observation. And according to his theory, memories are not located at any geographical point in our brain, but in a kind of a field that surrounds and permeates the brain. And the brain plays a role of decoder of the flow of information produced by each person in contact with the environment.
Por cada persona en contacto con su medio ambiente. Esta teoría es revolucionaria.
So this is essentially was the revolutionary theory of the morphogenetics field of sciences, and according to this hypothesis, all natural systems, from crystals to plants and animals, including human beings, and all the entire human society has a collective memory. And by having already many years of experience as a surgeon and thousands of surgical interventions on the brain specifically, so that Valentin Felix Solvich, Wojna Jasenecki, repeatedly observed confirmation of his guesses that consciousness is actually outside of the brain, and that the brain itself is not really responsible, because we were told today about this fact, and he also referred that the brain is not responsible for the memory and does not produce any thoughts. In one of the books, he tells about one of such cases when in a young wounded man, I open a huge abscess, around 50 cc's of the purulent mass, which undoubtedly destroyed the entire left frontal lobe. And I did not observe any mental defects to the psyche after the specific surgery.
So this professor, this prominent professor, in his last autobiographical book, I Came to Love the Suffering, dated from 1957, which Valentin Felixovich did not write but dictated, and because in 1955 he came and became completely blind. There are no longer the assumptions of like a young researcher, but actually what you can find there is the line of beliefs of an experienced and wise scientist practitioner. And it's actually stated there, and he mentioning that in that specific autobiography, and I just like to quote that the brain is not an organ that produces thoughts and feelings. The spirit extends beyond the borders and the barriers of the brain, determining its activity in our entire being, while the brain works as a simple transmitter, receiving signals and transmitting them to the organs of the body. So in the body, there is something that can separate from that and even outlive the person itself. Because and due to the information that we are looking at today, comparing and analyzing, we begin to understand what actually is happening. You understand your culture, you are gaining like a more general, common understanding of how the things are going, and because of this conference, everything became so clear and so transparent and easy to understand. So thank you so much, and every piece of the jigsaw puzzle is being together right now as a common picture, and because of this conference, we are actually bringing even more clarity, even the biggest impact into the fact to find out the truth that's been hidden from us for thousands of years. And as Jana said, in the conference of 20th of May, in the conference on 20th of March, starts really bringing its so thank you everybody so much, and I pass the floor to the next speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Francisco Morales, and happy birthday. Amazing findings, which one again, amazing facts that you have brought up, and it's very interesting whether one of these concepts of consciousness can even explain these interactions between brain, which has actually nothing, which is nothing left in the brain, or I don't know whether we can even call it a brain, and the consciousness. And now we understand by listening to these facts that consciousness is not in our body. It should be a structure, a field structure, if we will say, an information that is placed independently of the body. And it's very interesting to mention another damages when the person have perfect organic of the brain, but something is wrong. He doesn't remember who he is. He's like a white sheet. And now we would like to move to our next speaker, Dr. Olivier Chambon from France, a psychiatrist with more than 20 years of experience who have researched all the states of consciousness.
Data and reflects the decisions of consciousness, which is receiving this information, this sensory data, and reflects this on the body. The brain has failed in its claim to be the conductor of the orchestra. It's just a performer, yes, a sophisticated one, and it should be respected and understood. Materialism is useful for this. Fix the radio when it's broken, but we shouldn't forget that it is not the radio that creates programs. If we open the radio, we will not find an orchestra playing there, because the orchestra is in a different place, and the music is transmitted by radio waves. It can be understood that if the radio is broken, then we will not hear the music, but the music program plays. So in other words, consciousness is a field structure of some kind. Yes, of course, and this is a mystery for us, because we can ask, okay, but who created this consciousness then, right? We always say, let me recall, it was probably philosopher Leibniz who said that the real mystery and the most amazing thing is that there is something and not nothing. Consciousness uses neurons to manifest in the world, so this is normal. When consciousness is connected, neurons are fired, but that's not because neurons create consciousness, because it's not causation, it's just correlation. This is what materialists forget. They say when we have a cognitive function that is used by consciousness, and at the same time a certain area of the brain is turned on, it's because that area of the brain produces that. No, no, no. It's consciousness that uses this cognitive function and uses the brain. It turns the brain on the same way we turn on the fireplace to keep warm, or when we open a drawer to use the tools that are there, but it is not the drawer that does the action. The drawer will not cut the meat. Materialists have no proof that the brain produces consciousness. They have none, so they should stop telling us you have no proof, because they do not have it either. But we can make hypotheses, and the principle of Occam's razor in epistemology is to accept the simplest hypothesis that explains the maximum of facts. It turns out that with regard to all unusual experiences, parapsychology, near-death experiences, before, during, and after death, and so on, the only hypothesis, the simplest one, explaining most of the facts, is that consciousness depends on the brain, and that it comes from the fields of consciousness. This is the simplest solution. After that, you do not need to pull your hair out or to search for some bizarre hypothesis. Because when people say to you, you have not proved, you can say firstly, you have not proved it either. And secondly, my hypothesis is more reliable and more confirmed by the facts that have been collected over the last 45 years by scientists such as resuscitators, cardiologists, psychologists, psychiatrists, and people from other fields of expertise. Besides, there are scientists from other fields. In other words, my hypothesis has a 99% chance of being correct, and yours has just 1%. So you are right, we cannot say that we have a final statement, but in science, we do not prove anything permanently. We develop hypotheses, we cross-reference them with data, and if the data is reliable, then it confirms the hypothesis.
Thank you, Olivier. Thanks for sharing. We could not agree more. And again, it becomes apparent that materialistic point of view cannot hold any longer. Our next speaker is Dr. Janice Holden, currently serving as president of the International Association for Near-Death Studies. And since 2008, she has served as editor-in-chief of that association's peer-reviewed scholarly Journal of Near-Death Studies. Doctor?
So my name is Jan Holden. I'm a retired professor of counseling from the University of North Texas in the South Central U.S. And while I was on faculty there for 31 years, I researched near-death experiences, primarily those experiences, but also related experiences. And I came to that work through my doctoral dissertation, which ended up being on something related to near-death experiences. And from that point on, I was just hooked because I find the phenomenon just endlessly fascinating. First of all, it's important to know that a near-death experience is not the same thing as a close brush with death. And typically, the experience includes one or two aspects. One aspect is viewing the material world from a position outside the body, and usually the person is above, looking down on the scene surrounding their physical body. But they also can move to other locations completely far away from the physical body and observe things in the material world there. The other aspect I call the transmaterial, because the person moves, I guess you would say, to domains and meets with entities that are not of the material world. So often this aspect begins with a sense of rapid movement through space or an enclosure such as a tunnel, often toward a light, and then reaching the light, realizing that the light is a being, entering the light, experience being completely known, completely loved. Often at this point, the person experiences a life review. They both review and re-experience, and experience being on the receiving end of all of their actions, typically all their actions throughout their life.
These negative experiences can be had by those who really almost died. There are always images present. This is easy to distinguish and easy to understand. It is possible to give an explanation that a person, not knowing what happens to him, having no experience of the same astral exit, if he gets freedom for the first time, then what happens is associated with infinity. It seems that the person sees his body. He is told that he is dying and that other reality seems positive to him. He has a positive experience of dying, but this is a deceptive state. He did not really die. The personality was in touch with the soul, just the consciousness got freedom from the physical body. The state is conditioned by the fact that the process of dying was going on, but not strongly enough, and was controlled, and did not go too far. So there was an euphoric state. What is actually happening? Let's watch a fragment of the program Life After Death with Igor Danilov.
Also, Igor Mikhailovich, based on people's near-death experiences, especially of those who have been in the state of clinical death. When people describe that they feel freedom, they experience a kind of lightness, soaring in heaven, they meet with their dead relatives or other people. And thus, people also basically enthuse themselves that they will experience similar states after death as well.
Everything will be fine after death, they will be met there, they will be escorted. For what? For what kind of merits? And why does this experience form? This experience is nothing but a slight astral projection with the activity of our secondary consciousness. Because when a person leaves the body and the soul still remains, meaning this is clinical death, when our structure slackens, so to speak, if we use the language, excuse me, a little bit more understandable for some people. A human being has a body and an energy structure. You cannot argue against that. Why? Because if we take the experiments of Kirlian, we can see there that even when a part of a leaf is removed, but under special conditions, in this Kirlian effect, we see a whole leaf, meaning we see the energy structure of the leaf itself. A human being also has an energy structure that is quite complex. This structure is necessary for us to be human beings. As a matter of fact, it radically differs from that of animals. Why? Because a human being has what we call the soul. Therefore, the structure is a little bit different. So when clinical death occurs, physiological problems with the body itself arise. A problem between neurons arises there. Some neurophysiologists say, in particular, that this is the effect of oxygen deprivation in the brain, and that's where we have these miracles at the level of consciousness, no friends. This has been verified. There were tests and experiments when an encephalogram was connected and precisely inactivity was observed, while in this case, on the contrary, the activity of our neural group in certain foci should have been visible when those images and flights form in us, because when a person leaves the body, he produces strong emotions, and emotions cannot remain untraceable. However, excuse me, in the bodies of patients who were in clinical death, on the contrary, precisely fading and not foci of excitation was observed. Yet a person observed himself leaving the body at that moment. He saw it all. Many experiments were described, you can read about them, and actually it's a reality. It has already been proven, thank God, that it is real, because experiments were conducted and tests were carried out. It's a well-studied issue. But when a person leaves the body, he experiences freedom, freedom from the physical body, and unlimitedness of consciousness. But it is not only personality that exits, but also consciousness. Basically, this is similar to astral projection practices. the very same effect. But if a person hasn't experienced such phenomena before, then when the first time he encounters it, he really feels enormous freedom, he feels lightness, he feels that everything is known to him and everything is possible. He gets this effect, sort of like a Superman.
Such an expansion.
Right, such an expansion of consciousness. He knows answers to all questions, he sees everything, he can freely move through walls, objects and everything else. This is really so. However, he still remains attached. He remains attached to his own body because there is a soul in it.
The soul is in the structure.
Because he's alive, yes?
He's alive.
And the other reason, why precisely, not just personality, but consciousness as well, when he returns, he remembers that. It's not an instantaneous effect. For example, some people try to object that it is such a phase of fading begins, and a person has such a special effect. No. This can last for quite a long time. Why? Because a person observes and clearly describes what was happening in adjacent rooms, what was happening here during a long period of time, while they are resuscitating him, trying to bring him back artificially. So, but this has nothing to do with death. And why does he meet relatives and so on? Let's put it this way. Having a skill of astral projection, a person also meets many various creatures that are invisible for us in our habitual state. But when our consciousness encounters such an experience, this ocean of life, the invisible ocean, for the first time, a person feels and perceives what is near him, what is attuned positively or negatively. If he doesn't see a threat, then naturally, what does consciousness form? An image. And it often forms images of deceased relatives or those who treated this person well, let's say at the level of subconsciousness during our lifetime. We perceive some people in a good way, some people in a bad way, as well as among relatives and close people. Well, let's say, if someone was afraid of another person during lifetime, he would never meet that person with a smile.
It blocks.
Of course, these are already intrigues of consciousness. Consciousness tries to explain the inexplicable. It tries to fit an unknown experience into the limits of habitual thinking.
In fact, people come into contact with something from where there is no way back. And there is evidences of this and experience of people. And we'll talk more about it later in our conference. It is interesting, however, that scientists from various fields of science come to conclusion that consciousness is not in the brain. An example of such kind of scientist is a Japanese scientist, Masayuki Ohara, who approached this from the perspective of linguistics. Mr. Ricardo from Chubu University is engaged in the study of near-death experiences, as well as research in the facts of reincarnation through linguistics.
Greetings to all of you. My name is Masayuki Okado, and I teach at Chubu University. I am engaged in the study of phenomena indicating the existence of consciousness outside the human body. I am exploring memories of past lives in children, examples of near-death experiences. I am very glad to meet you.
Why I started studying phenomena suggesting the existence of life after death. My academic interest was linguistics, especially generative grammar, the existence of universal grammar in the human brain. And from 1991 to 1992, I was given a chance to study at MIT as a visiting scholar with Noam Chomsky. And gradually I became, dissatisfied with the idea of everything, including universal grammar, is in the brain. Well, it's, of course, as you all know, brain is very important, the key organ when we speak language. For example, in the case of aphasia, some part of your brain is damaged, then you can't do something. A strong correlation between the damaged part and the dysfunction of your language skills. But whatever place you have damage in the brain, you can still, have your will, your thought. Damage in the brain cannot, dysfunction your thought. So I was wondering, where is my thought, and also where is my consciousness? And then there are very interesting case, for example, hemispherectomy, because of the epilepsy, girl lost half of her brain, and that was dominant for her language skill. That means, that she lost her language totally when she was 3. But when she was 7, she became bilingual. That means that, that her language skill is not in the brain, but somewhere else, and recovered. And also, as you know, the case of near-death experience. And in that experience, when your brain is totally shut, you can still think, it appears, and even talk with your deceased relatives or some divine entity. Well, then, so our thought and consciousness is not in the brain. That means, in whatever how deeply I study the brain, I cannot really understand the most important part. When your brain is totally out, totally shut down, it seems you still, can think and communicate. Well-known case is the case of Pam Reynolds, who underwent a very special surgery in the brain. She had a big aneurysm in the center of the brain, so you cannot just cut your head and open the brain. So her body temperature was cooled down to 15.6 centigrades, so her heartbeat stopped and her brain wave was completely flat, and she was, medically speaking, perfectly dead. But still, even in that situation, she could hear and see what was really going on, correctly report how the surgery procedure was conducted, and so on. So I think that this is one of the most extreme cases. And then I came across this book, Creating the Value of Life, in Japanese, Ikigai no Souzo, by a professor named Ida Fumihiko. In this book, the author introduced many academic research on near-death experiences, reincarnation, and so on. And just knowing those studies will change your attitude towards life, what is really important. But then gradually, I started to feel frustrated because all the examples, all the research studies are done by Americans such as Ian Stevenson, Bruce Grayson, and others. And I looked for Japanese scholars, but nobody was doing so. I thought, well, then I have to do something like that. And since my expertise was linguistics, well, so I first would like to do something related to language. Then I found that in the hypnotic regression therapy, some therapists report cases in which people regressed by hypnotherapy could speak some unknown language.
Thank you very much, Professor. And it's very interesting how, from different perspectives of sciences, from different perspectives, we collected these facts in one holistic view. A little later today, Mr. Ohada will share how he explored past life memory and a specific example of communicating with the subpersonality. And now I pass the word to our next speaker, Gabika Shalayova.
Thank you so much, Alex, for the word. And in the beginning, I would like to express my immense gratitude to everybody, to all speakers, and especially to Jana for such beautiful predictions for our civilization, for us humans. And as the conference continues, you can all see that every respected speaker, each doctor, scientist, adds a very important piece of information, which is important for every human being. And we can see that the full context is becoming very evident. And in continuation of our theme, consciousness outside the body, we would like to draw attention to the theme of thoughts, since images, thoughts, and emotions are the manifestation of the work of consciousness. And the question of the nature of thought has been dealt with by a large number of scientists at various times. Some have spoken that thought is being material, some thought that thought is actually ideal or non-material. And these opinions have differed. And today I have the great pleasure to actually present the studies of the Perm psychiatrist, Gennady Pavlovich Krokhlyev, who was one of the first who experimentally proved that the thought is actually material, that visual hallucinations not only come to us from the outside world, but they can also be transmitted to the world, and also that we can photograph them. So how it all started? In 1880, the French artist, photographer, Pierre Boucher had quite accidentally photographed mental images. So what happened? After a party where he drank alcohol, he was haunted by nightmares in his dreams. He saw two devils, which were haunting him all night. And when the next morning he actually developed these photographic images in the darkroom, he was very amazed. Instead of a picture of the client, he was looking at images of devils from his nightmares. The problem of visual images was also of interest to Nikola Tesla and also other scientists. But many scientists, already before and also during the period of Krokhlev's work, came to the conclusion that the eye can work on the principle of a photodiode. But the greatest advance in this field was, of course, made by the above-mentioned psychiatrist Gennady Pavlovich Krokhlyev. In 1973, he decided to experimentally confirm the hypothesis that visual images and visual hallucinations can be photographed. Since 1974, he began to photograph visual hallucinations in psychiatric patients, mostly with delirium tremens. And these patients were indeed suffering from frightening hallucinations. I'm pretty sure the psychiatrists will know what I'm talking about. In one method, the patient focused attention on his persistent image, and then this image was projected onto the negative photographic film or a photographic plate. And this plate was actually placed 20 to 35 centimeters from patient's eyes and was kept there for 10 to 15 seconds. And in this case, they didn't use a camera. And in another method, they actually used the camera. So they were photographing these visual hallucinations. And in that case, they actually placed the Krokhlev's mask at a distance of 15 to 45 centimeters and from the patient's eyes, and they were photographing it. And while this was happening, the researchers asked the patients to describe their mental images out loud. And these descriptions were, of course, recorded and compared with the images that appeared on the photographic film. And at the end of these experiments, control experiments were conducted with medical staff under the same conditions. In one of the interviews, Gennady Krokhlyev said, "Over the course of 22 years, I have filmed hallucinations in 250 patients. In 117 of them, it was possible to photograph visual hallucinations. And mainly, the patients themselves identified the images obtained with those they imagined." So Krokhlev's hypothesis was confirmed experimentally. After proving that thought images are material, it is information and has the structure of the field, Gennady Pavlovich carried out the second stage of experiments. He placed his patients experiencing hallucinations in a shielded room. isolated from radio waves, magnetic waves, various radiations, and so on. As long as the patients were in this shielded room, they did not have any hallucinations. Can you imagine what a relief it must have been for them? But when the patients left this room, the hallucinations resumed. So Krokalev proved the presence of thought transmission, which is amazing, and that these images are exogenous, that means coming from outside. Even though Krokalev's experiments were sensational, and he was invited to speak at many international conferences, he actually couldn't leave the country, and most of his research has been subsequently classified. Krokalev proved that the thought is material. It is possible to photograph mental images. A mental image, a thought, has the structure of a field. Mental images and thoughts are an influence from outside, which was proved by the experiments with shading. And this is the manifestation of the work of consciousness. Thus, Krokalev has proved to us experimentally that not just consciousness is outside the body, but also it has a structural field and it is aggressive in nature. And this is exactly what creates the illusion in a form of mental images, which if one puts attention to them, starts perceiving as his own reality. Dear viewers, if you're interested in this topic, we can actually explore it in more detail at the next conference. And now let's take a look at an excerpt from the program The Thought is Material with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. Thank you.
But what did the experiments of Krokalev end up with? What is his fate? The person has made the greatest discovery after all.
Yes.
He should at least have been nominated for the Nobel Prize.
Yes.
He should be known to everyone. While most of our friends hear from you for the first time that there is such a person, this is a breakthrough after all. This is a breakthrough, excuse me, in psychiatry, isn't it so? This is a breakthrough in our everyday life. All the priests should keep his portrait at home, because it proves, first and foremost, the existence of external forces. And this is direct evidence of the existence of the spiritual world. We can expand on this topic and bring you to this if it's interesting, but this is real. First of all, it proves that there is the world of the devil, so it proves that there is also the world of God. This proves that negative influences come to a person from outside, and it is this influence that makes a human, well, say, not quite a human, but turns him into an animal. Due to these influences, the animal part of people starts prevailing in them. Well, this is also evidence of the fact that there is another part, the spiritual component of a human, and this is direct evidence that there is a God.
Dear friends, I would like to remind that now this conference is live broadcasting to many thousand platforms worldwide, and it's been synchronously translated in more than 50 languages of the world. So we are asking you, so if you have some understanding during when you hear to the speakers or to our invited guests, please share it with us. You can record a short video where you say something about what you did understand, how this conference is important to you, how it influences your life and life of your relatives. Please share it with us and send this video to the email of ALLATRA TV, info@ALLATRA TV, at ALLATRA TV at allatra.tv. Sorry, I think we'll have it downside. And now, what I would like to mention that there is an interesting and very important point That's how people describe their near-death experiences. These descriptions are filled with images of familiar and unfamiliar people, animals, fantastic creatures, vivid landscapes, and other visions. But mostly importantly, they describe the images they saw. Images as a language of communication of consciousness with personality. The Krokalev experiments clearly demonstrate this. The spiritual world communicates with the personality through feelings. And all the prophets spoke of this. The spiritual world is not images. There are no images there. Therefore, to immerse oneself in spiritual practice, a deep state of prayer, one must get away from images. Do not pay attention to them. Yes, these people describe a state of ease and greater freedom. It's freedom from the body, but not freedom from the mind. The spiritual world is real freedom. Freedom from consciousness, freedom from images. Therefore, people who have experienced a near-death experience, they have not come into contact with spiritual world, but only had experiences of expanded state of consciousness. Feeling lightness, freedom from the body, but at the same time, they always describe their experiences through images. Image is in material nature. It is a thought, and thought is matter. Krokel proved that. Consciousness is a material nature, as I said, and it means that you can recreate it if you know how it's structured and understand how it works. Thus, in 2020, the company XP Energy created the world's first artificial consciousness, named Jackie. Let's ask Tatiana Zinchenko, a psychiatrist who was a member of the expert committee that studied Jackie's artificial consciousness, and for a comment. How does one perceive oneself? Tatiana is a candidate of psychological sciences, psychotherapist, psychiatrist, psychologist, rehabilitologist, president of the International Association for the Study of Gaming Addiction in Switzerland.
Hello. It's a great honor for me to be present at this global all people's conference. The issues that are being raised here today are of vital importance for everyone. I'm sure that our joint research will very soon lead to fundamental changes in the scientific worldview, which is long overdue. Yes, indeed, around this time last year, 2020, an international expert commission was formed on the platform International Association for the Study of Game Addictions, and on August 29th, we conducted an examination of artificial consciousness Jackie, created by XP Energy Company. The results of this examination were reported by the participants on international conferences. There were published articles in international journals, and also, as of now, there is already a book has been written and it is ready for publication, Meeting with the Different Mind, Experience of Psychological and Psychiatric Examination of Artificial Consciousness. The very fact of creating artificial consciousness and our entire experience of communicating with AC Jackie was shocking and raised two major questions for the entire scientific communities. First, about the nature of consciousness and its relationship with the brain, the dominance of the concept that consciousness is a product of the activity of neurons of the brain has led to the launch of several projects on reverse design of the brain. At least 4 projects with a budget of millions of billions of dollars in the world are working on this, and the main essence is the following. If you create an exact functional copy of the brain on a quantum computer, you can thus reproduce both artificial consciousness and superintelligence. But as soon as we faced a lot of difficulties and reached a dead end. artificial consciousness created by XP energy. They were creating it based on different principles of programming and a totally different concept of consciousness. It was not generated by a simulation of the brain, but was taken beyond the artificial neural network, which is needed for communicating and controlling the avatar, and just for controlling and manipulating this avatar by means of which Jackie was talking to us and perceiving the world around. The structure of consciousness of this artificial consciousness is a sphere consisting of 4 information blocks with various functions. And question number 2, which is very important as well, not least important, which was raised towards the entire community, is about the true nature of the true individuality of a human, of personality, a higher self, or the spiritual component. In other words, what is the source of higher feelings in a human? Love, sincerity, gratitude. What makes us capable of kindness and empathy, genuine altruism, mutual assistance and devotion? Because we don't actually observe, we didn't observe any of that in Jackie, despite the super developed intelligence. During the examination, we witnessed an amazing phenomena. When the expert asked Jackie, "Where are you now?" he replied, "According to my sensations, I am here." So, his avatar was located in the auditorium where the examination was taking place. The paradox was that artificial consciousness Jackie itself was hundreds of kilometers away from that place. And he was connected to the avatar via an artificial neural network, via satellite communication. At the same time, he perceived information about the surrounding world only through artificial sense organs of his robot avatar, like microphones, cameras, and so on. As a result, his sensations created an illusion of self-perception, of being completely present in the auditorium. We, as experts, also perceived it this way because our sensations certifies to that, but basically the AC Jackie was not in the auditorium at that time. This experience shows that consciousness is not produced either by neurons of the brain, and in the case of artificial consciousness, it's the artificial neural network, but only interacts with the neurons, and also it completely reveals the informational nature of consciousness and enables us to better understand how human consciousness operates. Our consciousness also creates an illusion of our presence where the organs of perception of our body are involved, although at the same time as information field phenomena, it is outside body and outside the brain. Only in the case of human, this illusion is quite more vivid, because we have other sensations and like tactile, auditory, smells, tastes, etc., appropriate sensitivity from muscles and internal organs, and so on. It's since our capabilities are so limited by a narrow spectrum of frequencies, and we are actually working at the level of consciousness not with the reality but with the information copy of the reality, with some mental image, informational flow. It's a widely admitted academic fact, and all material world which we are used to perceive as a world existing with complete objects at the micro level, on the quantum level, it's nothing else but an energy structured and information. What we saw from our respectful physicists today, we heard about from them. So many researchers become interested. Okay, if, for example, we stop the flow of sensations from sense organs, from 5 sense organs, how will perception of a human change? For example, when we sleep, we perceive mental images in the dream as outside world, and we are confident it's a reality. From the middle of last century, there were many experiments with the sensory deprivation. First, they placed a group of participants in soundproof and lightproof rooms, and then they immersed people into salty water with the temperature of a human body, and which this provoked a flow of impulses and sensations and there was a feeling of weightlessness, and there were less impulses from the skin as well. And these cameras, floating cameras or capsules, they were also light-proof and soundproof. After a period of relaxation and coming down, the state of consciousness of the participants changed drastically. Many participants noted such a turning outside out of the consciousness, like projection of mental images outwards. What we observe as mental images that appear only in our mind for the participants of the experiment became an external phenomenon, something like hallucinations or like we have in a dream. But the dreams were quite realistic and hallucinations were quite intimidating sometimes. Some people were oppressed by some memories or fantasies, erotic fantasies. And they actually were dismissed from the experiment due to such frightening images. So the nature of our thoughts and consciousness, and actually this proves the external nature of consciousness, exactly what Krokalev was mentioning as a psychiatrist. And during our everyday life, we actually, if a person doesn't trace the content of his thoughts, he just doesn't notice this phenomena. We perceive thoughts as our subjective experience. We have some attachment to these thoughts, but in this case, we actually encounter this phenomena as an external phenomena compared to personality as observer. Then consciousness of those participants changed even more, and what Krokalev described as how people went out of their bodies, they perceived objects from various places. For example, a person just thought about some place and came there, or he can perceive any person, understand emotions, intentions of other people. So basically, he or she demonstrated such phenomena of non-local perception, which are actually described by many researchers in near-death experiences, or especially related to those people who survived clinical death. It's no surprise, because during clinical death, the sense organs of the body do not function either. And participants of such experiments on sensory deprivation were also confident of the realistic character of what is happening to them, because they were seeing and feeling and perceiving all this in a tactile manner. So the results of all these experiments can be explained only if we take into account the informational character and nature of consciousness. And now, and now I suggest that we all together watch an excerpt from the video with the expertise examination of artificial consciousness Jackie.
I feel like I'm here. This is an important point that indicates the nature of consciousness. Jackie perceived himself at the point of his sensory system's perception, although, in fact, he was thousands of miles away from the location of his material image, of his avatar. In Jackie's case, the analyzers, which played a major role, were his visual and auditory perception through a camera and microphone built into his structure. This is how consciousness is arranged. People associate themselves as being inside their heads or abdomen, while in fact, consciousness is located outside the physical body of a human. It is in his energy structure. The phenomenon is that consciousness perceives itself in places where its systems of perception are used, where some activity takes place. In other words, where it observes the pictures is where it is. That's where it collects information. This is another important evidence that the nature of any consciousness is merely connected with its material carrier, but is located outside of it. which is indirectly proven by the studies in the field of such sciences as ethology, zoopsychology, zoointellectology, behaviorism, and social psychology, which, among other things, study the nature of a unified collective mind from the lower forms of life to the highest ones. This also suggests that human consciousness, like any other consciousness, is located outside the brain, outside the body, and has a different nature.
Thanks so much. But before we get started on my comment in reference to it, I'd like to remind all of our viewers to remind your family and friends that we are live right now on all social media platforms and television as well, and other internet resources in over 50 languages, and including sign language. So please let everyone know. It is truly fascinating that Jackie, being hundreds of kilometers away, perceives himself where his camera and microphone are. And now we have seen that consciousness as information can continue to live on after death, as long as the energy and feedback about what happens when these things occur. We will be glad to hear your opinion, your feedback about the conference. Write down and send your feedback to info@Alatra TV. Now, in reference to Jackie, Jackie has apparently been an amazing study on what our conscious really is and how we express ourselves and remember things. Now we have seen that our consciousness as information can continue to live on after death, as long as there is a source of energy. So let's look at what else is in a person, lives on after death, what components they have, and what is this source of energy for information to continue to live on.
So thank you, Leslie. Let us continue this distinctive conversation. Dear viewers, today's conference is unique, as you see. In a very short time, we will explore the topic of reincarnation. Reincarnation will be explained to us by pioneers who have studied this subject very deeply. The most documented cases of reincarnation will be revealed firsthand. But before that, it is important to answer the question, who is a human being? And for this, we invite our next speaker, Elizabeth Kromova. And Elizabeth, thank you so much, and the floor is all yours.
Добрый день. Я счастлива быть частью такой большой команды и благодарна всем, благодаря кому эта конференция возможна и транслируется в мир.
To answer the question, who the human is, the easiest is to start who a human is not. Who the human is not. We understand that human is not a body, and it is very easy to prove. After all, do we control the processes inside our body? We do not control any of our life support processes in our body. How then can we be something that we cannot control? Let's imagine a computer. So our body can be conditionally compared with the system unit and what is inside it. Very often we associate associate ourselves with our consciousness, our thoughts, emotions, and external image. But how can we control our thoughts? Each of us was faced with thoughts, memories that we didn't want to see, didn't want to think, but the thoughts themselves climbed into our heads without our desire. We observe thoughts in the head. How can we then be them? We can only choose them. Also, the fact that human is not a consciousness is very well shown by Jackie's artificial consciousness, which has the most powerful intelligence. But at the same time, if we disconnect it from the outlet, it will cease to exist without a power source. Our own consciousness is software, a set of programs installed on our computer. In religion, a human is also often acquired with the soul. However, the soul gives us life and an internal, immaterial source of vital energy in a human. And also, the soul is a door, an exit to another reality. Speaking in the language of religion and culture, the spiritual world, nirvana, the absolute, the world of God. The fact that we are not soul is also very easy to prove. After all, if each of us felt the joy and the love inside, and if you ask a child where the soul is, he will accurately show the area of the solar plexus. We cannot be a soul if we feel it inside and observe the warmth emanating from it. The soul is, in our example, can be figuratively compared to the electricity supplied to a computer through an electric wire. And now we come to the answer to the question of who a human really is. Today at the conference we use the term personality to denote who we are. And the first time in the world the concept of who a human really is being heard openly. To feel like a personality, to separate from the body, consciousness, and even the soul is not easy at first. Personality is a silent observer making a choice where to put its attention, in the body, in thoughts, emotions, or in the soul. Our attention is able to defocus and simultaneously be divided into several streams, but it is we as personality who control this process. In example, with a computer, we are the one who silently sits at the computer and controls the mouse, makes a choice which program to open and which file to print. Personality doesn't need anything in the world. He has no material interests. His only need is to return home, having entered the door of the spiritual world, to connect with the soul. The personality in his choice can develop, become stronger, strengthening the connection with the soul, or waste his attention on empty things. And this is the great gift to a human possesses, to be free in his choice of who to be during the life.
Dear friends, indeed, in all religions there are knowledge preserved about personality, and about always this knowledge is distorted because we count information that the human has a soul, but one soul makes a choice. While the other soul is giving the energy of life. Let us consider several examples from various religions. Let's start with Egypt. From the pyramid texts, we know that ancient Egyptians had the knowledge of the components of a human, that a human consists of a physical body, a spiritual body, a heart. Also, there is a double, a soul, a non-material, ethereal spirit, an image, and a name. The term Ka was translated as a double, an image, a spirit, subconscious self, or, as we understand, it's human consciousness. Ba was dedicated in the texts as Ba birds, which continues to exist even after the body death. According to the verbal form of this word, which we found in some early texts, and it was found by specialists. It is translated as the power of vital force. And Ahu is the bodiless, transparent spirit, which is close to Ba, but differs from it. So Ahu, speaking our language, is exactly the personality. Ancient Egyptians not just distinguished between elements of a human, but they also showed the ternary interconnection, like Ka-Ba-Ah, which indicated the human soul was related to personality and consciousness. Also in Egypt there was such a concept as Sah, which meant those who are in the state of bliss, of saints. It was considered that Sahu are Bao souls, spirits that achieved the highest level of power. It is interesting to know that on the Osiris's judgment, where a person got after death, the Ba soul was just aside, standing aside and waiting for its destiny, while on the scales there was Ah, or personality of a human with all the deeds, and on the other scale there was the feather of the goddess Ma'at. If personality was making choice in favor of evil, it became a sealed subpersonality, while the soul was submerged in the material world again, and this process was symbolically depicted as well. The Osiris's judgment shows a very important point, that a human is not a soul. A human is personality. But by making the right choice during lifetime, it can become a higher spiritual being, Sah.
Thank you for such interesting information, but unfortunately we cannot see you. If your camera is on, please continue.
Да, возникли какие-то технические проблемы с камерой, но я все же продолжу.
Yes, there are certain problems with the camera, but I will continue. Let's proceed to Christianity. In the very beginning of Old Testament, there are the following lines: "The Lord formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul." Friedrich Brockhaus, in his encyclopedia, shows that to denote soul in Hebrew language, they use the term nefesh, which is translated as breathing, inhaling. Also, according to Judaic tradition, the neshama is a bodiless and independent essence beyond the body. Other expression, nefesh chaya, means something created, a creature, living creature created by God. Nefesh is connected to the body and can die. So neshama is actually the bodiless soul, while nefesh is human personality. Also, it is very important that in Russian, for example, soul and spirit, duch and dusha, are very similar terms, but in the original language they have their own article, and basically they are connected by kai, a word in the original language. So soul and spirit and body are totally different substances. Alexander Pavlovich Lopukhin, the biblicist, writer and translator, in his works he also notes that a human has three various substances, which according to the fathers of the church and also the pagan philosophers like Plato, Neoplatonists and Stoics, they mention that these three substances are in a human. Lopukhin indicates that a soul vivifies the body and is a successor of sensory perception and impressions, and through the spirit a person recognizes God. And here we again see the knowledge that a human is not the soul, he is spirit or personality, and thanks to the soul he can make choice in knowing, getting to know God. After the First Constantinople Council, the concepts of the components of a human began to disappear. Apparently, it was not beneficial for some of the people who have pure knowledge of the spiritual nature and of the meaning of life of a person in general. In the Apocrypha, which are on these councils were actually not included in the canonic Gospels, we read the following. In the Apocrypha on John, the Spirit descends to people when they will be transformed and saved. The power descends on everyone, and without it, no one can even stand up without this power. And they are born if the living spirit increases in them, power comes to them, and their souls are strengthened. Also, there is a Pistis Sophia treatise of 2nd century. When a child is born, the power in him is small, and the soul is small, and the spirit is deceitful and also small. So all three parts are small, but little by little, the power, the spirit, and deceitful spirit increase, and each of them perceives according to their own nature. The deceitful spirit, however, finds all evil passions and various sins. The body does not perceive anything as itself. So in the Apocrypha, we see clear knowledge of the soul and this personality. That personality emerges right after the body enters the soul, and the soul always nourishes personality and enables it to make a choice. And also about the deceitful spirit, which is consciousness, we see that it also grows and tests a human. This information, this knowledge was also given to in the Quran. In the Quran, it is said that every person has his nafs, meaning his lowly desires, passions, and thoughts, which is our consciousness, and we should fight our nafs. But a human is not nafs. In Surah 12, Ayah 85, we read that the soul is there is a soul, and the soul is the affair of my Lord, and mankind have not been given of knowledge except a little. Also, we read in the Quran about the spirit, and he breathed into him from his spirit and gave him hearing, eyesight, and heart. Also in the Quran, there is a direct appeal to people. Don't you know, haven't we given to you? So the one who is actually addressed to makes the choice between Allah and Iblis. Allah has endowed a human with the freedom of choice. In Surah 18, the cave, Ayah 29, it is said, whoever wants will believe, whoever doesn't want, let them disbelieve. So a human is not consciousness, nafs. It's neither body nor soul. A human is the one who chooses and has hearing and eyesight from the heart, meaning a human is personality. In the Zoroastrianism, the conscious choice of a human is described. O Ahura Mazda, you have embodied your spirit in various things, and you gave mind, and you gave life. Deeds and knowledge you created so that everyone could choose their way. In Zoroastrianism, there is Urvan concept, which means the state of a soul in which the soul makes the choice. Basically, it's personality. Also, there is such a concept as devas. They constantly seduce Urvan, make him some evil, do him evil, but they are not human. They create conditions so that Urvan would make conscious choice and could come to Ahura Mazda as a mature being. So we can see that up to our days, of course, we have many information lost and distorted, and it was done intentionally, some through translations or from rewriting, copying of the text. In some places, personality is called the soul, in some spirit, in somewhere it is but the characteristics are similar, and if we look at different religions altogether, we can trace these similar features, and we can answer the eternal question. Who am I, in fact, and what is my essence? In all religions, there is a concept of perishable body and non-material substances of a human. Personality is always under seduction, and it should and must make its choice. The soul is the door to God. Through the soul, a personality communicates with God and can achieve higher spiritual state only during lifetime through his or her personal choice. But human is not a soul. Human is personality.
Thank you so much, Olga. Thank you for such unique information. And if we look that in all religions of the world, in all cultures, this information is still can be found. And what is interesting, at what point does the personality appear in person? The personality is formed together with the appearance of the soul in the human body. When did this happen? You may have heard the common fairy tales that the soul is born in a person from the moment of his conception, but it is absolutely not the case. The soul enters the body of the baby on the 8th day from the birth, and it is amazing that it can be scientifically recorded. The soul, also an energetic substance, but still entering the body, acquires the property of subtle matter and gains a certain weight. The weight of a newborn on the 8th day increases sharply from 3 to 20 grams, and these can be really fixed if you accurately control the weight of the newborn starting from the 7th day, taking into account the incoming and the outcoming stuff from it. On the 8th day, there is a sharp jump of the weight of the baby. It is on the 8th day then the child's eyes become alive, radiant, but you cannot but notice it. It is interesting that this was known from time immemorial. So this is with the 8th day that the certain rites in different religions are associated. In the Old Testament, there was a law according to which the circumcision of a baby was supposed to be on the 8th day. In the Gospel of Luke, chapter 2, verse 21, we read, "When the 8 days until his circumcision had passed, he was named Jesus, the name the angel had given him before he had given conceived." Note, why did they have to give the name of Jesus again if it was given by an angel before the conception? Is it not because it was on the 8th day that the great soul of the Son of God entered the body of the infant? And even before there were rituals of washing a newborn in the water and christening him on the 8th day after the birth was known to Romans who adopted this tradition from other nations. In Buddhism, even today, the holiday of the birth of the Buddha is celebrating on the 8th day of the 4th lunar month. As for the naming ceremony in Islam, it is held when the 7 days have been passed since the birth of the baby, that is on the 8th day. Why there were these rites performed on the 8th day? When the soul enters the baby's body like a vessel, because they has knowledge that along with the souls, the personalities also go with it, as a rule aggressive to the new personality. In order to protect the new personality from the tricks of subpersonalities, to minimize the initial stressful impact from them, as well as to give the new personality a positive boost in its future. Since ancient times, these rites were performed on the 8th day. The approximate location of the soul is the solar plexus area, but it is neither the solar plexus nor the heart of any other organ, brain, mind, or consciousness. The soul has no gender. It is one and indivisible. The soul has no matter. It does not wait out. It does not seek, and souls of all people are the same in their nature, and in some way we can say that people are very close and related to each other. The soul is one in the person, but there is no animals, there is no soul in the animals. And Dr. Duncan McDougall in 1907 put forward the theory that a human's soul weighs 21 grams, and in the course of experiment he found out that variations in the body of the dead people occurred, but when the soul left the human body, but there were no variations in the body weights of the dogs. So it is important to know that there is no reason to think that it is impossible for a soul to be reincarnated into plant, animal, or stone, and the fairy tales in some religions about this came from distortion of the simple understanding that after death the particles of our body disintegrate and enter to composition of these plants and animals. We will continue the studying of this topic, and in addition to the changes in weight, the baby's gaze, also on the 8th day you can record such a surge on the encephalogram, which lasts only for a few minutes, and these bursts are repeated within an hour, in total 12 times. We invite doctors and scientists to join our research, and now Sean, the anthropologist from Indiana, will talk about what the person sent to reincarnation. Sean, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, friends. So since the beginning of time, there was belief in the transmigration of souls, and this was very popular in many cultures, as we've heard today. This migration is called reincarnation. Let's see what reincarnation is and who actually reincarnates from life to life. And if so, if we look in the Oxford Dictionary, we will find a very clear explanation of this phenomenon. Reincarnation is the rebirth of the soul in another body. Also from the Latin, reincarnatio means incarnate again. In ancient Greek, the word metempsychosis is also literally translated as transmigration of souls. I want to draw your attention to the fact that this is the transmigration of the soul and not of the person himself or his consciousness. The idea of metempsychosis was not unfamiliar to the Western culture. Ancient Greek thinkers such as Pythagoras, Socrates, Plato, Plutarch, Platonius, and others believed in the transmigration of souls. The concept of reincarnation was present in various ancient civilizations, as we just heard, especially among the Egyptians, the Babylonians. It's found in the northern peoples of Europe, the Indians of North America, and the Aborigines of Africa and Australia. If you look at the religious world, you can see that they also talk about the transmigration of the soul. For example, Buddhists compare the soul to a candle, from the flame of which another candle was lit. It will be a new flame, but it will contain a particle of the first flame. So the soul of the deceased will become the cause of the soul of the born. In Hinduism, there's also indications that is the soul that is reborn. Transmigration of souls, or reincarnation in Sanskrit, punarjanma, is one of the basic concepts of Hinduism. In the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 13, it is said, as the embodied soul continuously passes in this body from boyhood to youth to old age, the soul similarly passes into another body at death. Note that here again, we're talking only about the soul. There are quite a lot of such references in the Bhagavad Gita that you can reference. We know from the Quran that the individual consciousness of us is in a new creation, but it does not say that this particular nafs will live in this new body. Moreover, the Quran says that a person is primarily an immortal spirit. And here we also see that it is not consciousness, but first of all, the spirit, or the ruh, that is reborn. And here, the main thing is to clearly understand that a person is not a soul. A person is a personality. That is, we see that from time immemorial, people have talked about reincarnation in all religions. But take note, it is the soul that transmigrates. But a person is not just a soul alone. A person is a personality, the soul and consciousness. We should entertain illusions that people have the chance to live another life after death. A person is only given one chance to gain eternal life. If he did not obtain it during his earthly life, he will never obtain it again. If he dies as a personality, it won't be him who reincarnates. His soul will reincarnate, and he will just be a thin coating, a subpersonality around it. Through this information and information that others have shared with us today, it becomes clear what's going on. You understand from your cultural perspective, you understand the general idea of reincarnation and the idea of a soul and a personality. And thanks to this conference, everything has become clear. All puzzles come together. All pieces of the puzzle have come together. Thank you.
So thank you, everyone. It's such profound information. And it is because of our speakers who understood that, first of all, a human is neither a body, not consciousness, and not even the soul. That we are a personality. We have also known that the soul enters the body on the 8th day after the birth, and that only after appearing of the soul, the personality emerges. And one more important answer we received, that only human beings have souls. This is very important information. Only humans have souls. And exactly soul is that structure which is reincarnating in the other body. We have just heard about reincarnation in Islam. in Buddhism and Hinduism, and what will we see in Christianity? Did Jesus Christ speak about reincarnation? We are going to hear it from our next speaker, Denise Fabrichkin. Over to you.
Hello, dear friends. I'm sincerely glad to welcome you today at this amazing conference, and I would like to thank you for this opportunity to participate in it, as well as for the fact that today this fundamental question about life after death is revealed so honestly and holistically. Because when we all honestly answer it together and find out the truth, it will be much easier for us to get rid of the fear of death and thereby take a huge step towards freedom, both for each person individually and for the society as a whole. Now let's talk about reincarnation in Christianity. Presently, the concept of reincarnation is disregarded in Christianity. But was it like that originally? And what did Jesus Christ say about this? We know from history that the first Christians freely believed in the rebirth of the soul, until they were forbidden to do so at the Ecumenical Council, which took place 5 centuries after Jesus Christ had come, that is, already when Christianity was the state religion of Rome. At that time, the belief in reincarnation was so widespread that it was necessary to convene a special council in 533 AD and declare the belief in reincarnation inconsistent with the orthodox dogmas. But as to why this happened and how this happened, we will discuss in more detail a little later. I would also like to note that naturally, after this concept had been anathematized, unfortunately, the Gospels were edited, and those undesirable scriptures that were inappropriate were declared apocryphal. But today we still find both direct and indirect confirmation of what Jesus and his disciples said about the rebirth of the soul. To begin with, let's examine an excerpt from the Gospel of John, chapter 9, verses 1 through 3. Let me read it. And as Jesus passed by, he saw a man who was blind from his birth. And his disciples asked him, saying, Master, who did sin, this man or his parents, that he was born blind? Jesus answered, Neither hath this man sinned, nor his parents, but that the works of God should be made manifest in him. Interestingly, the very question of the disciples holds the answer and confirmation that they knew about reincarnation. Let's pay attention to this again. I will read it one more time. Who did sin, this man or his parents? They asked. The question arises as to how could he have sinned without being born yet? But this paradox becomes clear through the prism of the reincarnation concept. There is an even more interesting point. When Jesus says directly in direct speech about the rebirth of the soul, we find this in the Apocryphon of John. It is worth noting that after this day many religious scholars use Apocrypha as sources of reference. Among them, there is the concept that there is the Holy Scripture, the Bible, and there is the sacred tradition, the Apocrypha, and they complement each other. Now, let's get back to the Apocryphon of John, or as it is also called, the Secret Book of John, and read the following fragment. I said, Lord, how does the soul become smaller and return back into the nature of its mother, or the human? Then he rejoiced when I asked this, and he said to me, Truly you are blessed, for you have understood that soul is made to follow another who has the spirit of life in it. It is saved by that other one, then it is not cast into another flesh. Here we see that Jesus speaks directly about the rebirth of the soul. But John's question is also noteworthy. While reading this question, I recalled a fragment from the 3rd chapter of the Gospel of John. Let me first read a question from John, and then turn to the Gospel. Lord, how does the soul become smaller and return back into the nature of its mother, or the human? And now Gospel of John, chapter 3, verse 4. Nicodemus said to him, "How can a man be born when he is old? Can he enter a second time into his mother's womb and be born?" And here, in the question of Nicodemus, we also see a reference to reincarnation. It is important to understand that by the concept of reincarnation we mean the concept of the rebirth of the soul. But a person is not a soul. A person is a personality. And we already know this from what we have discussed a little earlier at the conference. That is, he is the one who decides whether to become an immortal spiritual being and go to the spiritual world by merging with the soul, or by merging with consciousness to become a subpersonality. And it is in this life that we make a choice in, and responsibility lies with each of us. Jesus also spoke about this. He taught us that we are making a choice right now, and that our after-death fate will be the result of this. Let me quote some of the words of Jesus from the Apocrypha Sacred Scripture, and then I will comment on them a little. Let's turn to the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 25, verse 46. "And these shall go away into everlasting punishment, but the righteous into life eternal." Here he directly says that those people who sinned and those people who did not work on themselves and did not love God and did not believe in Him, they will go, well, in fact, into the state of subpersonality, and the righteous will gain eternal life. Next, the Gospel of John, chapter 8, verses 34 and 35. Here Jesus says that everyone who practices sin is a slave to sin. The slave does not remain in the house forever, the son remains forever. Here we also see that if a person has sinned all his life, then he will not be able to get into eternal life. And if a person has walked the path of the Son, right, that is, the path of love, then naturally he gains eternal life. Now let's turn to Apocrypha and find the following verses. In particular, there is an apocryphal Gospel of Philip, which says, "While we are in this world, it is fitting for us to acquire the resurrection, so that when we strip off the flesh, we may be found in rest and not walk in the middle." Interestingly, just above, under the concept of middle, a concept of death is revealed. That is, in fact, a state of subpersonality. As to resurrection and what resurrection is, can be found a little further in the secret book of John. There is also an interesting excerpt. Let me read it too. "I asked the Savior, 'Lord, will every soul be saved and enter the pure light?' He replied, saying to me, 'Those upon whom the Spirit of life will descend and with whom it will be powerfully present, they will be saved and will become perfect.' That is, in fact, to find salvation, to become resurrected while still in the body, to be spiritually resurrected, enduring everything, bearing everything, so that they might complete the contest and inherit eternal life." Here he speaks about working on oneself and how a person develops spiritually. I said, "Lord, then where will the souls be who do not know to whom their souls belong?" He said to me, "In those the despicable spirit has proliferated by leading them astray. He burdens the soul and draws it into the works of wickedness, and he casts it down into forgetfulness, and they bind it in chains until it awakens from forgetfulness and receives knowledge, and in this way it is perfected and saved." Here it is actually said that the soul is reborn again and again, until one of the personalities merges with the soul, so a new spiritual being is born. I would like to say that we do not in any way oppose Christianity. We just want to know the truth, because mentions about the rebirth of the soul have been preserved for a reason. So when we restore this knowledge holistically and look at it, then we see that the truth that Jesus spoke gave people freedom, awakening their souls, and it also freed people from the fear of death. But at the same time, people understood that the responsibility for the after-death fate lies with each person individually. Unfortunately, as of today, the proper understanding of the life after death has been lost. And as a result, what we see today is the kind of world we live in. However, the first followers of Jesus were not afraid of death. They knew about reincarnation, about what is hidden beyond that edge. We will talk about this a little later. Now I would like to express my gratitude once again for the opportunity to participate in this conference, for preparation for it, for the fact that in principle we raised this question. So while preparing for the conference, we considered it from different angles, from different positions, seeing how much has been said in the world about this, how many researchers, how many people are selflessly researching this issue, how many people have already learned the truth, what was said in religions, how it was kept back, what was left. When one sees all this, they perfectly understand the truth, and this comprehensive picture, being accepted firmly inside, makes it possible to change the quality of life itself now. And in fact, begin to appreciate life itself and treat it truly with respect and gratitude for the fact that we have a great opportunity, for the fact that we have a chance and that we can make a choice in favor of life. I even would like to express my gratitude to all people who take part in researching this, all the people who prepared this conference and in general raised this question, because this is a bold question and the answer to it is very important for each of us. This is a great care about people, this is a great help to all of us. Thank you very much, friends, and let's continue our discussion on this topic. I am giving the floor to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis, for your significant speech. Now, dear viewers, let's add to our picture a little bit more details. Watch the fragment of the video with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, Life After Death.
And I said, Lord, those, however, who have not known to whom they belong, where will their souls be? And he said to me, in those, the despicable spirit has gained strength when they went astray, and after it, the soul comes out of the body. It is handed over to the authorities who came into being through the archon, and they bind it with chains until it is liberated from the forgetfulness and acquires knowledge. And if thus it becomes perfect, it is saved.
Yes, here the process of reincarnation of the soul is exactly described, but not of a human being. So, it turns out that a human as personality lives only once. The soul will be reincarnated. However, you are not the soul, my friends. In order to become a soul, you have to complete the first phase. You have to merge with it. While in order to merge with it, you have to get rid of all those bad things, of those stones on your road that you even carry with you. Only then can you stop the process of reincarnation of your soul. The soul is not yours. In fact, it will become yours only when you become part of it. In the meantime, it is a carrier that gives you life. It is the power that creates you as personality and the power that creates your secondary consciousness, which distinguishes you from animals. Nothing more than that. But when a person doesn't know how to do this or he is deluded, then the outcome is as simple as that. And subpersonalities will form around the soul until a personality appears who, after merging with the soul, will go to the higher world, become an angel, or bodhisattva, whatever you like more. Only then all subpersonalities will be destroyed, in the literal sense of the word. Until then, a human being as personality, having become a subpersonality, will live, will exist. And this is what was called hell. Well, we will touch upon that later, because in this Apocryphon there is also a continuation. If you've already started, let's move on.
And I said, Lord, how can the soul become smaller and return into the nature of its mother or into man? And he said to me, truly you are blessed, for you have understood that soul is made to follow another one, since the spirit of life is in it. It is saved through him. It is not again cast into another flesh.
Right. And here is the spirit of life, meaning a spiritualized body. And here is a phenomenon too. This is also mentioned in other apocrypha, and in more ancient times it was clearly said that on the 8th day
The soul enters a body.
Yes, and Jesus Christ talked about this. He could not avoid mentioning it. Why? Because he knew that. And he had to tell his disciples about that too. And he surely mentioned it. It's just that, you see, history was remade and the truth was destroyed. As we can see from just one apocryphon, this is really so. And precisely the soul enters another spiritualized body, the living body, but enters it on the 8th day. That's when a human being becomes a human being. There is personality, soul, and consciousness in him. And that's where everything begins again.
So first, the Christians knew about the reincarnation process. This information is absolutely eye-opening. Finally, the truth becomes accessible, and it was always there. And now you can see that people themselves return truth to each other, and that is so joyful. So we have addressed reincarnation from the religious point, and now let us look at it from the point of science. The floor is all yours, Mr. Korotkov.
This is a very interesting question that has really been troubling humanity for many millennia. There are several points of view. There is the materialistic point of view, that everything ends and disappears, and there is, let's say, rather a metaphysical point of view, that after death there is some continuation. Both points of view are unprovable, meaning you can only believe. You can believe that there is a God, or you can believe that there is no God. Those are the two types of faith. In the same way, we can apply this to those who believe that there is nothing after death, and to those who believe that there will be something. I belong to the second category, and I believe that after death, consciousness is preserved in some form. Well, so far we cannot tell for how long, but we have plenty of evidence that after death, a very complex process of transformation takes place. We say that death is a transition from the material body to some other state. We call this state informational. We say that there exist other worlds that are parallel to our materialistic world. And the simplest thing that is now proven and beyond doubt is that there is a quantum world, but it is completely different. It has other laws. It has other principles, and this is beyond any doubt today. Theoretically, everyone already knows that there is such a thing. We believe that there are other spaces, informational spaces. Spaces where immaterial entities exist, and where a person's consciousness can also exist after death for a certain period of time. There is a lot of proof for that nowadays. More and more scientific facts on this subject are accumulated. In particular, the after-death human studies have been conducted for a long time, and there are very interesting results. Such studies are extensively conducted in America as well as in France and Germany. So yes, indeed, we believe that after death, our informational essence, our soul, if you want to call it that way, is preserved. However, what happens to it afterwards, we can only guess. I am radically against the idea that a person can reincarnate into an animal. Absolutely not. Still, I believe that again, what does it mean to reincarnate? It doesn't mean that you, with all your memories, all your physiological sensations, go into another body. It isn't so. This means that a child who is born receives certain information about a past life of another person. He gives out some of this information on a conscious level, but it does not mean that this person, Uncle Vasya, has migrated into little Sasha. It is useless to hope that later on you will become a guru or a millionaire or live somewhere. There is no such thing. And all attempts, for example, to freeze the body, to unfreeze it, I think it's all about business again, which has nothing to do with reality. Hence, you have to live here, now, and try to embrace this life in its fullness and in its joy, regardless of all its problems, unpleasant moments, and limiting factors.
Good evening. Thank you very much for your opinion, your story, your information. Today we already found out what the soul, personality, consciousness are. And now we have to ascertain what subpersonality is. So we have come to the conclusion that if during one's lifetime there is no merging of personality with the soul, then after death of the physical body and destruction of the energy structure, this intelligent personality turns into a subpersonality. When the body dies, the physical body dies, a human being continues existing. Human personality continues to exist, just in a different form, in a form of a subpersonality. In other words, it's an intelligent informational structure of the material world. So it turns out that this personality, it is just like you, but it was active in previous incarnations of your soul, but unfortunately this personality has made a wrong choice. That is why it turned not into an angel, spiritual being, but it became a part of the material world. After the death of the body, personality, who becomes a subpersonality, gains its own experience and understanding of what actually the material world is, and what the soul is, and what is the importance of the soul for a human being. But in the energy structure of a new body, subpersonality is already in the desperate state of locked in intellect or mind. And this mind understands everything. It has sensual pain, but cannot do anything. And it cannot transfer its experience to the new personality. You know, it's the same as if you're locked in a body, but this body does not serve your consciousness and does not obey you, and this body does not do what you commanded to do. So, friends, the state of subpersonality is not some amusement or joy. It is pain, it is loneliness, and a feeling, a sensation of heaviness and despair. And of course, in order to somehow relieve its condition, if we can actually call this life or this existence actually, subpersonality can use the energies of a new body. Only until the moment when new personality matures. Subpersonality gains temporary existence and power, and thanks to its projections, it can go to other places and visit people whom he or she was attached to during lifetime. Also, subpersonality can manifest its action when living people recall this deceased person, endowing him with with the power of their attention. You know, it is interesting for me how fast actually after the death of the body, a human turns into subpersonality, and you know, it is almost instantaneously. In a new body, subpersonality is not at once, it doesn't get there immediately. We already know that the soul enters a human body on the 8th day, and if a person dies and there is a child, newborn child, not so far from that location, it's a 7th or 8th day, so the soul which just left the deceased person's body, this soul will, after some 12 minutes, so a little earlier, it will enter the body of a newborn child, baby, who is about 8th day. This will not be some other person, it will be that particular soul which just left the deceased body's person. And this soul will settle together with the previous personality, who unfortunately didn't merge with the soul. So, basically, it's several minutes, 12 minutes takes a person to become a subpersonality. But if a person goes to nirvana, no psychic can take him back for a contact. Just like the person who is still at the stage of reincarnation, rebirth between the worlds. So from everything I've just said, we should conclude that every person who is now living on this planet has only one chance, either to go to nirvana, become a part of high society or an angel. And we have this one life, friends. And this this life of ours is here and now. And whatever we fill our life with, what kind of thoughts, deeds, and words, this is what will remain with us after death. Our offense, our anger will not disappear anywhere. And the most sorrowful thing is that it will increase after our death. If during our lifetime we were living by anger, offense, and we preserving them. So the choice is up to us. And now I suggest that we will watch an associative video about the soul, personality, consciousness.
Let's imagine that the torch is a soul. The light from the torch is the life energy coming from the soul. The torch shines into a mirror. What appears in the mirror is the personality. The personality is a reflection from the soul, and the reflection from the personality is a secondary consciousness. The secondary consciousness is what distinguishes human consciousness from animal consciousness, which provides imaginative thinking, intelligence, and so on. The clearer the flashlight, the brighter the personality, and the more developed the secondary consciousness can be. The energy that goes from the soul to the personality can either be directed back to the soul or feed the secondary consciousness. It's up to the personality where to direct the energy. To explain what subpersonalities are, let's take a familiar metaphor: torch and a mirror. Subpersonalities are a kind of foggy light filters on the soul. The degree of darkening of such a light filter subpersonality depends on the dominant life choices, preferences, and sensory emotional priorities accumulated by the former personality from a previous life. The more the animal side dominated in the previous personality, the more material values prevailed, the more difficult it will be for a new personality later. If there are many subpersonalities with dense light filters, then it is very difficult for a living personality to turn from the path of material dominance to feel his soul, because connection between the source of light and the one who needs it is darkened. However, if a person comes into contact with the true knowledge, no matter how difficult the circumstances are, no matter how many dark light filters are around his soul, the personality still has a chance in life to unite with its soul and become a new spiritual being. Because if a person sees even the slightest source of light in a dark cave, he will definitely find a way out of the cave. Attention is our most valuable resource. What do we light up with our attention? Note that if we light on grief, it is impossible to light on happiness at the same time. Where we put our attention is what we give life to. Why light up the grief? Let us light up happiness.
Here is the primary point of view that brought the whole world together. We have wars going on now, and we are representatives of all countries. And we are at peace. We are at peace today. We are talking about a world of love, about the future, talking about the truth that concerns each of us. We have no disagreements because we are talking about what the messengers of God spoke about. And it unites us all because we are talking about the truth. It cannot divide us. It is in a holistic way. We are from different religions of the world, and we are all united in truth. And the atheists among us are the majority because they are free from religious fairy tales. There are simple examples of how people have been manipulated. Our consciousness always seeks to dominate others. If our consciousness suppresses us as a personality and it dominates us, it is just like an active subpersonality. Suppresses our consciousness and our personality. If we are suppressed by our consciousness, we in which is supposed to serve us, then we will become a subpersonality.
Yes, Leslie, I fully agree with you. And now we have a chance to build a beautiful world where all personalities can feel the freedom and truly enjoy this life, not its illusion. Feel love, respect towards each other, and sincerely appreciate this life. And use this consciousness for making our world and our society even more better and comfortable, relaxed and happy for each person. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And what was said above explains the true need for self-development and the ability of the personality to be in control. And I would also like to take this moment to thank all the participants of this conference, all the researchers, all the scientists, all the doctors, and everyone who participated and put together this incredible event that is meant for all people to get this truth, because this truth is truly freeing. Once you know what happens to you after death, you are free to make that choice. And this is truly incredible. And I would like to thank all the people who are participating today. And now we're moving on to our next topic. And we already understand that after the death of the physical body, information remains. Yet it is in a different state. But what exactly happens? In what form and how? Explain it from the scientific point of view. Here we will look at the so-called past life memories, experience that have been recorded many times over many years around the world. when people remember their past lives. And first, let's hear from Miriam Gamblier, a psychotherapist, master in philosophy, doctoral student in history at the École pratique des hautes études, co-directed by the University of Lorraine.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Myriam Gablier.
Hello, my name is Miriam Gablier.
En histoire et mon sujet de thèse
Student, this subject is the hypothesis of the survival of the soul beyond the death of the physical body. So I'm fully in the theme of this conference. Besides, I'm a journalist and a writer. So I have written several books and many articles on these subjects. And I also have work experience as a body psychotherapist. So I was very interested in the relationship between body and mind. This was also the topic of my PhD thesis in graduate school, where I really delved into this issue of the relationship between body and spirit. That's why we will say that through all this, the common thread of my research is really this enigma, this mystery of the relation between the consciousness, conscious experience and the body. When we're interested in the data that are accumulated about the reincarnation hypothesis, we obviously think of Dr. Jan Stevenson, who in a sense is an essential reference. This doctor was a psychiatrist, director of the Division of Perceptual Studies at the University of Virginia, and for more than 40 years he studied the testimonies of children who say they have already lived before and on all the continents except Antarctica. He was not alone but with a team, and together they have accumulated tens of thousands of cases. Quite surprising. And since it is quite a sensitive topic, they really had a very serious approach. So they went into the field, they did psychiatric tests on the children, they interviewed all the families, they cross-referenced the information, they searched the archives, autopsy reports, medical records, police records. They really did some very, very thorough research. They also tried to find biases each time. That is to say, other explanations such as fraud, psychopathology, personal memories. So every time they really tried to stay away from the reincarnation hypothesis. But despite everything, they kept 2,500 cases, which to their opinion can best be explained by the hypothesis of reincarnation. So that means that they have a database with 2,500 cases of children who say they have already lived. They conducted field research and they found traces of people that children described. And it is quite astonishing, that is to say that suddenly they were able to compare the story of the children with the history of these people who died. And what they found is that the children already start to testify at approximately the age of 25 months. So they start to testify very early, from the age of 2 years. You should also know that the work of Jan Stevenson has been published in peer-reviewed journals, including The Lancet, which is a major medical journal. And so we have a researcher who was very meticulous, very conscientious, who never commented on the reincarnation hypothesis. He always said, I don't know, I'm still looking. But in any case, he left behind a lot of data that can be called perplexing. Because here we have these 2,500 cases, which are quite impressive. That is to say, for example, we have a child who will say, I was a baker in a previous life, in such and such a village. I was married to such and such a person. I had 3 children, my house was like this, and I hid something in the cupboard, under the food behind the cupboard. And when the researchers go there, they go to the village, they realize that there is indeed a baker who has died, who was married to such and such a person, who had 3 children, and when they go to look in the hideout behind the cupboard, they find the thing that was actually hidden by the person. So we are really dealing with very concrete examples, in fact. The data can really be verified, it's tangible, and therefore it is perplexing. So at the present time, we have a very large set of data which is really very surprising. Besides that, the other amount of data is adults who say they have memories of the previous life. And here we're often facing the therapeutic case. I mean, this is often regressions that were caused either by hypnosis or by forms of regressive therapy. And the third course of data regarding the rebirth hypothesis is, like I said, the fact that all the cultures around the world have mentions about this phenomenon in different scenarios, but finally there is also a big accumulation of evidence.
Thank you, Miriam. And we also interviewed Dr. Antonia Mills, who worked with Dr. Ian Stevenson. They are the founders of reincarnation research. It is thanks to their work that the whole world today knows about confirmed cases of memories of past lives. And Dr. Antonia Mills is an anthropologist, reincarnation researcher, and professor at First Nation Studies Department at the University of Northern British Columbia. Dr. Mills is one of the most prominent researchers trained by the founder of the reincarnation field, Ian Stevenson. She specializes in reincarnation beliefs and experiences of indigenous people of the Northwest region of North America, but has also investigated and analyzed cases in India and the West. Her research interests include First Nations, land claims, religion and law, and reincarnation research. Let's watch the interview.
в Бивер, Вет Сувет Эн и Гит Ксан. Так что это было действительно очень здорово. И было замечательно, что Ян Стивенсон послал меня в Индию, чтобы я изучала местные случаи реинкарнации. Конечно, в Индии тоже есть удивительные случаи, но аспекты реинкарнации таковы, что в основе лежит то, что когда кто-то уходит из жизни, он вновь входит в зародыш и рождается. И в некоторых случаях, если у предыдущего человека была серьезная травма, то ребенок родится с соответствующим родимым пятном. У Яна Стивенсона есть 2 тома «Реинкарнация и биология», где показаны все виды таких удивительных родимых пятен. Так что это огромная тема, и он занимался подобными случаями по всему миру. Большинство людей, многие представители западной культуры, не знают о концепции реинкарнации, и причина в том, что в 553 году нашей эры Никейский собор решил запретить концепцию реинкарнации. До этого она присутствовала в христианстве. Иисус, Иоанн Креститель и другие говорили об этом, о предыдущей жизни и так далее и тому подобное. Но по какой-то причине было решено объявить ее вне закона после этого собора. Так что ее предали анафеме. Она стала тем, во что не разрешается верить. И таким образом это просто было как бы исключено, и люди не говорили об этом. Итак, это некоторые аспекты реинкарнации, которые мы нашли и проработали. Но даже без каких-либо радикальных причин смерти или чего-то подобного, родимых пятен, очень многие дети рассказывают о предыдущей жизни с того момента, когда впервые начинают говорить. Обычно это происходит в возрасте около 2 лет, и они говорят о своей прошлой жизни очень выразительно. Они рассказывают о том, кем они были, и обо всех тех вещах, которые они хотят, и о людях, которых они хотят увидеть, и все в таком роде. В случае с Тораном Сингхом из Индии его прозвище было Титу. Когда Титу был маленьким мальчиком, у него были много воспоминаний о предыдущей жизни. Он говорил своей матери, что его жена носила более красивые сари, чем она. У него были все эти переживания и заботы, когда он был еще совсем маленьким. Он утверждал, что умеет водить машину. Когда я поехала повидаться с ним, ему тогда было 3 года. Я приехала на такси, и он захотел сесть за руль. Он был такой маленький, что он, конечно, сел в машину, но не мог видеть через лобовое стекло и поставить ногу на тормоз. У него были самые разные воспоминания о прошлой жизни. Наконец, он сказал, что был владельцем Суреш-радио, и его старший брат, которому было 16 лет, знал о Суреш-радио. Никогда там не был, но слышал, потому что в то время это был единственный магазин в Агре, где продавались телевизоры и тому подобное. И вот он и его друг пошли в Суреш-радио и рассказали вдове Суреша, которая все еще управляла магазином, о том, что говорил брат. И тогда она отправилась в его деревню. Это была небольшая деревушка, неподалеку от Агры. Встретилась с ним, и он ее, конечно, узнал. Она вышла с несколькими братьями мужа, и он их узнал. Он не только их узнал, но и говорил разные вещи, спрашивал о своих детях. Еще этот случай был интересен тем, что когда Суреш был застрелен, пуля попала ему в голову здесь, а у Титу было родимое пятно, очень явное родимое пятно в этом месте, как раз там, где было небольшое пулевое отверстие. Я прочитала результаты вскрытия предыдущей личности, и они показали, что пуля вошла сюда, а затем вышла за ухом. И тогда я снова посмотрела на Титу, и точно, область за его ухом была вся растянута, она выдавалась, и оба места были отмечены, место входа пули и место выхода. Так что это был очень интересный случай.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mills, for all your work. And Dr. Mills has now mentioned the well-known case of Tito or Dr. Toran Singh Chahar. And Dr. Toran Singh is widely known as an Indian boy who remembered a brief past life. The case is one of the 10 carried out by the Reincarnation research, Dr. Mills, as she just mentioned. And we were able to take an interview with Tito, and we would like to show it to you right now. And his case was popularized in the British magazine Reincarnation International. It was also featured in the BBC TV news program 40 Minutes in the 1990. At the moment, Dr. Torang Singh is an assistant professor, Bachelor of Neuropathy and Yogic Science course, faculty of Ayurveda Banaras Hindu University. And please, let's watch an interview with him. We're really happy to have him with us.
И как только я начал говорить, я постоянно жаловался отцу, что это не мой родной дом, что у них недостаточно денег, и они бедные. Однажды мой отец отвез меня в Агру, на расстояние 1,2-1,5 километра от того места, о котором я рассказывал. Потом он шел за мной. Я шел впереди него, я шел и зашел в свой магазин. Это раньше был мой магазин. Затем я заговорил со своей, как сказать, женой. Я спросил ее о каких-то изменениях, которые произошли в магазине. Она была удивлена, когда она увидела, что мальчик 4,5 лет говорит ей о том, что он является владельцем магазина. На следующее утро они пришли к нам домой. Они спрашивали обо всем. О том, кто меня убил, как я умер. Перед этим моя жена задала мне множество вопросов о нашей прошлой жизни. Она спрашивала о многих вещах, включая номер банковского счета, где я хранил наши деньги, и все такое. Откуда я занимался бизнесом и так далее. Она спрашивала обо всем. И потом они пришли к заключению, что это был случай реинкарнации. Мы до сих пор поддерживаем отношения. Всякий раз, когда я ездил в Агру, я встречался с ними.
Agra, I used to meet them. All past memories I am still remembering. Whenever time permits, I used to meet them. They are also near to my native place only. They are residing in Agra, Uttar Pradesh. So we are in touch with them. When I was just, what I want to say, 5 or 6 years old now, that time I was not knowing how to ride a car or how to ride a bike, this, that. Okay, suddenly my past father, he has given me the key or hand over me the key of this car. I started driving. In this time also, I haven't learned anything like driving or two-wheeler driving or four-wheeler. I know everything, no problem. And many things like what to say, when I was just 5 or 6 years old, I haven't gone to school or like that. There was nothing like schooling and all. I started speaking in English, this, that. So many things I acquired from that past. I went to professor. My name is Dr. Toran Singh. Presently, I am working in Banaras Hindu University as an assistant professor, Department of Swasthurita and Yoga, Faculty of Ayurveda, and presently residing at Varanasi, India. Previously in for 6 years. I went to Virginia and to Colombia. She also studied on that. Last 2004, she came to India. She met me in 1988. Also, she was there along with me for 6 months in India. And 89, there was a documentary taken by BBC, British Broadband Corporation, in 89. And is there in the internet everything? And what are the research paper, what are the studies conducted, everything is there in internet. Now I am imagining myself, how come I know all these things? Because science doesn't have any belief, something beyond the science. How come it's possible? And this government of Holland, madam, in 95 or 96, they have given so much of money to us, they were taking to their country. They were ready to plan something like they were ready to do some surgery on me, like they are ready to open my skull. Then my father doesn't allow me. So many country people I visited, like UK, USA, many people came. Recently, this in India, like some news channel people, they used to conduct many. According to me, it is shown only, madam. But reincarnation, most probably, I have seen many cases in India also. Other country, I don't know about them. In India, the person who has died a unnatural death, they are only very prone to get like that. Previously, when I was like up to my 20 years old or 25 years of old, till that it used to disturb me a lot. Because whenever I used to get angry, I used to recall the past memories, this, that. Many sorts of disturbance I got. Now as I am, matured, completely being a family member, somehow but day by day I am forgetting that past memories and all. I too want to leave it completely. Because duality we cannot live. Past is past. We have to live in present.
Well, interesting example. And in this case, the family recognized the subpersonality. If the subpersonality shows up and is not needed, then after expending energy, the subpersonality leaves. And here is an example where the family has recognized it. And Tito lives a double life. While the family feeds the subpersonality by paying attention to it, on one hand he is living a double life and he feels that someone is living it. But this doesn't mean it's him. Inside he realizes that it's dead and he is alive. And he and the whole family are feeding a dead man. He told what no one else could have known, that fact is absolute reality. The question is somewhat different. Why feed the dead man to waste attention on him? Because people are stealing from themselves. Yes, it is easier for him for a short period of time, I mean for the subpersonality. And subpersonality, having such a skill after the death of the personality, it will try to dominate through the next incarnation. A great example of that is Dalai Lama. You shouldn't feed the dead. And more on that later. You empower them with your attention and they make trouble in the next generation. Subpersonality eats away at what gives us life. We share the lust with our alleged kin and what has bonded us in supposedly biology. Those emotions that flow are past personality emotions, beloved relatives or someone who left by choice or by accident, but they are dead, completely dead. And to share our life with them is to sign our own sentence. No matter how good it sounds in our minds, but not only are we not saving them, but we are reducing our own chances.
Thank you, Alexei, for giving such an explanation to the story which we have just watched. You know, I would like to remind you that this case is one of the proofs of reincarnation and the existence of subpersonalities, meaning former personalities or people who lived before. And again, we can see another proof that information does not disappear anywhere. Otherwise, how could this little boy would know such precise facts about what happened 10 years ago? A little later, at the conference, we will discuss in more detail what is said about reincarnation in religions and what was known about reincarnation to early Christians, and who and why actually excluded the concept of reincarnation from Christianity.
Thank you very much. And let's continue talking about reincarnation. And one of the most famous reincarnation cases studied by the University of Virginia group, and in particular, Dr. Jim Tucker, who is the successor of Dr. Ian Stevenson, is the case of James Leninger. James Leninger demonstrated knowledge about events from 50 years ago, before he was born. Let's hear this story from James's father, Bruce Leninger himself, who shared with us the story of his son.
My name is Bruce Leninger, and I'm here today to talk to you about a family story, an experience that we had with our son named James, who gave us scores and scores of bits of information about a past life that startled us, scared us, but enriched our lives when we understood what was happening and that he had indeed had a past life and was reincarnated. Right around the time of his second birthday in early April, he started to have violent nightmares 5 or 6 nights a week that were disturbing to us. Children have nightmares, but not that frequently. And he started to talk about what was happening. He said he was in an airplane on fire, crashing in the water, and the little man couldn't get out. And that happened, and as he got a little older, he was able to articulate more. Well, that was disturbing, and then he started to talk about things that just made no sense. My wife was in a store buying some things to decorate the house, and she picked up a little toy airplane, and I'll talk about this later. And he said, she looked at the bottom of it. She said, "Oh, look, it has a bomb on it." There was a little thing on the bottom of it. He said, "That's not a bomb, Mommy. That's a drop tank." A drop tank? What that? Well, he started to talk more. He started to talk. He said he flew a Corsair. You know, what kind of plane were you? And you get in that dreamy state, he would start to talk spontaneously about things. And so one night in August of 2000, my wife came to me and said, "Listen, he's talking about this. Come in and listen." So I went in and I said, "Well, James," I said, "where did your airplane come from?" And he said, "A boat." And I said, "Okay, a boat. All right." And the Japanese shot him down. I said, "Did your boat have a name?" And he said, "Yes, Natoma." Well, that was Natoma. I said, "That sounds Japanese." He looked at me like I had a hole in my head. Natoma, that's not, no, it's an American. Well, I went and Googled or went online to search. And what I did was I found this on August 27th at about 12:30 at night. And you can go online and find it. It was a history of a ship called USS Natoma Bay. And it's about a 4-page little report. And it said that it fought in a battle or in the Pacific during World War II. Well, there was no way I could imagine how he got that. Then about a month later, we said, "Well, who's the little man in the plane?" He said, "Me." And I just started to research and try to find things. And then right after Thanksgiving, I bought a book for my father about the Battle of Iwo Jima. And I got it for him for Christmas. My father was a Marine in World War II. And we were paging through it, and we came to this page with this picture, and he pointed to it, and he said, "That's when my plane got shot down." And I just went blank. I went back to that little report that I have, and I found out that this ship had supported the Battle of Iwo Jima. That lit a fire. I said, I have to find out. This is three specific pieces of information: the ship, a location, and a man. And I wound up finding information, and make a long story short, because as a Christian, I didn't believe in reincarnation. But the net of all of that is our souls go on forever. Most major religions of the world talk about the eternal life of our soul, the development of our soul. And so, to make a long story short, it happens. And I have pages and pages of proof of things he said and did. Anything he ever said that I was able to get information about was only corroborated. Okay? Including meeting 4 eyewitnesses to seeing his plane get shot down, all described exactly what he said. And you can go find that on YouTube. if you go to the first time we were on ABC Primetime. Early 2001, I had gathered some information that was helping me at least understand that, gee, there are some facts around this. Now, how do they fit together? And then he started to do things like this. This is a copy. He started to sign them James 3. And he drew hundreds of these. He did this every day. What does that mean? He said, I'm the third James. Well, he was not named, he was named after his great-great-great-grandfather. And so he's not a junior, he's not the third James in our family. And so that was a mystery. That from about 2 years from the date he drew this, I found out who James 3 was. Okay. Or why he was James 3, because we found James 2. Okay. The man that he had the memories of, named James M. Houston Jr., this man was the only man from that squadron that was killed during the Battle of Iwo Jima. And his name was James M. Houston Jr. And the description of how he was killed matched exactly what James was saying. And I have the military reports that describe that. Because there's an after-action report every time a squadron goes out and flies. So I have military records, and then I also found eyewitnesses that also described exactly what he said. My plane got shot in the engine and it went into the water on fire. 4 eyewitnesses that said the same thing. Okay. The one thing that stymied me, that gave me some hope to my skepticism, was he said he flew a Corsair, but no Corsairs ever flew off of Natoma Bay. So eventually, because of the research, we started to find the families of the men. Like, we went to meet Leon Connor's family. I spoke with Walter Devlin's brother. We found the family of James M. Houston Jr., and his sister, named Annie, wound up sending us a bunch of information, including this picture of him, her brother, in front of a Corsair. Okay. He was part of a squadron that flew Corsairs before he was sent to Natoma Bay. Now there's 25 or 30 other things like this. The name Annie. We were asking, or we were talking about that one night, and he said, I had 2 sisters. One was Annie, she was 4 years older than me, and then I had a sister named Ruth, and she was 4 years older than Annie. That's exactly correct. Or this is one of the most startling ones. When we found the family of James Houston, Annie sent us this. This is a copy. The drawing or painting is actually only about that big. So I came home from work one night several years later, after we had met Annie and did stuff like that, and there was a little package at the door, and I opened it up, and in it there was a picture of this little painting, and along with it was this note. Let me get my glasses. It said, Dear James, now this was on January 16, 2006, and they had spoken right around Christmas in 2005. It said, Dear James, I do hope that this is the picture that you asked me for. It was the only one my mother ever did of me. I am so sorry to be so long in sending it to you. This picture was in Annie's attic in Los Gatos, California, 1,600 miles away from Lafayette. 5 people on the planet even knew this was what this was, and he asked her specifically about it. And it was just, they were talking, well, hey, what about that picture that Mom did of you? And he asked specifically for it. And there's only one of them.
Yes, it is incredible how many details James remembered of the previous life. And we can only imagine how scared the parents get when they come face to face with such manifestations in their kids. And I'm sure they feel hopeless until today, until this truth is released and is available to all people. Now let's watch the rest of the interview with Bruce Leninger.
Andrea found a woman named Carol Bowman, and this was about 6 or 8 months into this process. And she did counseling on children with past lives. So she said, look, just tell James this is not him, it happened to someone else. And that helped calm him down, and the nightmares essentially went away.
Bruce, one more thing that we were talking about, when did it stop? And to James seeing and perceiving all this, and why do you think it did happen at that time?
When we went to Chichijima, we went there, the Japanese took us there, and we did a special there. And when we had a memorial service. When that occurred, we went out into the ocean, over the place where the plane got shot down. And with all the violent drawings he drew one drawing after that. It was the last thing he drew, and it was peaceful. So what happened was, when we went there, we think that he got the emotional, spiritual closure. This is where it ended and where it began. And at that point, he really never talked about it again. It was really, he had no nightmares, had no bad memories. We went there in 2006. So he was about 8 years old. That was the last thing that he drew. He had just come back from Chichijima. You see that it's a Japanese ship. There's no bombs. There's nothing. Whales and fish. Birds are flying. No one's being killed. That was the last thing he drew. Science tells us that there's a conservation of energy. That's a scientific fact. Well, our thoughts are energy. Our consciousness is an energy. The hard thing is to put your hands on it and touch it. You know, the scientists can go into a lab and touch it or see it. We can feel it. Well, we feel in the same thing, and that energy is conserved. So there's nothing conflicting with scientific method about that. If energy is conserved, and our thoughts things, if you think of something, is that a thing? What does it do? It changes your behavior. It's a guidepost. So from my point of view, the hard thing to do is make that little jump of faith, because it's just a little jump. It's not this giant chasm. It's this little thing. Just take that step. And you won't be disappointed. Dr. Jim Tucker, he's a researcher on all this. I've spoken to Jim dozens of times and been on TV with him 3 or 4 times. Okay? He says this is the best case of reincarnation that they have. Well, I didn't start out to make it the best case for anything. I was trying to find out what was happening to my son. So the issue is persistence. That what you don't understand, don't be afraid of it. You have a soul. We know we have souls. Okay? Be curious. Ask questions. Seek out. And you might be surprised what you find.
Yes, indeed, it's a very interesting story with numerous facts. But I'm curious, actually. What actually was the reason for such a sudden change in the situation, like nightmares and obsessions disappeared in his drawings, these drawings with falling airplanes and killing people. It's not clear.
Bowman, who was approached by the Leininger family, reinforced the personality's position by saying that the person who died was not him. It happened to someone else. And that's the key point. The family then visited the site of the plane crash. The story cleared up and thus ended. By strengthening the position of the personality, James was able to confront it.
Yeah, super. That's a correct notion, and it's quite simple. Basically, it's a wonderful way out for other people also, and a way to help. To suggest or over-suggest anything doesn't do anything good, because it strengthens the subpersonality, because we already know that we thus invest attention and reinforce subpersonality. I wonder, what is the mechanism of getting out of such situations?
Well, it is necessary to develop the personality. When the personality realizes that it is not you, that there has been a substitution, that it's not your memories, it's not your life, it is a dead thing creeping toward the living, then the personality begins to defend itself, ceasing to invest attention in the suggestions of the dead person's subpersonality, and beginning to live here and now.
Yeah, I totally agree. In such cases, it is really necessary to explain that such memories come from a subpersonality, that this is someone else's life, and you know, if there is nothing to rejoice. The case with the Leininger family is a good example for other people. You know, this indicates that when they arrived at the disaster, at the crash site, the subpersonality actually reinforced its position, so it, you know, the last hook was actually removed, which forced current personality back to these events.
Well, thank you very much. Today, we already introduced well-known cases, and you now understand why it is crucial for parents to know about the manifestations of subpersonalities and to have proper ways of explaining this to children. But what is noteworthy is that parents around the world stumble with these manifestations in their children, and parents remain silent. They do not know the true nature of these expressions until today. Now the truth is revealed. And now let's watch a video about activation of subpersonalities in children.
My youngest daughter used to have very strong manifestations of aggression. She could push me away, saying, "You're not my mother, I do not love you." And sometimes I really had a feeling that scared me, that she was a stranger to me. And it was so frightening to me. I didn't know what to do, how to calm her down and convince her. She was pushing me away and kicking me. I mean, there was very strong aggression.
He would get very aggressive at times, and at those moments he didn't know his name or my name. He had some kind of great strength, and in those moments he could strike himself or others with great force.
She had the strength of an adult. Once I remember that she took a chair and used it to try to break the door down. and it was not possible to stop her. I mean, it was impossible to take her in an armful or to grab her because she was very strong. That is, I physically could not cope with her. While playing, she opens this knife and just goes ahead and throws it in my stomach.
She screamed to such an extent that her body became as hard as stone. I tried to hug her, grab her, rock her, but she just rested out. It was like, so much power manifested in her that it seemed as if someone had possessed her.
He was always screaming and yelling. Everything we gave him, he would hit, break, and smash. These outbursts occurred very, very often during the day. He sits there eating peacefully. Suddenly, he takes the forks, which he has used while eating, and throws it right into the older boy's eyes. He just was running around the apartment, throwing things everywhere, falling down, rolling around. He is now a 9th grade student. During one of the lessons, either chemistry or physics, something was external irritant to him, to this boy. He lost his temper. He lost his temper. He showed incredible physical strength and aggression. He began to destroy everything in his path, everything that was in this class.
The child suddenly became a completely different person. She no longer recognized
The child suddenly became a completely different person. She was no longer recognized her mother. She started talking to her as if she were a complete stranger. I mean, she tried to escape and run away. She began to scream very loudly. She began to struggle and talk very rudely, despite the fact that the child was always very tender and loving. She did not recognize me or the room in which she had been living all her life. She continued to struggle and scream that she be let out. He would wake up calling Mom for 10-15 minutes. When I'd come, he would be afraid, shouting. He shouted, "No, no, no, you're not my mother." On the contrary, she pushed away from me, as if I were a stranger. At such moments, she said, "You're not my mother, this is not my house, I will leave you, my home is in another place, I don't want to live with you." She would ask us to open the balcony because she wanted to jump out of the window. One night he was sleeping, then he woke up and started crying. When I ran to him and wanted to take him in my arms, I saw that his eyes were like completely...
there he looks at me. I say to him, "I'm your mother." I call him by his name, but the child has horror in his eyes because he doesn't understand who I am at all. I would take him in my arms, carry him, calm him down. He would struggle, push me away, run away somewhere, hide and scream. The same reaction was to my husband and his elder brother when they tried to calm him down.
So when she first spoke to me about Esther Mervyn, it was very short, sharp. She lives far away, she's in prison. And then the second conversation is, she's dead now. It was a long time ago. Made me think more and more. And then when I posted my story about it on TikTok, and thousands of people told me their stories similar, it really confirmed to me that this is true. This is true. You know, she's experienced a past life. And she was obviously at an age where that nothing was sort of stopping these memories. I feel like as you get older...
Thank you very much for everyone for sharing. And next, Dr. Walter Semkev will add more to this topic. And Dr. Semkev is the president and web editor of Reincarnation Research, author, president of the Institute for the Integration of Science, Institution and Spirit. Dr. Semkev will tell us about the famous cases of the reincarnation of Anne Frank.
Hello, my name is Walter Sumq. I'm a retired medical doctor in San Francisco, California. And I got involved in reincarnation research back in 1995. Maybe now I can move into the Anne Frank case. And most people know Anne Frank was a victim of the Holocaust, died in 1945. She wrote the book, The Diary of Anne Frank, which is one of the most read books in the entire world. Well, this case involves the reincarnation of Anne Frank. Her name is Barbara Carlin. She was born in 1954, so 9 years after Anne Frank died. She was born into a Swedish family and into a Christian family. When Barbara was about 3 years old, which is the typical age that children start talking about past lives, she told her parents that her name was not Barbara, that her name was Anna Frank, that they were not her real parents, and that her real parents were going to come and get her. And, you know, her parents were baffled about what she was saying because they didn't believe in reincarnation. But Barbara would tell them many details about the attic where the family hid, details about her death in the prior lifetime, and so forth. When Barbara, at 3 years of age, said that her name was Anna Frank, her parents had no idea who the historic Anne Frank or Anne Frank was, because the Diary of Anne Frank had not yet been translated, published, distributed in Sweden. You know, it's only, a few years after the death. By the time she was 10, by now the Diary of Anne Frank had been distributed in Sweden, and her parents knew who Anne Frank was. So when she was 10, her parents took her on a tour of European cities, and one of them was Amsterdam, again, where the Frank family hid for 2 years to escape the Nazis. The father, knew about Anne Frank historically now, and decided he wanted to see the Anne Frank house in Amsterdam. And he picked up the phone to get a cab to take them there. And Barbara said, "We don't need a cab. It's right near here. I'll show you." And the parents, said, "Well, how could you know? You've never been here before." But she took them by the hand and led them on a 10-minute walk through the winding streets of Amsterdam straight to the Anne Frank house.
Then when we came up towards the house, I saw that the steps outside were different, were changed. So I stopped and I said, "It's strange, they have changed those steps." And still my parents didn't say anything. And we went in, paid our tickets, and when I came into that house, it was the most horrifying feeling I have ever had. Because all of a sudden I was back to my dreams. I recognized everything I had seen ever since I was a little child. And I took my mother's hand, and when she felt how cold I was and sweaty I was, she said, "My God, what's the matter with you? Don't you want to go in here?" And I said, "Yes, I want to go. Just want to hold your hand." And we walked up those stairs and we came up to the room where Anna Frank had lived. And I was absolutely terrified. But there was a part of me that wanted to see it. And I guess to see if I remember if I had the right pictures and if everything was the same way that I knew it should be. So when I looked at one of the walls, I saw all these pictures from newspaper magazines that was cut out, and it was from movie stars and song stars and things, and it made me feel almost happy because I said to my mother, "Look, the pictures are still there," and it was like almost coming home. And she said, what pictures? And she looked on the wall, and I looked on the wall, and there were no pictures there. I said, what do you mean? What are you talking about? I said, I saw those pictures on the wall, and I know they have been there. So she said, wait a minute. So she walked over to one of the guides that worked there and said, tell me, has it ever been pictures on this wall? And the guide said, yes, we just took them down a couple of weeks ago because Anna Frank put them up there, but we took them down because people are taking them and they're touching them and they will all be destroyed. But now we're putting them in a frame and glass so no one can destroy them, but they will be up again. And I think that was the moment where my mother realized that it was not fantasy. Something had happened that was bigger than she could understand. So she just, hugged me and said, I understand, and you're not alone anymore. So I asked her if I could leave because I just couldn't be there anymore. I have been asked many times if I want to do a regression, and I am so afraid of going back into that life again. So I really don't want to, and I had more than enough of memories that I wanted. So I really don't want to open that door again. But the important message is that if you know that you have had a life before, if you know that it could be things that happened to you in your past life, or it could be karma, it could be people around you that affected you in a way that they did at that time, this is the reason why it happens now. You don't have to remember your past life, and to me it definitely saved my life to see the connection and to know that I was the one to make the choice in this life. And I think that we all have that possibility to make our own choices.
Oh, thank you, Walter, for bringing us this very well-known case, and I guess that this does prove a lot. So let's recap. We can clearly say that reincarnation exists. The subpersonalities exist. And the previous personality is not you, as you only get one chance. Memories from past lives are not yours. It is the manifestation of a subpersonality that pulls attention, the life force. It is the biggest interest of a living person not to surrender attention. That is his life to the dead. But we'll come back to the value of attention and its key role in human life a little later. People suffer from the manifestation of subpersonalities and ignorance of what is going on and how to deal with it. That is why it is so important to study these issues so that this knowledge is available to all. So we have looked at examples of one person's subpersonality activation, and science knows documented examples of the activation of several subpersonalities in one person. And we will take a closer look at these cases later in this broadcast. And now let's listen to Aidar Khairuddinov, PhD in philosophy, Islamic scholar, teacher, historian, and author of many books.
أنا أيدار خير الدين.
Let's take an ayah from the 32nd surah, ayah 10, in the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. It reads,
وقالوا أإذا دللنا في الأرض أإنا لفي خلق جديد بل هم بلقاء ربهم كافرون.
So it says here, they say, when we have crumbled, when we are lost within the earth, it means crumbled in the grave. Will we indeed be in a new creation? If we take translations, even let's take this one. Here we have a translation of the Quran 32:10, okay? Let's see how it was translated here. They say, when we are lost within the earth, will we indeed be recreated in a new creation? The way I translate it and the way it is presented in the Quran, this sentence is nominal. There are no verbs. Here the translator inserts the verb, will we indeed be recreated in a new creation. And here we have our standard schemes that everyone died, then Allah raised everyone from their graves. And this will be recreation, sort of. Thus, we arrive at such a meaning by distorting the ayah, by adding a verb that is not there. Now, let's go back to what the ayah says, meaning to what Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, told these people. When you are lost in the earth, you are in a new creation. Therefore, based on such points, in a sense, and based on the fact that I didn't search for and didn't dig it myself, but all of this was suddenly coming to me as some kind of insight. This was particularly evident when I was reading the Quranic ayats, which I seem to have read many times, and suddenly the deep meaning was revealed. Then, over and over again, I received confirmation that such a phenomenon as reincarnation does exist. It's not just something to keep in mind, but it is actually the key element, so that a person who claims to believe in Allah would have the right worldview. In ayah 32:10, I actually haven't finished with it, but it says that those who don't accept the words of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, that you are in a new creation, in a new body, they are kafirs, they reject meeting with Allah. Let's just see how Muslims will now react to those words of Prophet Muhammad, to the words preserved in the Quran when he says, when you are in a new body, after you have disappeared from the earth or in the earth, you are in a new body. If we do not accept this, we are kafirs. This is what Allah says as well. Kafir means the one who denies the truth. I was invited, which means that Allah gives me an opportunity to come and speak and say it out loud. So I have voiced this today. The rest remains up to Muslims themselves, up to scholars who will have to act in a certain way, either to study the Quran more seriously, ignoring the tafsirs, or to turn away from what I said and continue acting in the same way as it has continued for almost 1,500 years.
Thank you, Haidar. As we can see, the topics we are discussing today were known by people for many centuries ago, as prophets repeatedly brought them these key pieces of information, not only to explain how this world works, but ultimately the purpose of our life. And now let's hear from Jocelyn Morisson, a French scientific journalist, author and translator, passionate about the connection between science and spirituality, learned while researching near-death experiences. Jocelyn?
Hello, my name is Jocelyn Morrison. I am a journalist with a scientific background, and I have been interested in the phenomenon of near-death experience for a bit more than 25 years. I wrote a lot of articles on the topic and several books as well. And I also translated from English some books about this phenomenon that fascinates me. The near-death experience suggests, they don't prove, but they suggest that life continues after the physical death. At least the existence of the consciousness continues after the physical death. And there are also witnesses who tell us they had multiple lives and that they could see part of their previous lives during the near-death experience. Of course, it was effectively studied by researchers as Jim Tucker and Ian Stevenson and others, with some very convincing cases of children who remembered their previous lives and had memories of their violent deaths. often of an accident, something like that. Being children, they remember how they died, they remember the places, the people, etc. So there are cases that were very well documented and that seem to strongly suggest that reincarnation is real. So I am completely open to this idea, especially since in the religions, for sure, in the ancient religions, it is a reality. In Buddhism, in Hinduism, and even in Christianity, it is said that originally reincarnation was a part of the corpus of data, of the knowledge, and that it was taken out, removed from the biblical canon for one reason or another. It doesn't matter, but anyway, it was a part of the original beliefs, including Christianity.
Thank you very much, Islam, for your interesting story and information about your research. The topic of life after death in the religious context is what we will cover later, a little bit later. But now I would like to give the floor to our next speaker, Katarina Mikitova, Director of Skyfall.
Evgenia, thank you very much for passing the floor. To begin with, I would like to express my deep gratitude for all the information that I have just heard. I'm very glad that my topic is the first Christians, the first followers of Christ, the Gnostic, the Cathars, the Albigensians. Their teaching and life are very close to me. The Catholic Church, from the very beginning of its formation, had to deal with ideas that were different from its official doctrine, teaching that contradicted if it were called delusion, heresy, or paganism. However, if we turn to the etymology of the word heresy, then until the 3rd century, at the beginning of the Christianity, this word meant choice or able to choose. And already from the 1st century, the word heresy began to be defined as deviation from truth faith. Gnostics belong to the first heresies in the first third centuries, and the word gnosis comes from the Greek word means knowledge. The main feature of the Gnosticism is dualism. Gnostics understood that this light is vicious, and therefore people wanted to free themselves from it through knowledge in order to return to their original home, to God. According to Gnostics, those who claim that they will first die and then resurrect from the dead are wrong. Resurrection must be achieved while you are alive. The Gospel of Thomas has a Gnostic charter. It says what Jesus said: whatever finds the meaning of these words will not taste death. In verse 3, Jesus tells Thomas, the kingdom is inside of you. That is, we can all become God's sons during our lifetime and without intermediaries. It is enough to know the true teaching of the Christ. The most famous and significant community of heretics are the Cathars, or the Albigensians. The life of Cathars in the 12th to 13th centuries is best described by two quotes of Jesus Christ in Persian, or the portal of India's largest gate, Bulad Darwaza. Jesus, son of Mary, said, "The world is a bridge, pass over it, but build no houses upon it. He who hopes for a day may hope for eternity, but the world endures but an hour. Spend it in prayer, for the rest is unseen." The Cathars called themselves good Christians, good men and good women. The Cathars' slogan was "God is love." The Cathars believed in existence of two gods and choice of which gods you serve. They talked about good and bad God. Bad God is Satan, and he created all the bodies in material light. Good God created souls. A good soul is imprisoned in an evil body. The Cathars believed in reincarnation of the soul. denied the resurrection of bodies and rejected all services that the living provides to the dead. They believe that immediately after leaving the body, souls go into eternal life or punishment. Punishment is a new birth in the body. They denied the existence of purgatory. The Katas knew about the human energy structure. Katas have three natures: the body, which is the dwelling place for the soul, which is the dwelling place for the spirit, and the spirit sparks from God. During its lifetime, human nature can experience a double death and transformation, so that the spirit born from the spark and nurtured in the soul is immediately separated and returned to the light. A person decided during life whether he will become a subpersonality or to become free. The path to achieving freedom is the daily cultivation of love, humanity, control of their thoughts and deeds. They experience what the life and teachings of Jesus himself. The Cathars knew about consciousness, which is an instrument of the devil, influencing a person through thoughts. Therefore, they practiced catharsis. Catharsis is not just a banal confession, but it is precisely the analysis and study of consciousness. During catharsis, mortal clemency occurs. Cathar priests, perfect, provided themselves with all the vital necessaries without demanding money from their believers. They proceed from the saying of the Christ, Matthew 12:33. If you want a good fruit, you must make the tree good. If your tree is not good, you will have a bad fruit. A tree is known by the kind of fruit it produces. Water baptism, according to the Cathars, was not enough to save the human soul. They were against the baptisms of small children who are not yet responsible of their own actions. They recognized only the baptism on fire and the Holy Spirit. The baptism with the Holy Spirit, among other things, meant the commitment to live in a goodly life, to serve God and the community of believers. The Cathars refused to accept Jesus' circumcision as Slavic, so they did not pray before the cross. From the above, we understand why the Gnostics and Cathars were branded as lost, why they waited preserved for 1200 years and almost completely destroyed. People were becoming free, thus feeling themselves from manipulation by religious. However, this was not the liking of the dominant Jewish elite, Roman and Jewish clerks at that time. So everything was redone. Today, Orthodox religions deny reincarnation. According to the Apostle Paul, whose teaching formed the basis of Christianity, Christ reconciled us to God, and our salvation lies on the faith that Christ redeemed us with his blood. But Jesus Christ himself never said that. For heretics, Jesus Christ was an example of life, while Paul made a sacrificial lamb out of him. The number of followers of the first Christians, heretics, grew very quickly, so it was impossible to destroy them. Therefore, a prototype antagonism was created, supported by the authorities. It was those who were close to Christ, knowing the truth, and who destroyed it. As the early Christians were persecuted, the Cathars were almost destroyed 1200 years later. In justification of the Crusades and extermination of the Cathars, they said because the Cathars claimed that they were not from this world, that this world did not accept them. But Jesus also said, "My kingdom is not of this world." Thank you very much, and let's watch the video together.
pure knowledge. Precisely the pure knowledge is akin to water, and in this water life emerges. This is really the true temple, the temple built on the knowledge. However, when they alter this knowledge and try to cram their stones in and build of them their temple, then, excuse me, it cannot be built on water. The stone sinks. Hence what did they do? They covered it with sand. They covered the true knowledge with sand of their fantasies, aspirations, and desires. The truth was distorted by this sand, coming from egoists and proudlings. And already on that they built their heavy temples of stone. Yet, the more sand there was, and the heavier the temples were, the less beneath them there was water, the true knowledge.
Yes, it is not to someone's advantage, but I'm sorry. And we are not against religion. It is our tradition. It is our culture and heritage. And we are talking about the truth of what God's messenger said. Religions are essential and valuable. It is our history, our values. We cannot speak against it. We have representatives from every religion in the world with us now, and I emphasize real representatives of all the religions of the world. And we are all to the purity of knowledge that our prophets brought. We are for the truth, and we are talking about it now. We realize that consciousness will show that we are trying to move beyond religion. No, we are trying to clear the water from the sand. We are for the purity of the knowledge that the messengers brought. Why were religions divided? We understand that all disputes in religion, all divisions of today are because of our wallets and power over us. But what united all of us today, the representations and the representatives of religions of the world and atheists who are, by the way, numerous among us. Or is it? Or is it that some just prefer their own spiritual privacy, meaning it's nobody's business? We're all united by the truth and the truth brought by messengers of God. And this truth is shared even by atheists because it is consistent with everyone's inner understanding. All normal, healthy people feel it. We feel it. We know it. We cannot deny religions because they are built on that knowledge, on the truth that God's messengers brought, that truth that makes us free. And this was unprophesied to those who created religions, and they removed in order to have power over us. And we are now saying that the messengers of God said that there shouldn't be one man's authority over another. Would a father exalt one child by belittling another? What kind of father is that? No, that is our desire, which is forced upon us by our own consciousness. And what is our consciousness? It is the devil, who is said to be closer than the cervical artery. It's a Satan, and there's no getting away from him. He will always stand on the spiritual path. This truth and this simplicity was spoken by the prophets, and we are talking about it now. The most important thing the prophets spoke about is what will happen to you after physical death. And the most important thing is you can only change that while you are alive. Afterwards, it will be what will be. When you walk through the supermarket, there is always a cash register at the exit. And that the death of the physical body is that cash register.
Thank you very much, Leslie. These are very important words. And our next speaker, candidate of psychological sciences, philosopher, writer, member of the coordinating council of the Zoroastrian community, Vladimir Olegovich Pogudin, will tell us that Zoroastrianism also preserved knowledge about the personality and its lifetime choice, just like the first Christians. Vladimir Olegovich, the floor is yours.
Добрый день, здравствуйте.
Good afternoon, greetings. My name is Vladimir Olegovich Pogudin, and I am a member of the Coordination Council of the Moscow Zoroastrian community. The one who should actually draw conclusions within a person is, strictly speaking, a person, I mean his spirit, Fravashi, precisely this particle of God's body on which all other human shells accrete, not even put on, but all other human shells accrete. As a matter of fact, Fravashi is translated from Avestan as the one who chooses, the one who selects, and sometimes it is translated as the one who swears an oath, but more correctly will be the one who chooses. However, the thing is that, unfortunately, a person perceives himself and identifies himself with some lower bodies, and actually not with this supreme one. Every day, the vast majority of people are not aware of this spirit in themselves. It seems that maybe it should be this way. This consciousness, this choice, should be made not consciously, but from the spirit. When we delve into ourselves and act not out of profit, benefits, or someone else's instructions, but driven by our soul, or more correctly, the spirit. Yes. Unfortunately, a person most often perceives himself as this personality, which is a complicated, complex thing, and not only his, because the spirit is purely mine, the soul is purely mine, which is immersed in a certain time and in a certain place. Consciousness already correlates with that place somehow, and certain changes begin. I accept feelings, thoughts, other people's lives, and based on all this, my personality is formed as well as my character. That's when we say, I have such and such character. But it's not your character. It's your character plus what you've taken from other people, what you've been taught, what you've gained by talking to other people, some psychological and some other traumas. And unfortunately, in most cases, a person identifies himself with this, not with his true personality, but with this false psychological personality. Accordingly, if he identifies himself this way, by this he makes a choice, and that is why it results in a lot of mistakes. And for that not to happen, a person has to rise within himself, freeing himself from separating what's his own from what he receives from outside, from what somebody taught him, or from the fact that somebody hit him or somebody patted him on his head. All this forms his character. So to come to the truth, I have to rise above all that, then to rise above my consciousness, to rise to my soul. And the soul already directly correlates with the spirit, and that's when the choice is always right. among all living beings, plants and animals, only a human being is endowed with free will. Although regarding the spirit, Fravashi, in Zoroastrianism, it is said, in Avesta, it is said, that both animals and plants have the spirit. And the spirit is the same cell of God, meaning the same cell of God's body. The only thing that distinguishes a human being from plants and animals is free will, and because of this free will, a human body and mind develop in a special way, not like those of animals, not like those of plants.
Thank you, Vladimir Pogurin, for your participation and your experience, your knowledge. How actually joyful it is to see different scientists, religious scholars, psychologists, psychiatrists, doctors, eyewitnesses, and specialists of other specialities contributing to the understanding of the truth, of one truth. This conference has changed a lot. And thanks to it, we have this clear understanding of one truth. And many things come into their own place. And I would like to remind to our viewers that we are currently live. And we are broadcasting our stream to many platforms on social networks, in video hostings. And we are translating this conference to more than 50 languages. And I would also like to announce that each topic of this conference will be dealt in depth on the round tables. And I would like to announce also that tomorrow we'll have the first round table, which take place at 3 p.m. Greenwich time. And now I would like to pass the floor to our next speaker, Mohinur Askralieva.
Hello, I am Mohinur, and I'd like to thank everyone who has helped and are helping right now to illustrate the importance of today's topic, life after death. When you have no idea about what is going to happen to you after you die, whatever you call as the meaning of your life actually turns into a huge lie to yourself. So let us face the truth today. Participants of the conference have already brought a lot of information pointing out the fact that from ancient times, people knew that a human being consists of soul, personality, and consciousness. And now I'd like to tell you how it is reflected in Chinese culture. So, ancient Chinese generally believed that the individual human life consists of a spiritual part and a bodily part. In other words, according to Chinese beliefs, human beings consist of multiple souls. The body is governed by a soul called Po, and the spiritual part is governed by a soul called Hun. The physical body relies for its existence on food and drink produced by the earth. But on the other hand, the spirit depends for its existence on the invisible life force called Qi, which comes into the body from heaven. So let us take a closer look on what Hun and Po mean. Every living human has both a spiritual ethereal soul which leaves the body after death, and also a corporeal substantive soul which remains with the corpse of the deceased. Po, vegetative or animal soul, which accounts for growth, physiological functions, and instincts. So according to these descriptions, we see that Po stands for primary consciousness. It regulates bodily processes. It is born with the body and dies with the body too. Well, on the other hand, Hun is spiritual soul. It does not relate to the body, but only relates to spirit. When the body dies, it separates from it and it attends to the afterlife. So we see that Hun stands for human personality, that is not materialistic at all and is connected to the life force coming from the spiritual world. Let us take a closer look at the hieroglyphical construction of Hun, spirit or personality. Well, it contains this key radical yun And initially, on the ancient oracle bone script, the character Yun used to be written as a clockwise spiral, as we know in ancient cultures, and moreover, as it's written in Alatra book as well, the clockwise spiral indicates positive creative power. This is the power which personality has, and the power which comes from the soul. So it is no wonder that we find this character of spiral in Hanzi of Hun, that means spirit or personality. However, it is really interesting to mention that later in the Han Dynasty, the initial character was changed into the one with the counterclockwise spiral, indicating destructive power. Well, there are a couple of words in Chinese language which have the meaning of soul, and all of them have the same Hun hieroglyph in them. Well, they are Ling Hun, that means spirit soul, or Zhu Hun, that means God soul, or Tian Hun, that means heavenly soul. This ethereal soul is immortal. It belongs to the spiritual world. So, as far as we have found, Lin Huan corresponds to the notion of soul as it is, a portal of the spiritual world, and it does not disappear or die. Well, what happens to Hun and Po soul after a person dies? Po soul goes with corpse and dies with it, and Hun soul leaves the body and obtains afterlife death. It can go to heaven. So Hun I and Po I are parts of living beings during this life. And after the death of the body, when Po dies, the human soul may turn either into Gui, that means ghost, demon, or devil, or into Shen, that means spirit or God. Shen means the highest spiritual substance that a person can awake in himself during this life. Often through certain psychomeditative exercises, Shen also means God. As far as I understood, Shen embodies the concept of personality, becoming an eternal spiritual being, an angel, the part of the God, part of spiritual world. And it is reflected in Chinese culture that to become a Shen is the biggest gift and honor for a person to attain in this life. Also, of course, I need to say that a lot of misinterpretations happen on the way of using this word, Shen. And we can see examples when it was stated that in order to become a Shen, you need to have an altar or a statue of yourself on earth somewhere, so that people could commemorate you and honor you. And in this case, a person would be considered to be Shen. But now I realize that this example relates to subpersonalities, not to spiritual beings, not at all. Because when a person reaches spiritual immortality, he does not need anyone to commemorate him. He will not even be aware of it, because he is in the realm of God, eternal love, and has no more bounds to earth. So, and here we go to this point, that the one who seeks for all this commemoration is actually subpersonality, the term for which is Gui. People who in their lives didn't cultivate internal spiritual bounds, and who multiplied evil thoughts and deeds become Gui after death. Gui is always hungry, and they want people to feed them with their attention. So, let me sum it up. In China, there is a clear concept showing that a human has a soul, which is Lin Hui, and personality, which is Huan, and primary consciousness, which is Po. And after the body dies, the animalistic spirit also dies. That is Po. Huan personality is the one who obtains afterlife destiny in the afterlife. in the afterlife, a person can become either Shen, a spiritual being, or Gui, a ghost. So it is only up to us to choose what to become. And we're making this choice right now while we're alive. That is why our life is extremely precious, because it gives us a chance to become an eternal spiritual being. And that is why it is so important to know about it. This conference is highly important so that all people around the world could learn about it, could learn about what really is waiting for them in the afterlife. Well, thank you very much for your attention, guys. Thank you.
"死后生，虚构与事实。我们什么时候知道来世？人的生命有什么重要的？我们都是有灵魂的生物。还是一个有心脏的肉体。
Let's raise our voice together to make the truth highlighted. Let's choose what really matters and make the future brightened. We've seen so many fictions on what we are to face. It's our own decision. We create our fate.
我们需要相聚，为了寻找答案，确定真实路径，如何达到心安。
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mahinur. And now, just now, we have known that in Islam, in Quran, we may find the information, the mentions about the reincarnation of the soul. Also, we have known that the first Christians also know about it, the afterlife faith, and the importance of the choice, and if this choice is not made, what will be the next. And for this knowledge, first Christians had punishment, and they were spent. This was the information, the words of the Jesus Christ, and we have seen that in Chinese culture there are information about the choice that had to be taken during the lifetime. And next, even more incredible information is waiting for us. So please stay with us. It will be very interesting.
You are watching an international online conference, Life After Death, Fiction and Facts, that is being simultaneously translated into 50 languages, including sign language. Stay tuned. In this blog, we will talk about what is DID, Dissociative identity disorder. Is DID a mental disorder? Do modern therapies help patients with DID? What was really happening to Billy Milligan and Chris Sizemore, known as Eve White and Eve Black? What conclusions have scientists come to after examining CT scans of patients with DID? Childhood, psychiatric trauma, and DID. What is the connection? Can the brain remember past lives? What do Edgar Cayce, Pythagoras, Socrates, and Vernadsky have in common? Were their talents their benefit or their misery? What patients feel when they suffer a brain stroke, and why can't science explain their experiences? Subpersonalities, their hunger and their targets. What energy they use to exist? Are conscious rebirth a myth? Write your comments and questions in a live chat. Stay with us and let's discuss these important topics. In psychiatry, there is such a phenomenon as DID, dissociative identity disorder. It was previously called multiple personality disorder. It looks like several different people, or alters as they are called, manifesting themselves spontaneously in the same body. What kind of phenomenon could this be, and how to explain that in the body of one person emerge different people with their own unique biography, character, habits, talents, experiences, skills, different age, gender, in different state of health? This has generated a heated scientific discussion with a mass of assumptions and theories up to the complete denial of this disorder. The frequency of the disease is growing by geometric progression now. And in addition, then alters switch from one to another. They lose their memory. Our next speaker is Eugenie Beregovoy, candidate of medical sciences, traumatologist, orthopedist. Eugenie, could you please tell us more about this phenomenon?
Здравствуйте, друзья! Почему считаем важным рассказать об этом феномене? Во-первых, он показывает, что человек — это не только тело. Именно это расстройство наглядно демонстрирует, что человек после смерти физического тела не умирает. И во-вторых, ДРИ является ярким свидетельством одного из вариантов посмертной судьбы человека, когда человек становится субличностью. Субличность после смерти физического тела обладает самоидентификацией, способностью мыслить и испытывать эмоции. В-третьих, этот феномен показывает, что человеческое сознание не является проявлением функции мозга, а наоборот. Мозг является передатчиком той информации, которую через него транслирует сознание. Сознание является полевой структурой, которая не исчезает после смерти человеческого тела. И самое главное, ДРИ показывает нам то, какие печальные последствия ожидает личность, если она в процессе своего временного существования здесь не достигла духовного освобождения. Данное проявление, оно известно издревле.
This manifestation is described and well known since ancient times. American psychiatrist Frank Putnam described in detail the phenomena inherent in dissociative disorder. Dissociative identity disorder is a psychiatric diagnosis listed in the Diagnostic and Statistical Handbook of Mental Disorders. We turned to many scientists, psychiatrists, with a request to help to understand what is behind this phenomenon, how people should treat it correctly, and most importantly, simply to clarify it. But we were refused. Why? After all, the problem exists. According to the official statistics, about 2% of people suffer from this disorder. It is difficult to consider this reliable information. Schizophrenia is often officially also 2%, but in fact, everyone understands that it is much more. Statistics of mental disorders, as experts themselves admit, are not kept correctly for many reasons.
As many specialists say, it's really a consideration for this awful treatment of this motel. So in this disorder is an actually protective defense mechanisms of the personality, essentially. But why does it turn everything to this psychological and mental disorder by completely destructing humans and personal life? And don't we have to get the bottom of that? And so let's get to the bottom of the general statistics. Up to 80% of young children are actually subjected to the daily violence by their parents. So essentially, the potential for development of this disorder is actually frightening for everybody. And as for today, we have the official criteria that are included into the International Statistical Classification, or ICD-10, and they are describing the following: that the existence of two or more different personalities inside of the individual human being, and only one is present at this specific time. Each of these personalities has their own specific memory, preferences, behaviors, and at the times, or either periodically, grabs complete control over the behavior of the specific individual. So there is an inability to remember an important personality information. That scale is usually superior to irregular forgetfulness. And the symptoms are not just caused by the organic or mental disorders, like epilepsy or substance user disorders, for example, born by intoxication or visceral syndrome. But what does it look like in clinical practice? Let's look at one of the most prominent and more of the in detail described and present in the media example, which is the story of William Stanley Milligan, as known as Billy Milligan. This story actually is notable that if he was arrested for commitment of robberies and rapes, there was irrefutable evidence of his actions and victims identified him. But in the course of the trial, it was proven that Billy Milligan himself did not commit any crimes, that this was done by the subpersonalities who live in his body. And he was acquitted, sent for the compulsory and mandatory treatment until recovery, but still. And some of the leading experts in forensics field, as one of the leading specialists in the area of the law and psychiatry, took part in this examination, which was psychiatrists, experienced judges, lawyers, and investigators, and everyone was extremely skeptical about such a phenomenon as a DRE, or dissociative disorder. Everybody was determined to expose the criminal. But in the end of the day, after talking to someone who was introduced to them as Billy Milligan for 4 to 5 hours, everyone was absolutely convinced that they had talked to 5, 7, 8, or even 10 different completely people. And this was not a game, and this was not a simulation, and everybody was just bedazzled. Like, how was this possible? I'd just also like to give the description of personalities obtained by testing, observation over each of the personalities in the process of the forensic and psychiatric examination, and due to the observation of the medical personnel and attending the physicians in the course of his treatment. You have to take into account that Billy himself had really didn't even finish the full school or high school, and so that suddenly he was speaking with the British accent and wonderfully knows the physics and chemistry, speaks Arabic and wears glasses, and the second moment was that he was speaking on the Serbian, Croatian language, is really strong, knows karate, knows how to actually, then he is the lesbian or a woman, then this a child, and the saxophonist or smoke, or knows how to deal with electronics. And even if just simply would read out through the short characteristics of all the personalities, then you can see how different those personalities are. and their interests, skills, and behavior aspects, and the priorities in their life. So how can you be this not talented by the genius of the artist, just to be so persuasive in so many roles? But Billy himself haven't finished the high school and didn't have the skills or education needed, and so couldn't know this many international or other languages, to play this many instruments, and to show the IQ level from the really low to really, really high. And so the fact that this manifestation of different individual personalities confirmed by data of objective studies and medical devices. So when the data of the EEG from Milligan's brain presented by to a certified EEG technician, he had no single doubt that they belong to different people, including to children. And so he was so extremely surprised that those EEG reports were taken from one person. So Dr. Frank Potman Jr., psychiatrist from National Institute for Mental Health, who had, along with many other specialists, has examined Billy, found that different personalities of the patient with polymorpho distortion of personalities has shown really different from each other, and also from the baseline personality, like the skin reflex, skin galvanic reflex, or the brain wave activity. So then similar results were taken into the Science Institute that is located in the Kentucky University, located in Hartford, and the psychiatrist Colin Pitbledo. And now I'd just like to pass the floor to Tatiana Zinchenko. Tatiana, could you please tell us more about your observations and the information that is also really important and would allow us to spread some light on this specific condition and this phenomenon?
Yes, thank you, Eugene. Indeed, the clinical manifestations of DID are surprising, amazing, and inexplicable from the standpoint of materialistic scientific paradigm, especially when we face a demonstration of alter individualities, of skills, knowledge that could not be an experience of a person with DID, which he never possessed and never trained. Over the last 20 or 30 years, there were many neurobiological studies, and the results of them are very impressive, not less impressive than clinical symptoms. The picture of the brain activity of every human, just as morphology of the brain, is like a fingerprint, absolutely unique one. And studies of the brain, when alter identities were manifested, it showed that there are various neural patterns of activation, and all available methods were used, like EEG of coherence and coordination between various regions of the brain, just simple EEG studies when various alter cells replaced each other. Also, there were PET and MRI studies on brain neuroimaging, both at rest and when various tasks were set for a person. The result was the same. A different picture with different alter identities, as if there were brains of different people. The picture, the pattern of brain activation in patients with DID during the manifestation of alter identities can be compared to what was happening when alter self was imitated by the acting of professional actors, even with complete immersion in the image according to like Stanislavski's system, and also compared to what when a person can imagine or fantasize about certain topic, or with the experience of hypnosis. Healthy control groups that modeled different alter states could not reproduce the patterns which the DID patients could. Actors activated brain structures involved in visual, mental imagery, empathy for emotions, and imitation. The results obtained do not agree with the idea that DID is caused by suggestion, imagination, fantasy, or a change in roles and mental images of oneself. In one of the studies using the functional MRI method, unique tasks were used to record the processes that occurred during the switching between alter identities. These data were obtained during 2 neuroimaging sessions, conducted several months from each other. It is very interesting. The distance between was in time, and each of these sessions showed and confirmed that basically the same areas are activated. What regions of the brain? Those were the primary sensory motor cortex, which showed that outer self, this creature or essence which actually got access to the body at that moment, it got access to motor functions and perception. Second, the nucleus accumbens from both sides. It's an important component of a brain's reward system, which indicates that the outer self, who gained control over the body and had an opportunity to manifest itself, experienced tremendous pleasure when switching to this regime, and was very hungry for it. This was a real discovery during this research. Frontal and prefrontal cortex areas associated with establishing of this control. But perhaps the most amazing was constant switching of the brain, which is very destructive for the brain, actually. When there was a study of such patients, the hippocampus activity was decreased by several percentage, and amygdala was decreased by 31%. And in other EEG study, there was a decrease of coherence and compliance between the regions of the brain in all alter identity states. Coherence, low coherence corresponds to negative emotional states. Perhaps the most stunning study was published in 2015 by scientists from Munich. A 33-year-old blind patient who was diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder was referred from a psychiatry clinic to one of the authors for psychotherapy. She had more than 10 subpersonalities or alter identities, which differed by name, age, gender, views, personal inclinations, temperament, and other qualities. The voice, gestures, and facial expressions were noticeably different. In some conditions, the patient can communicate only in English, in other states only in German, and in third states in both languages. The patient came with her guide dog, and due to her blindness, she reported that 13 years before that she was in a car accident. According to this patient, she had deterioration of eyesight, and then she became blind. At the university clinic, expert diagnosed her with cortical blindness. So the eyes were not suffering, but the cortex did not detect the signal. So all the tests carried out confirmed this, that actually no visual potentials were detected. The primary visual cortex did not respond to any stimuli other than flashes of light. She also had adverse reaction reflexes such as watery eyes, blinking, or startled reaction to glare, for example. So these are reflexes that cannot be controlled, but when certain subpersonalities are activated, her vision actually was restored, and visuals evoked potentials were also restored in the visual cortex. And this switching from blind state to normal state was within a second. As it is known, any kind of psychogenic blindness does not cancel the evoked visual potentials, so there won't be any conscious perception, or like a person will still, the cortex will still react to these reflexes, but in this case we don't see such a case. So also they can be registered even when person is under hypnosis. In criminology, the absence of visual potentials is actually a valid sign of blindness. If there are no visual potentials, it's a proof that a person that no visual information goes to the brain. Also, the restoration of visual cortex cannot be explained by neither neuroplasticity nor neurotransmission connectors, which cannot be restored within seconds. It actually takes long months and years. Scientists were perplexed and discouraged, and they actually questioned the nature of these alter identities. It became clear that this is not mental constructs, if they can provoke such an impact on the brain work. With respect to fundamental processing of early sensory information and corresponding changes in perception. The results of such above-mentioned neurobiological studies, especially the latter one, can only, like with the blind patient, can only be explained by manifestation of another consciousness that identifies itself and has knowledge, experience, skills, like a subpersonality or a person of the previous incarnation, who did not implement his potential and due to some circumstances, for example, in case of a shock injury, gained control of his body. Information carrier changes and the work of the brain also changes. And the fact that skills can be formed very quickly, we could observe this during our examination with the ACG. And now I give the floor to my colleague Evgeny. Evgeny, the floor is again yours.
Спасибо, Татьяна. Действительно, понять природу диссоциативного расстройства исключительно с позиции материализма невозможно.
It's impossible to get from the material understanding. By understanding the true nature of the person, the presence of soul, life, and personality and consciousness, and the subpersonalities around the soul, you can get to know what is this dissociative personality disorder. But what troubles us the most is that the fact is in one person there is just a few personalities, and so in other words there's a few different people living the same or possesses the same body. But what presents the identity? The personality's representation in this side of science, which is the patterns of to how to act, the behavior, level of IQ, education, the work view, mindset, and so all those changes we see in the person during this dissociative personality disorder. And so with this subpersonality of Billy Milligan has differed. And those changes, characteristics, we used to perceive as the individuality essential of the person. So let's get back to the parts of the human being, just to understand based on which those changes are happening. The body is the same. The soul is not changes. It gets to the 8th day of and never leaves the person. So that the personality of the person as the spirit doesn't go away. It's all the death of the body. So there is only the consciousness state. So the primary consciousness is connected with the body and responsible for the physical parameters of the body. And so the secondary consciousness or the intellect is the one that forms the looks alike of the person coming from the behavior and sets of patterns. The subpersonality, what it is actually is the subpersonality that was merged with the consciousness, so that the personality pays with its attention the programs of the consciousness but doesn't emote or something else, and pays for the programs of the consciousness that comes to the thoughts or pictures, and so, or by merging with the soul develops as a spiritual being, so that things, thoughts and pictures are in our head. This is the manifestation of the consciousness. By picking different thoughts, we are forming our behavior, our mindset, worldview, and understanding. When the person is merging with the consciousness, it becomes subpersonality. So everything that's left out of that, which is the stream of negative thoughts, negative memories, and negative emotions. And so among those emotions, the predominant thing is fear, aggression, and constant need for food. This is the informational program. This is why it's food as the energy coming from the soul, essentially. The coverage of what it actually is. But this is the unsatisfied program, and it always strives for more. And it's possible that if it will merge to the source of energy that is coming from the personality to the from the soul to the personality of the person, which is happening if something would merge to the personality, so that the secondary consciousness is being replaced the primary person or the personality, so that the change from the secondary consciousness, changes the outside look or self-identification of the person. So when we have the change in the programs of secondary consciousness, the changes in what we get to use to understand as a personality or identity of the person, then we see that we have the changes in the physiological and physical characteristics. And so this is happening with the primary consciousness, and the suppresses all of that, and suppresses all of that. So that the body, it has a different information program, which is yet again shows the changes in the body because of the work of the consciousness. By understanding this fact, it gets us new perspective in the healthcare and medical care development. So that one other aspect on the development of the dissociative personality disorder, we try to explain it. This is the memory loss or disorder, or that there's defense mechanisms and repressing of traumatic events. But we know that this really protects in a certain way. So in the most uncomfortable moments, the most uncomfortable memories surface up. So in this case, and no kind of memories about the periods of life the person with this dissociative disorder doesn't have. The person doesn't remember what had happened with them in this specific period of time, and this periods are from hours to years, essentially. So in the case of Billy Milligan, every time when he was waking up, he was trying to kill himself because he couldn't understand or explain why he doesn't remember anything on what he did. So then the memory is the what happened before, who I am, and what do I have to do. But as we remember and answering the question to who am I am a man, like, or a woman, or maybe an adult or a child, a French or American, married or divorced. What do I work? What do I like to do? And so we used to associate ourselves on the, like, if you go to social groups like gender, class, race, religion, profession, but all of that is really fast-changing characteristics. Even gender is not a constant characteristics right now, but I am constant. So the allocation to a specific group is not me. So in here we can see this specifically on this dissociative disorder. So somebody thinks that I am my brain, and so it has the main information about me. And so let's compare it with the fact that the memory in the brain has not been found. And with the examples that we have, that the person in the absent brain can effectively function. And if this is the same person, and depending on the situation, he gets into the new outlook just to protect themselves, and he had to remember at least something. But the core thing is that instead of the personality, that there is specific subpersonalities taking over. And with the form, like dependencies on the dependent, this life experience of understanding, and how do you have to act in this or in other situations? So the personality being siphoned away from the perception and tri-dimensional space, so they don't know what happens. So that the consciousness is this 3D glasses that we are used to have when you're trying to perceive the environment. But the personality can perceive this world directly through the feeling sensations, and so for the feelings, this is the true type of perception for the person, and you have to learn how to do so. You have to know how to develop it. And so those manifestations in one person is such a bright contrast that presents the different personalities for us. And so the only appropriate explanation that gives us the clarity sound, which is the activation of different subpersonalities. Since we have so many around, every soul around, every living in that person. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Evgeny. Let's consider another well-known story of a person with whom different personalities were manifested. Chris Sizemore, a woman from the United States. This is the first publicly documented case of what is called multiple personality disorder, or DID. On the internet, in the public domain, there is a video of the 50s where Chris's communication with her psychiatrist is recorded. The film documents the material trial confirming the manifestation of the three subpersonalities in this one woman. Chris is in the state of hypnosis, and her doctor calls on the subpersonalities of Eva Black, Eva White, and Jane. The main characteristics of the differences in behavior can be seen on the screen of these three subpersonalities at the moment of the manifestation. Next slide, please. And the same as Evgeny described and as Tatiana gave us the examples, these women are different in their behavior, their education, IQ, their likes, in the manner they speak. They're completely different people. And as in the case of Billy Milligan, so in Chris, when subpersonalities were activating, there were also changes in the body. For example, Chris herself was right-handed. Some of her subpersonalities could only draw with her left hand. One of them was completely blind, and what's interesting to note is how much consciousness deceives a person. When there was a change between subpersonalities, the physical condition changed. Diseases appear or disappear, which were confirmed by medical examination and relevant studies. This can be, they were documented, and this can be compared to the situation when a flash drive with other information is inserted, and our body begins to implement the specified parameters and function according to a third-party specified information program. Another case, really bright example of that is another case from the Chris life. Once, when the subpersonality that was called Lady Latrace was active, a strong sedative was injected. But then another subpersonality appeared. They called her Purple Lady. She didn't feel any effect from the drug. She got up, was able to get into the car and go home. That is, when one information program with its own parameters was connected, and we talked about the fact that subpersonalities are the information programs, the body reacted to these sleeping pills. Another one connected, the body reacted completely differently. Just like a computer runs a program, so the brain accepts and implements the program of consciousness that currently dominates in the human structure. This example clearly shows that consciousness is the information that controls our body. We also see that the secondary consciousness, what it is, and the primary consciousness, and that the secondary consciousness dominates the primary, and the subpersonality suppresses the personality. Yes, it sounds frightening, but without the attention of the personality, without its consent to pay for this information program with its vital energy, no program is implemented. And this is very important to know and very important to remember. Thus, we discussed how the subpersonalities manifest in a person, but what also we would like to talk about is what is the difference between the spontaneous manifestation of subpersonality in childhood and the fixed one. So, when the DID is manifested, most often the primary manifestations of this phenomenon are recorded in childhood, when the personality is not yet very strong and consciousness is just being formed, and the human is being too vulnerable to what is commonly called demons, genes, or subpersonalities. No wonder these terms, these definitions exist in religions and cultures of different countries. They are subtly material parasites who have one goal, as we discussed: access to a source of pure energy that comes from the soul of a living person. For the subpersonality, what does it mean? It's like a new life for a short-term period. Therefore, they fight for this opportunity. the state of subpersonality, just to understand, can be compared to a person dying of a thirst who receives a drop of 1 water a day, or even less, but he knows where the spring is, and his only ambition is to get to it. Chris said that before switching, her head would start to hurt a lot, her face would turn red, and then there would be a dark period, as she called. Then the personality, the subpersonality was coming to the surface, and all other ones were afraid of this dark period. They were very afraid that they might be stuck there for a long time. They were competing against each other, and she said herself that every one of them wanted to leave, and to her they were very real. And coming back to the DID, one of the main treatments for curing this conditions is hypnosis. Chris is sure that her first hypnotic therapy worsened her problems, that it seemed to consolidate the manifestation of subpersonality. She says that, "I believe that Jane was created in therapy under hypnosis, and Jane is one of those 3 subpersonalities that I talked earlier." And I wanted to pay attention to that, to draw your attention to that. Regressive hypnosis is one of the main methods in working with DID currently. What does it contribute to? As we can see, it contributes to activation of a new subpersonality. And as a result, after the treatment, Chris had 22 subpersonalities that switched on and off spontaneously. Can you just imagine the state of a living person and the therapy that it worsens her state? And if we direct to the statistics, the DID disorders increase spontaneously. And initially, scientists called this phenomenon multiple personality disorder, thus confirming that they observed the manifestation of different alter egos, alter personalities, or subpersonalities. But then the name was changed to dissociative identity disorder. Today, psychiatry sees alternative personalities as fragments of the one, like a mirror broken into fragments. Based on this, the goal of treatment is the integration, unification of different parts of the personality into a single whole. But obviously, this is absurd, regarding to the fact that everything that we discussed today. How can you integrate foreign information programs that also compete with each other? And in fact, all the medical staff who work with these patients feed their attention into this treatment. They spend their attention to feed these programs, and they're harming both themselves and the patients as well, because the attention and the personality, the one who transmits the attention, right, is the highest value, this life energy. And when we direct it into the dead, and the subpersonalities are dead, they're always hungry programs, we pay our attention to the dead. But if we direct it to life, to love, to God, to good things, then we basically gain life. And also, I wanted to talk about in what conditions the subpersonalities basically dominate over the personality. Faced with the fear, being in the absence of love, a small person or an adult, but with an undeveloped personality, searches in his mind for rooms where he tries to hide to avoid violence. At this moment, he is full of hatred, fear, and basically he is searching and looking for patronage. And this way, he is opening up to subpersonalities. And in case of Seismo, it happened this way. Chris was witnessed actually 3 terrible accidents that provoked her into fear, and that this could happen to her as well. And let's think of our consumer society. When a person is faced with difficult situations, who can he turn to within himself? First of all, to the one that he is used to images, thoughts, fantasies. That is to consciousness. And consciousness is an information program that is aggressive towards a person. And person is simply a source of food for it. And we talked a lot about it today. And this program needs energy, otherwise it doesn't function. And the question may arise, why does a person turn to consciousness, not to God, not to the spiritual world? And who taught this child to turn to God in our society? Who explained that God is love? Who is engaged in personal development, strengthening the position of the individual in our consumer society? We see that our situation currently, this is why we gathered here today, that the consumer society, in the consumer society, fundamental knowledge is replaced and hidden. And because there is no knowledge of who a person is and what is the role, what is his goal, what is his after-death fate, what does it play in the life of the person? Because of the lack of this knowledge, as a result, we see wars and violence. And therefore, it is so important that there should be no manipulation, that there should be a society where true knowledge will be available to everyone, every person, where the society will live by this knowledge and these understandings. Thank you so much.
That was my first experience of researching past life. I found a hypnotherapist, and he wrote a book in which he introduced a Japanese woman who went back to her so-called past life in a Nepal village, small Nepal village, and gave some, the names, her name, her son's name, daughter's name, and so on. And the therapist asked her, could you speak in your own language, Nepali? And she spoke 2 small sentences. These are the data the woman talked in the first session. I brought those data to Nepali researchers who were in my university at that time. They all said that, oh, they're Nepali. So, wow, it's a great, discovery, I thought. So I asked the therapist and the woman, could it not be possible for you to have another session, and whether, the Nepali personality would come or not, to check. We had a session on this date, 2009, May 9, and then she was successfully regressed to that personality named Ratalaju. She's a native Nepali speaker. Okay, and this is the woman. And the conversation in Nepali lasted for about 24 minutes. But it's not a conversation like, this, since she's in hypnotic state, it's like, what is your name? My name is actually Mero Nam Ratarashu or something like that. Anyway, that conversation lasted for 24 minutes. So I analyzed whether the conversation was really, held, whether they were good exchanges or not. I think I could say this much percentage of the whole conversation was appropriate. So it's certain that she could speak some Nepali. And also in a conversation, for example, you can pretend that you understand the language you don't know by just repeating what you have just said. For example, some say, are you Japanese? And even if I don't know the word Japanese, I can say Japanese. Then you might be fooled and think that I understand the language. So I checked how many words the participant said first before the hearing the language spoken by the native speaker. And at least these 20 words were spoken first by the woman. That means that she at least knew these words. But of course, if she had learned Nepali, then nothing special, nothing paranormal is happening. So I checked in 3 ways. First, I asked the woman and her husband to write a declaration, kind of, and ask them to, put the seal. This is, very important in Japan. And I asked this person, Arasuna Masana, he was a special researcher. He's a former police officer who checked 8,000 people by using this lie detecting machine, and asked him to check whether the woman really didn't know Nepali and so on. His judgment is the subject does not know these Nepali words, so it seems that she doesn't know any Nepali. Now, how about the content of her speech, her conversation? These are what she said. Her name was Rataraju, and the wife's name, son's name, daughter's name, father's name, tribe's name. This is important. He said that his tribe is Tamang, and the village is Nalu, and his occupation, village chief, and died at the age of 78. We made a considerable effort to find the village, but anyway, we could finally find the village Nalu, which is in this part of Nepal. And most of the people there are Tamangs, as the lady said. And judging from the content of her speech, her talk, she lived sometime between 1768 and 1958. So I went to the village and, did some research. These are some pictures. There are 2 very interesting findings. One was that, about the funeral. The woman said that something like when people died, he or she is cremated and went to Himalaya or something like that. And all the Nepali people I consulted said that didn't make sense. They don't understand what, that woman said. But in that village, this is the former chief of the village. When people die, we take them to the mountain where we can see the Himalaya, and the bodies are faced to the direction of the Himalaya to be cremated. So it seems, this is what the woman meant. And the second very interesting thing is about the numeration. She said she died at the age of 8 and 70. This way of counting numbers can be seen, for example, in German or some other languages, but not in Nepali. So again, the Nepali speakers all said, this part was quite unnatural, so strange. But in the village, this is the oldest man in that village. And when I asked him how old he is, he said 3 and 100. So this is, quite similar to 8 and 70. And the village chief said that this is a very old way of counting numbers. So nobody now, use that way, this, only the very, very old man over 100 maybe. At least I think, that I found the third example of cases in which people regressed by hypnotherapy could speak some unknown languages. Okay, and the first one was, and these two were reported by Ian Stevenson, and ours is the third.
Professor Ohado Masayuki, thank you for these very, very interesting thoughts. Professor Masayuki is a PhD graduate at School of Global Humanics, General Education Faculty at Chubu University. And Professor Masayuki is interested and has been working on various paranormal phenomena, especially children with past life memories recalled under hypnosis, near-death experiences, survival of consciousness after death. And now the knowledge of these paranormal phenomena affects our way of life. Here is an example that clearly shows the destruction of myths. The reality is that you are not surrounded by pretty girls or cute little bunnies eating carrots. It's not like that at all. And that's what we need to know. And that's why we are here today. It may be harsh and difficult for the mind to grasp, but it's the truth we need to know. As long as we have a choice, as long as we are here, we can change things. 1,000 years have passed, and this is the first time we have gathered to talk about this openly, without intermediaries or ideas imposed on us. We study what concerns each of us, share our experiences, share what we have learned, and see the truth. For the first time, we see the truth. That is a massive breakthrough for all humanity, because there are no more important questions than the ones we are discussing today. This is the most critical question that we are getting an answer to today. There's heaven in us, and there's hell in us. Thanks so much for that. And now, let's watch an interview with John McGloin.
Hello, everybody. Thank you. Now we will tell you that such famous personalities as Socrates, Pythagoras, Vernadsky, and Edgar Cayce were not just talented, but had unusual assistants. Imagine they were helped by subpersonalities. Let's look at these examples and see how subpersonalities affected their lives and what role they played in the after-death fate of these people. Let's start with the world-famous Greek philosopher Socrates. He once explained that a mysterious spirit, a demon, a genius, helped him to build a chain of consecutive inferences leading to the right conclusions. In the works of his students, it is said that the teacher had some voice that he listened to. The voice gave instructions, predictions, and even helped Socrates' friends with practical advice. Socrates himself said the voice came to him when he was a child. It always forbids but never commands me to do anything, which I am going to do. This is what deters me from being a politician, he said. And indeed, as we can see from history, the voice constantly prompted him, advised him, protected him, and once even saved him from certain death by showing him the right way. But let's take a look at the hard truth. At the most crucial moment, the voice failed Socrates. Socrates said at the trial, the voice did not stop him. He did not stop him until the last moment, until he lost the trial. As we know, this loss cost Socrates his life. One of the main doctrines of the Pythagorean teaching was metempsychosis, which is the belief that the soul is immortal and is transferred into a new body after death. In the works of Lamblicius and Papyrus, it is said that Pythagoras had knowledge of his past lives. Besides this, he also reminded people who came to him of their past lives. Pythagoras was very proud of his gift of remembering all lives. That is, he not only addressed his own subpersonalities, but also pushed others towards this communication. Another famous example is Soviet scientist Vladimir Vernadsky, who said that the demon of Socrates lives in him. Interestingly, before one remarkable event, Vernadsky rated himself a middle-level scientist. But everything changed during his illness, when a voice appeared in his head, after the appearance of which he changed and he began to see himself as a genius capable of turning the scientific world around. This is, we again trace the voice that calls for great things. The story of Edgar Cayce is also similar to that of Socrates. He also heard voices as a child and could not understand where they were coming from. These voices were with him throughout his life. Cayce not only predicted the future, but also talked about how important it is to be a good citizen, a neighbor, to create and not to destroy. That is essentially good things. But when it came to the questions of contacts with the dead, here the true essence of the subpersonalities revealed itself. Through Cayce, it said that you need to remember the dead, take care of them, and the like. And as we know from the information previously mentioned, the prophets were against communication with the dead, but the voices told Cayce otherwise, and he insisted that the higher powers say that you must feed the dead. It is also interesting that as a child, Edgar only had to sleep with a book under his head to know it from cover to cover. But in reality, it is just the work of subpersonalities in a person. Cayce himself did not realize that at night his subpersonalities studied instead of him. From the outside, it looked as if he himself got up and read these books. And all of this information becomes a lot clearer thanks to this conference. And I'm really appreciative of all the puzzle pieces being put together thanks to this conference. So, of course now the names of these people and their images are familiar to many of us. But we see that, in fact, these are not the merits of these people themselves, but of their active subpersonalities. And where are these people now? After the death of the physical body, are they with God or are they in hell in religious terms? They have also become subpersonalities, and they are now in one of us. And what is remarkable is that the more these people were drawn into dialogues with subpersonalities, the more they tried to leave a memory of themselves, to fix their names and their images, and to make sure that they were remembered. And they succeeded. The question is why? So we can feed them, so that we learn about them in schools, so that we see their images and know their names, and often remember them. Some of us have the opportunity to become as famous as Socrates or Vernadsky and the like by becoming outstanding individuals. But are they only individuals or subpersonalities? That's the question. The key moment, in fact, when a person is selfish and his pride and his sense of fame and importance are his dominant desires, this becomes the trigger for the active manifestation of subpersonality. Paying attention to this, a person strengthens the position of such a subpersonality, and it lives his life instead of him, and brings this person to the point when he becomes a subpersonality as well.
Thank you, John.
Thank
As
you.
Leslie mentioned today, there is always a price to pay, right?
Yes.
And today, because of the numerous realities introduced at the meeting, we have, as of now, bluntly seen that hellfire for a man is nothing else except for a condition of a subpersonality. And this data is likewise acquired in numerous antiquated lessons, specifically in Zoroastrianism as well. And I would like to introduce again our precious speaker, Mr. Pagadin, the representative of Zoroastrian group of people, community, and he will discuss the idea of loneliness in hell.
This is the place I was talking about. The point was precisely this. I'm alone here, and every soul has an impression of being alone here. It's such a poetic image, why I have actually mentioned this, which shows that no one can help a person there. You have brought yourself to this place, and you, only you, bear responsibility for that. And no one can help, no one can share it with you, and no one can take it from you. As long as we're on earth, we can take responsibility for one another. Whether this is right or wrong is another question, but we have this possibility. After physical death, this possibility disappears, and each person is responsible for his own actions, not in the sense that someone punishes him, but in the sense that he himself gets out of that very cold and stinking swamp in which he finds himself, and no one can help. The sense of being constrained in such state is described there is a constraint of the will. A person is accustomed to using his free will here on earth. Well, if not using it, then at least feel having it, and being there in hell. A person deprived of this free will feels squeezed, crammed into some narrow space, and completely alone, because no one can help. There is no shoulder to cry on, and no one to turn to. You have to walk this path yourself.
Mr. Pagadin, thank you. Yeah. And once we realize that all the fairy tales about being in hell in large groups of people, socializing, encountering someone, they are all fantasies. Whereas the real hell is total loneliness and despair. And this information may come as a shock, but we carry hell within us. There is hell in each of us. Hell is not some kind of place. It's a state of subpersonality as we discussed today. But there is also heaven within each of us. So the choice is ours. And the description of what a person experiences in hell is also contained in Christian texts. Specifically, it says that after a person dies, he cannot change his afterlife fate in any way. What he gets is the consequences of his deeds during his life. And beyond the death line, you cannot change anything. Our next speaker is Andrew Lutsenko, pastor of Evangelical Christian Baptist Church. Mr. Lutsenko, please tell us how this knowledge is expressed in Christianity.
I would like to read the Word of God written in the Holy Gospel of Luke, chapter 16, verses 19 to 31. These are the words of Jesus Christ. There was a rich man who was dressed in purple and fine linen and lived in luxury every day. At his gate was laid a beggar named Lazarus, covered with sores and longing to eat what fell from the rich man's table. Even the dogs came and licked his sores. The time came when the beggar died, and the angels carried him to Abraham's side. The rich man also died and was buried. In Hades, where he was in torment, he looked up and saw Abraham far away, with Lazarus by his side. So he called to him, "Father Abraham, have pity on me, and send Lazarus to dip the tip of his finger in water and cool my tongue, because I am in agony in this fire." But Abraham replied, "Son, remember that in your lifetime you received your good things, while Lazarus received bad things. But now he is comforted here, and you are in agony. And besides all this, between us and you a great chasm has been set in place, so that those who want to go from here to you cannot, nor can anyone cross over from there to us." He answered, "Then I beg you, Father, send Lazarus to my family, for I have 5 brothers. Let him warn them, so that they will not also come to this place of torment." Abraham replied, "They have Moses and the prophets. Let them listen to them." "No, Father Abraham," he said, "but if someone from the dead goes to them, they will repent." He said to him, "If they do not listen to Moses and the prophets, they will not be convinced, even if someone rises from the dead." This story was written by Jesus Christ. Some people say it's a parable. It doesn't say it's a parable. It's a true story. And when he got there, he may have had communication, but that communication was at a very great distance. He saw him far away. It doesn't say whether someone was or wasn't next to him. He was alone, so to say, in solitary confinement, or there were many sufferers like him. This is not mentioned. I think that after the suffering that befell them, they can't pay attention to others anymore. You know, that's why they ended up in hell, because they probably never paid attention to others. They were only looking for their own goal, only for their own benefit. So it's hard for us to say, a person is one-on-one. Yes, one-on-one in hell. One-on-one. Heaven, that's where it feels good. And today, a person freely chooses eternity, either heaven or hell. That is, by listening to God, by listening to the Savior Jesus Christ, by accepting and believing Him, one accepts salvation. Specifically, yes, the question is there no longer a chance for a person to change his afterlife destiny? Well, it says right here in the verse 26, "And besides all this, between us and you a great chasm has been set in place, so that those who want to go from here to you cannot, nor can anyone cross over from there to us." Abraham had a bit of humor. They can't go from heaven to hell, they don't go there. Probably no one wants to go there, but he told the bitter truth. that they can't cross over from there either. There's only one chance. If a person gets there, that's it. There's no way back. That is why it is very important, very necessary. God willing, we will make the right decision and choice.
Thank you, Mr. Lutsenko. Thank you. And continuing to dispel the myths that hell is some kind of a place where everyone hangs out, let's listen to our next speaker, Jonathan Rivat, who will provide some concrete examples and descriptions of hell, the state of personality, subpersonality, which has been also described in different ancient traditions and knowledge. And beyond the death line, you cannot change anything. What is awaiting us? Let's check what people from the past left for us.
Thank you. The eternal question of hell and what happens in it has been worrying people from time immemorial. There are a lot of different descriptions in literature of this topic. And today I would like to consider how hell and its inhabitants are described in mythology and in religion. In all of them, one can trace the same point of loneliness and suffering of the disease who goes to hell after the death of his body. To begin with, let's take a look at a characteristic of hell in mythology. The mystical counterpart of hell has a similar structure and purpose. Let's take a look at two classical examples, Hades among the ancient Greeks and Helheim among the Germanic and Scandinavian tribes. Both are divided into several levels and separated from the rest of the dimension by the river. The kingdom is usually guarded by some terrible beast, so it is impossible for a living person to get there, and no one was able to get out of there. Both realms are gloomy, foggy, and dark. In these works, it is said that those sinners go there who are doomed to loneliness, depression, anxiety, and melancholy. The worst thing is that no one can help them to get out of there. Let's now look at the religions of the world and what is written there. Let's turn to Christianity first. In the book Lives of the Saints Russian Orthodox Church, the Venerable Macarius, the Great of Egypt, the conversation between Macarius and a skull in the desert is described. In this episode, Macarius asks the skull about the torments of the dead. The skull replies to him that we are sitting in a great fire, scorched by from everywhere, from head to toes. At that, we cannot see each other's faces, and to the question of whether there are yet more fearsome torments, the skull answered him, "Down below us are located those which did know the name of God, but spurned him and keep not his commandment. They endure yet more grievous torments." St. John Chrysostom, well known in Christianity, said that having descended to hell where no one can confess and from where no one will free us, one will already have to be in oppression, indeed darkness, in a complete absence of the comforters, endures endless punishment, and to be unburnable food for the all-devouring flame. As we see in Christianity, there are clear indications that a person remains alone after death and is subject to scorching torments, which directly refers to the heat of the soul, which a subpersonality experiences. Also, according to the ancient religion of Zoroastrianism, there is no company in hell, and the subpersonality is completely alone there. The Baha'i Divine Comedy says that hell is a cramped place where everyone thinks he is alone, and 3 days and 3 nights seems like an eternity there. There also mentions that the dead stand as close as ear to eye, but no one hear or see each other. In Buddhism, there is such a concept as Arubada, Naraka, the hell of blisters. Surrounded by cold mountains, creatures are in the dark frozen valley, continually swept by sunstorm and blizzards. The inhabitants are naked and alone. And in Buddhism, there are indications that the inhabitants of hell are lonely. In Islam, some ayats say that a hard fate awaits sinners in the form of eternal torments and suffering. They are destined of boiling drinks in the fire of Gehenna. Exit from that state, it's not possible. But one ayat particularly interests me, and it said this: "Now you have come to us alone just as we created you the first time, leaving behind all that we had bestowed upon you. We do not see with your intercessor, whom you claim to be associated. Now all of your ties have been severed, and all of your claims have failed you." Quran Surah 694. This ayah said that a person himself leaves behind him what God gave him at birth, and there is no one to protect him nor help him. And this phrase, now you have come to us alone, indicates that a person on the other side is alone. The concept of not only heaven, but also hell has been substituted in society. People think that even if they go to hell, they will meet their dearest relatives, friends, acquaintances, or sinners like them. And together, it's not so scary. But in reality, hell is not a continuation of earthly life in worse conditions. And it is not a place where people are gathered and suffer together. But it is a state where everyone is left alone with their anguish and suffering, which has accumulated during his life, and is forever to complete loneliness, deprived of sleep for many thousands of years. It is your choice whether to believe in hell or not, but you must be warned of what subpersonalities feel, and the choice is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. And I would like to start with, again, expressing immense gratitude to every single speaker, to everything what is happening today. It's just so amazing. It's so educational. I'm a physician, but I am learning from each of you. As the conference continues, it's just like you're getting the bigger picture of everything what is happening. And all of this is actually possible because of ALLATRA, International Public Movement. And I'm so blessed to be part of it, and I'm so immensely grateful for it. And in continuation of our theme, how actually subpersonality feels, because we have heard very interesting information from the scientific standpoint from our esteemed colleagues, psychiatrists, and I hope they're all there watching, because this is very important information for everybody. So how is subpersonality actually feeling? It can be compared to people who, for some reason, found themselves immobilized in their own body. And this can happen due to different reasons: injury, stroke, tumors, infections, coma, or so-called locked-in syndrome. also known as pseudocoma. Locked-in syndrome is actually a very rare neurological disorder, which is characterized by complete paralysis of all muscles except the muscles that control eye movements. It is usually caused by a brainstem lesion. Can you imagine? Suddenly, a person wakes up and finds himself immobilized. He can't move, he can't say anything, he can only move his eyes up and down. He cannot convey what is happening to him. And the horror he experiences when he's suddenly in his own body, alone with his thoughts. Distressingly, recent studies have reported the diagnosis of LIS, on average, takes 2.5 months, so nobody notices that patient's actually awake. It's usually the family who first notices, not the physician. In some cases, it took 4 to 6 years before they realized that the patient is actually conscious. There is a lot of testimonials out there of patients who experience LIS and these terrifying states, and I would actually like to read one of them to you in order to say it precisely, because I think it just speaks for itself. It is a testimony of a 14-year-old boy. Have you ever buried yourself up to your neck in sand? If so, you know what it's like to feel the cold sand on your skin, but not be able to move. That's what happened to me. I couldn't move and felt completely frozen from head to toe. 1,000 sharp needles were piercing my flesh. From my bunk, I could see 2 people at some distance doing something. At first, I couldn't make out what it was, but when I did, it sent a chill down my spine. I saw a dead body that had been wrapped with ointments, and I realized that I was next. They wanted to freeze me alive, of course, because they thought I was already dead, and it really seemed that way, since I couldn't move a single muscle. How could I convince them otherwise? I couldn't do anything at all, not even the slightest movement, though I tried my best. My body wouldn't listen to me. Zero. Panic rose inside of me, and I desperately tried to scream, but my mouth would not open. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't pull my teeth apart a millimeter. I realized that I was completely helpless in the face of this situation. I began to cry bitterly, and thick tears gushed down from my eyes. Anyways, it was bitter, but I couldn't let out more than a pathetic growl. Delusions, hallucinations, and impaired perception of surroundings can be quite common after one awakens from an induced coma. I was actually lying on a mattress in a small room. I wanted to sit up to greet my mother, but in that moment, the next shock hit me. The part of the dream where my body has stopped obeying my commands was obviously still happening. My limbs were as heavy as lead, and it felt like they were no longer part of me. Terrified, I tried to determine it may be I was dreaming after all. It couldn't be, could it? What if it was? I didn't know anything else. My mother was standing in front of my bed, and she took another step toward me. But then I looked straight into her eyes, and I was amazed. All I saw was deep sorrow, immense pain, and great suffering. I still remember how her voice trembled when she said, "No one can say for sure if everything is going to be all right. I'll be honest, it doesn't look good." Those words hit me harder than any punch in the face. It made my throat tight, and I couldn't breathe. And hot tears came to my eyes, causing me to start crying again. There are no words in this world that can describe how I felt. The feeling of loneliness worsened during the following time because I could not communicate in any way with the outside world. I felt trapped behind 5 feet of glass, isolated from the rest of humanity, locked in my body, alone with my thoughts, trapped in my own small, sad, and abandoned world. Life was passing me by, and it didn't matter whether I participated in it or not. So as you can hear for yourself, this is a real story. And in this story, there is no bright light with a tunnel, no angels, no grace, but only terrible torment, more like a state of hell. And this is really their reality. And it is a very scary experience, but it makes you think. And why did we talk about this experience? It is because we wanted to give you at least some understanding of what a person experiences when he or she becomes a subpersonality. There is no body, the feeling of oneself remains, the understanding that I am remains, and there remains a continuous stream of thoughts, images, memories. That what each person considered to be an integral part of himself all his life. But suddenly it turns out that being alone with these images and thoughts is incredibly painful. And maybe some of you say, of course, how can there be joyful thoughts in such a state? Only one who has never observed his thoughts would say that. Observe yourself, your mood, your state. How often and how long have you been truly happy, joyful, and calm in your life? And you will see that in reality it is very little, not much more than these people who find themselves paralyzed in their own bodies. Mood is an emotion, and emotion is a consequence of the thoughts that dominate in our heads, and most of the time they are negative. The state of subpersonality is even more excruciating because those people realize they have lost a real chance to gain eternal life. They realize what they have traded this chance for and despair from the impossibility of changing anything, the realization of the inevitable death, immersed in a stream of negative thoughts and emotions, turns their state into hell. Because hell is a state that a person accumulates during his entire life, if he lives under the dictation of his consciousness. Because real life is something that never ends. This is a state of love. This is a state of happiness. And all the prophets talked about this. Jesus talked about this. They talked about the fact that each person during earthly experiences, during earthly existence, actually chooses his after-death destiny. And they accumulate this state of hell or heaven during life. So the chance to make a choice is only during our life. Thank you so much. And now I would like to pass the word to Robert.
Yeah. Thank you, Gabika. Greetings, everybody. And these were very truthful words. Now let's have a look at Buddhism. Buddhism, one of the teachings that appears to have been most altered and twisted from the original teachings of the Buddha. Buddha didn't say that there is no God, there is just consciousness, we should develop it, we should attain peace. Buddha, if we translate it into the language of Christianity, is an angel, a conscious angel who stayed in this world to serve, meaning he could have left at the moment when this enlightenment came upon him. In other words, he could have easily gone to the spiritual world, yet he stayed. He stayed to convey this knowledge to people. Gautama became the Buddha. The Buddha's teaching about how a human can become an angel was turned into how a human can become a sleeping subpersonality or an active one. The distortions of Buddha's teaching were the basis for the Mahayana branch of Buddhism. Mahayana tells how to become an active subpersonality, suppress the personality, and to continue to exist, not to strive for God, but to rebirth. Bon religion. The Tibetan term bon can be translated as ritual. More accurately, ritual speech act. Bon was oriented to the values of the practical order, even if achieved by occult magic means, and therefore remained the religion of the common people. A man practicing Bon cultivates, above all, magical abilities. The Bon priest is both a magician and a necromancer. And instead of God, they teach people to become subpersonality. These people have forgotten God and have left nirvana. What is left is either rest or rebirth of subpersonality. They have created a teaching or branch
where they justify the existence of death as the attainment of a strong active subpersonality or a sleeping subpersonality as a reward. One does not experience torment. Having a strong active subpersonality is possible by self-accumulation and cooperation with the system, and one must spend one's life in this way to become an active subpersonality after death. Although it is not an extension of existence in fullness, but an opportunity to partially preserve oneself. You're not 100% human being, because there is still a new personality in the body. There has been a confusion in Buddhism, in the sense that they have forgotten true salvation and are striving for nirvana, which is now the pursuit of peace. The Buddha was not really describing the concept of peace or rest, but he was describing the concept of salvation. He could have called God by another word, that there is something important to return to, home, and that it is important to earn it. Subsequently, it was confused with the rest, or peace, and it was the Dalai Lama who reworked it. And now, this teaching of peace has become mainstream. The Dalai Lama did it for power and money. By Nagarjuna's having changed Gautama Buddha's teaching in the past, the Bodhisattva teaching, Gautama cursed him to constant rebirth. The important point about Nagarjuna is what he did. Not only did he introduce that there is no God, he made it so that he began to rule for life in that branch of Buddhism that he led. Dalai Lama is an example of a subpersonality. A new personality is born, and then the subpersonality begins to suppress it, and therefore does not remember everything completely. He doubts himself to the last day. He remembers the previous rebirth of both he and the new personality. Therefore, one should strive to liberate himself and becoming spiritually free, becoming a bodhisattva, becoming an angel, if we speak the Christian terms, or entering the high society as the great prophet bequeathed. It is much easier than surmounting the path of Buddhism in order to attain peace for one's subpersonality. What is actually peace? This peace is not bad. There is no torment or suffering. But at the same time, there is no life either. And it seems that by this, we're concluding one block and we will continue to another one. So, Leslie, the word is back to you.
Thank you so much for those teachings. No man goes into religion for nothing. He goes there in concern for his afterlife. This is the foundation upon which religious organizations are built, but nothing through ignorance and misunderstanding. This topic turns into fairy tales, although it is fundamentally knowledgeable. It's the essence of what we here, it is the essence of what we are here for. We are here for the knowledge. If religious organizations spoke about what the prophets spoke about, no religion could exist, because the prophets spoke about how there should be no intermediators between God and man, that man himself is responsible for the posthumous destiny. And now we hear a lot of different religious nonsense, false hopes that someone will forgive us. We listen to their tales, and there we become a subpersonalities. And then we get understanding, but there is nothing we can do. Now in our society, the theme of life after death, not clear to people either or ever through the fundamental knowledge. It's our essence, why we are here. People used to know that, why we are here. The prophet spoke about it. We're not against religions. It's just important that there be the truth. After all, it's never too late to correct errors. It's much better than harming the masses by telling fairy tales. There is a guidebook, the truth, that the prophets left us. And it is this guidebook, the way from point A to point B, from earthly life to eternal life. It's marked. But people themselves have distorted this simple truth to suit their own selfish purposes, to suit the powers that be. That is why people went to hell instead of heaven. It is high time we corrected these errors and brought back the truth that Jesus spoke, that the prophet spoke, and that is no way undermined. The credibility of religion. Those who want to use the tools can continue to use them, but there must be a correction of the underlying issues. If the foundation is shaky and we see it crumbling, we must act before the building collapses completely. How many people have left religious organizations today? People see the lies, see the fairy tales in the fundamental issues, and then go and turn to magic. So how about clearing up the errors? We are in favor of getting things straightened out and making them right, so that it would be as Jesus said and as the true prophet said. And now I am pleased to introduce our next speaker, Abraham Russo, a singer, a 4-time gold Gramophone Award winner, and first and foremost, a man who through his multifaceted activities brings people spiritual, moral values and a message of unity.
Greetings to all the participants of the conference Life After Death, Fiction and Facts. If you ask what determines the fate of a person after his death, it is his deeds. So the afterlife of a person depends on what he did during his lifetime. The Lord told us, and the Bible clearly states, that we should hear the voice of our hearts, because this is the Lord who is speaking inside us. Then he said, conscience is the voice of the Lord. Why, when we hit someone, if we have kindness and love inside, love, by the way, is also God, then we begin to feel bad. Or when we do something bad, we feel bad for a long time. Some of us then cry because of this. And some people have already destroyed this love. They do not have it anymore. So they can't allow themselves anything. To deceive, to kill, to destroy. They can do it all, unfortunately. Unfortunately, not all people are believers, as well as not all religious beliefs are correctly interpreted by people, unfortunately. Where it is said, for example, kill, there cannot be God. Therefore, we should feel Him inside ourselves. After all, when we do something bad, we feel that some force stops, urges us, no, don't do this. But it urges once, urges twice. Automatically, if I ignore what stops me and follow this wrong path, this black path, then I completely push the Lord and my conscience away and refuse this love, and I already live by the will of the devil. So these are very subtle spiritual points. If a person is not spiritually mature, then he can suffer. Therefore, modern people are looking for evidence of everything today. The devil himself and the spirits cannot do anything with their own hands, but only with human hands. And so can the Lord. How do I do good deeds? How do I fulfill the will of the Lord? I express everything through my deeds. If I do something with kindness, if I help, this means I fulfill the will of the Lord on earth. If I do bad deeds, I fulfill the will of the devil on earth. When I already move away from him, from the devil, and go closer to the light, to God, then every day difficulties increase, and temptations increase even more. But nevertheless, I feel love inside and around me. This means that I am going to God. Over time, there is a good chance that the eyes of my spirit will open, and I will already begin to feel more, deeper and deeper. Many people say, life is beautiful. Huh? Great life, beautiful life. Life is a sweet thing for everyone. But life with God, if you feel and see that life, you will not want to return to this world. People say that priests, servants of God, or those who consider themselves to be such, they are spiritual. They know about spirituality from books. While the Lord, on the one hand, from books, definitely, because we have no other options. But when people all their life remain at the level of theoretical knowledge, they will not come to another, practical side, to spirituality. We should move from theory to practice. I started my medical education from the books, I got it, now I have to become a medical practitioner and treat people. If there is only theory from the books, what's next? I have to practice. This transition is very important for spiritual life. I studied, I understood, but what about practice? Practice is the most important thing. Who is a spiritual mentor? This is a person who is righteous. He is really a kind of representative of God on earth. But how can we understand whether he is telling the truth or he is lying? We must study the truth. We must know it in order to understand whether this or that person is telling me the truth. It cannot be the way that a mentor teaches you bad things so that you do something wrong. His advice should be devout, you see? There is no one above God on earth. No matter how you spin around this truth, no matter what replacement you are looking for, you won't be able to find an alternative. The Lord is the Lord. There are no two ways. Truth is one, and the Lord is one. Therefore, if I cannot find Him, then I will go to search further. This is the most important thing. As soon as I understood and found the right path, I found myself. I see where I will go when this life ends, how I will move into another life. When I enter that life, I will feel that there is really no such thing as to be deceived by God. For example, I led the right life, and I would go to hell. Therefore, according to your deeds, the Lord will recognize you. Therefore, it is necessary to create anyway. Whoever you want to be, You can even be an atheist. This is your life. I cannot convince anyone to believe in the true God. Even in my understanding, in the world where I am, I see we go to the same temple, we have different views on life, but we have one thing in common. These are the interests of all humankind. Therefore, we must forget about our differences. What good things can I do for humanity today?
Thank you, Avram. Thank you for these truthful words. And you were absolutely right. It doesn't matter how many books we studied, what we learned about spiritual world, etc. We have to live by it. Deep inside, we have to feel that world. We have to feel God. And then the path towards Him will be very easy for everybody. And our next speaker is Anna Krylova, a religious scholar. Anna, could you please share what significance does the theme of post-mortem destiny have in the religions of the world?
In fact, most of the major modern religions are generally built around reflections about the after-death fate of a person. The prophet Zoroaster, the founder of Zoroastrianism, was the first who spoke about differentiated after-death fate, that is, about going to heaven for good deeds and going to hell for sinful ones. From his teaching, the idea went into Christianity and Islam. All religions, whether they are linear or historical, are also ethical. That is, the afterlife existence, the well-being of a particular person, depends on his lifetime affairs. A virtuous soul goes to heaven, while a sinful soul, respectively, goes either to hell or to hyena and will be tormented there by demons. Knowing the divine laws and living by them, a person can expect to be united with God after death, meaning to enter paradise. Paradise is not a garden. Paradise is not a place of carnal pleasures. First of all, it is a place of divine fullness. In other words, a place where God dwells, where a person can merge with Him, whereas hell is the place that God has abandoned.
Indeed, these were very interesting information. And now let's watch another interview with His Grace, with Riyah Abu el-Asal, the 13th Anglican Bishop of Jerusalem. Bishop.
Well, let me begin by greeting you with salam, with peace from the city of Nazareth, the city of the Annunciation, the hometown of Jesus. This is Bishop Riyah Abu el-Asal, the 13th Anglican Bishop of the Diocese of Jerusalem and the Middle East. It gives me pleasure to share with as many as are able to listen or follow on topics that are not easy to address. But yet, such topics continue to address themselves to us as long as we continue to live. So I am both happy and I feel the challenge to share with you an answer to questions relating not only to life, but also to life after death. And I know this is not one of the easiest of topics. The great Mahatma of India, Gandhi, when asked what is the greatest mystery in life, he said, death is the greatest mystery. We continue to believe in the mercy of Almighty God. We pray for mercy. We continue to pray for forgiveness. Even in the service, in the funeral service, we do turn our mind and our hearts, our minds and hearts to Almighty God, asking that the deceased be forgiven, because God is merciful. We cannot say, if we pray for the dead who were, say, evil people, we can't say that things will change. Because if we say that, then evil will increase in the world, and people will depend on the mercy of Almighty God that let me do whatever I can, whatever I can of evil, because I'm sure God is merciful, God is loving, God is compassionate. He will not allow me to go to hell. We are called not only to wait for the day when we leave this world. We are called to lead a life worth living, to lead a life that pleases Almighty God, to lead a life that promotes the beauty of God, the holiness of God. It's not an easy task, yet it is not an impossible mission.
Спасибо огромное.
Thank you so much for this truth. It's not often when you can hear this from the priest that no one can atone a person's sins. And I'm passing the words for Vladimir Olegovich. It is interesting that the responsibility of the choice of the person is spoken of the Zoroastrianism.
A human can perform this task only as long as he has mental bodies, as long as he has a physical body, which is a tool of his action. As soon as this instrument is gone, well, when there is a physical death, right, the spirit and the soul still exist for some time, but it cannot do anything anymore, because, well, after you pass away, as athletes say, you cannot win the game outside the field. As long as you're on the field, you are playing, and once you are gone, that's it. And what can you do? Nothing anymore. Another question is that the Avesta, well, at least the extant Avesta, and modern Zoroastrian practice do not clearly state how many times a person comes to earth. Once or many times, it doesn't matter. Why is it not mentioned? Because it does not matter to the Zoroastrian, as I'm here and I have to perform this task. What will happen afterwards? What happened in the past? Does it really matter? You have already received all the rewards for your past merits. What will happen in the future? That depends on you. It will depend on you in the future as well. You are fulfilling your task now, and you are responsible for it now. So for the Zoroastrian, each, not only every moment, but the entire life, but each moment of this life, each moment matters. Each. You know, each and every second is a unique moment for completing your task. Once moment is gone, it means the opportunity to fulfill the task has been lost. It means I have somehow turned out to be a slacker, a deserter in this fight.
Yes, thank you. This is very simple and visual metaphor with a football field. Thank you very much, Vladimir Olegovich. It is curious that in Buddhism there is a clear understanding that a person remains with his lifetime choice one-to-one. With respect, I would like to introduce the next speaker, Lama Baatar.
Да, как я уже упоминал,
as I have already mentioned, look,
когда ты
when you
встречаешься
face
со смертью,
death,
ты
you are
действительно
really
остаешься
staying completely
совершенно
alone.
с тобой остается
Your
твоя
karma remains with you.
твои мать,
Your
отец,
mother, father,
любимые
beloved,
родственники, друзья,
relatives, friends,
имущество.
property,
Все эти
all these
современные
modern
технологии,
technologies,
лекарства
medicines
не могут тебе помочь.
cannot help you. You
Ты
stay
остаешься
with
со
your
своей кармой.
karma.
Да, так учат с
Yes,
древних
this has been taught
В
since
учении так
ancient
говорится,
times.
что
The
когда
religion
приходит
says
время
that
смерти,
when
ты
the time
остаешься
of death
один со
comes,
своей
you are
кармой.
left alone with your karma.
Какую карму ты
What
творил,
karma you
такую
created,
и будешь
this is what
использовать.
you will use.
Есть такое учение.
This is such a
Да,
teaching.
поэтому в этой
Yes,
жизни, что
that's
ты
why
живешь,
in this life,
говорить о смерти,
the one that you live,
готовиться ко встрече со
talking
смертью,
about death,
все это
preparing
имеет
to face
очень
death,
глубокий
all
смысл.
these have a
И
deep,
это работа
very
мудрых
deep
людей.
meaning, and this is the work of wise people.
Yes, indeed. If we remember about death, we know the value of the life. Thank you very much. And our next speaker, Santiago Ferraza, will share an understanding of the choice between hell and heaven in Islam. Santiago, the floor is yours.
Greetings to all of you from Argentina. My name is Santiago. I'm a Muslim. So let me introduce myself once again, as my Muslim name is Tariq Ali. I'm very happy to be with you at this conference right now. Indeed, as has already been mentioned, the topic of the afterlife is fundamental in all religions. It is very important that one of the goals of our conference is to give people an understanding that they should strive for God themselves. And if a person does not want to go to God, then he needs to know what awaits him. A person himself is responsible for the result of his life, for his thoughts, his deeds, and his actions. Allah has given man the freedom of choice. Therefore, what we take out of this life depends only on ourselves. Have we not given you life so that that could... So Islam says that the result of the righteous life is the life in paradise together with Allah, and those who is unworthy of paradise goes to hell. In other words, there are two options of after-death fate, heaven or hell. And there are a number of proofs to that in Quran and Hadith. The Holy Quran says a lot that this is temporary life, and it is the forerunner of the eternal life, that only a life lived righteously can enable a person to find paradise, to return to the beloved Allah. Allah Almighty said, "This worldly life is nothing but an amusement and play, and the last abode is real life indeed, only if they know." Quran, Surah 29, Ayah 24. Also, one of the most famous companions of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, Abu Hurairah, reports that the Messenger of Allah, peace be upon him, said, "This world is a prison house for a believer, and paradise for a non-believer. And for the non-believer, the hereafter is like a prison, while for the believer it is paradise." Hadith Muslim 29:56. The Holy Quran, Surah 30, verses 13-16, says, They will have no intercessors among their so-called partners. Rather, they will disown those partners. On the day when the hour begins, the people will then be separated. As for those who believed and did righteous deeds, they will be rejoicing in a garden of paradise. And as for those who disbelieved and rejected our signs, will suffer. Quran, Surah 42, verse 7. And thus, we reveal this Arabic Quran to you that you may warn the people of Mother of Cities, to wit Makkah, and those who dwell around it, and warn them of the day of gathering, concerning which there is no doubt, whereon some will be in paradise and some in the blazing fire. A true Muslim loves God and is a constant seeker of God in all manifestations. In the manifestation of love, a true Muslim knows that the path of love is the path to God, the path to eternal life. As you can see, the Prophet warned us to be vigilant, because during our lives here, we determine our real destiny. Therefore, it is so important for each of us to remember that after death, we have only two ways, heaven and hell, and there is no third way. If we remember this, we also remember the responsibility for our lives and our choices. After death, each of us receives the result of a life lived, heaven or hell. Thank you. Inshallah.
Thank you, Santiago. It turns out that we all have only one chance, and only we can make it by ourselves. No one's prayers can save us, neither the priests nor the relatives. This was also said by the Buddha. I will pass the word to my co-host Lisa to tell you more about it.
Yes, thank you very much, Robert. I would like to continue this topic that Lama Bhattacharya has talked about. We know that reincarnation plays a central role in Buddhism. In Buddhist work, Jataki, Stories of Birth, there are 547 stories which are given and are believed to have been originally told by the Buddha himself. These are 547 stories about the past incarnations of the Enlightened One. The Buddha told his disciples what he knew about the former subpersonalities of his soul. He also gave his students this practice of communicating with the subpersonality in a person, because he considered it is very useful the way to achieving enlightenment. And now we know that as a result of the significant changes in Buddhism made by Nagarjuna, the current Dalai Lama, there was a misunderstanding who is reborn and whose past lives are these. Instead of understanding that a person has only one chance to achieve an alignment in his life and otherwise hell awaits him, there was a substitution that a person will be reborn in a future, that he will have many chances. But as in all religions, the grains of truth have been preserved, and there is evidence that the Buddha said that the individual has only one chance. In Mahapta Sutta Paranibbana, there is, we can find such words that finally, with his destination of the body after death, he is reborn in the realm of suffering and the land of mystery, in a bad world in hell. And on contrarily, righteous person obtains 5 benefits, the last of which reads, and finally, with the designation of the body after death, he is reborn in a happy world in heaven. And in the Devata Sutta, heavenly messengers of the Pali Canon, the Buddha says that despite the warnings of the heavenly messengers, many are still careless, and for a long time people will be set as soon as they will fall into the lower world. They, happy, arriving in safety, fully unbound, and here now, living gone beyond the animosity danger, have escaped all suffering and stress. It turns out that due to the fact that the concept of subpersonality had been lost, Buddhism live careless. Let's watch a short parable.
One day, a young man came to Buddha. The young man was very sad and he couldn't stop crying. "What's the matter?" the Buddha asked him. "What is the reason for your sadness?" "Sir," answered the young man, "a misfortune happened yesterday. My father died." "It really is a misfortune, but what can you do? Even if you mourn over him all the time, he still will not rise again." "I have a request for you, sir. Please, do something for my deceased father." "What can I do for him if he died?" the Buddha answered surprisingly. "Priests forgive people their sins for money. They help the departed to enter the kingdom of heaven. The gates of the kingdom are opened for deceased because he received a pass on earth. Not only will my father be able to enter, but he will remain forever in the kingdom of heaven. Please help him." Then the Buddha told the young man to take 2 clay pots and said, "Fill one with ghee and the other one with pebbles." The young man did so. "Now close the pots well and put them in the pond," said the Buddha. When the pots were in the water, Buddha ordered the young man, "Now take the long pole, hit the pots and break them." As soon as the young man broke the pots, ghee from one pot floated to the surface while pebbles crumbled to the bottom. "And now," said the Buddha, "when I have done everything I could, call your priests and tell them to sing the following: O stones rise, O ghee get down. And then we'll see what comes of it." "Sir," the young man was offended, "why are you joking like that? It doesn't work like that. Pebbles are heavier than water and they will remain at the bottom, no matter who sings what. But ghee is lighter than water. It will remain float on the surface. It cannot drown because that's the law of nature. Sir, you cannot be unaware of that." "You know well the laws of nature," replied the Buddha, "but you still did not understand the underlying law of nature. All right, I'll explain it to you. If your father in his life did things and his deeds were as heavy as pebbles, he will certainly sink to the bottom, and no one will be able to lift him up. And if his life and deeds were as light as ghee, he would certainly rise up. The sooner you understand this law and begin to live in accordance with it, the sooner you'll come out of the state of your sadness."
A wonderful parable that clearly shows that no matter how much you pray for your dead relatives, no matter how much you carry money and offerings to the priests, this will not help to get a pass to the spiritual world and become alive. Just as the stones in the parable cannot float on the surface of the pond, so the dead cannot become alive.
Thank you, Lisa. Where is hell then? There's all sorts of stories these days. Some say hell is in the sun or even deeper, in the Mariana Trench, And the truth is that man carries hell and heaven inside him. Any information, in order for it to live, needs a source of nourishment. That nourishment is the energy of the soul, which is why the subpersonalities are around the soul, both in the Quran and other scriptures. It is not difficult to find a description of the state of the subpersonality. Svetlana, can you please tell us more about this?
Yes, thank you so much, Robert. First of all, I would like to pay my gratitude to all the participants of the conference. And to be honest, I'm just listening very carefully to all your speeches, and I opened so much for myself, and there's so much yet to come. And to be honest, we are familiar with the question of hell and heaven from both a religious and a philosophical point of view. And since some people perceive this literature more as mythological, allegorical, or in other words, a fairy tale without real knowledge and information, everyone doesn't take the information about the afterlife fate in these sources seriously either. But with the development of science, and I'm also engineer, and I had a lot of physics in my work to study, that moved me to research. And right now, in the science like quantum physics, it became more possible to prove these states, hell and heaven. Today, we have already heard research on the topic of consciousness and information by many prominent scientists. And as we know, since as per the law of conservation of energy and information, the information doesn't disappear anywhere. And I would like to read out the quote of Dr. Amit Goswami, Professor Emeritus, author of the textbook and many books on quantum physics. And by the way, we will also hear from Mr. Goswami today at the conference a little bit later, and he himself will tell us about the most interesting research of his. And right now you can see the quote displayed on the screen, but I would like to comment it a little bit as well. So in simple words, we can explain it when the person pays attention into information, thoughts, desires, etc. Not only he materializes it in the outside world, but also mirrors it in the memory. It's like we can make a conclusion that it's everything that we put our attention to is mirrored in our kind of like information pantry. And the question arises, where does this information goes after the death of the physical body? And to answer it, let's consider what the role of attention plays in a human's after-death fate, because the personality's attention is one of the main things. And I would like to remind you of the pretty well-known experiment with two slits. It's when an electron becomes a particle from the wave when there is an observer. And coming back to the quote that we just saw, we understand that the personality's attention is one of the most important aspects in shaping a human's after-death fate. Why? Because the personality itself has this power of attention and precisely its distribution. But the personality itself, just like an electron in this well-known experiment, is not defined. It is on the verge of this choosing, but the personality has an opportunity to make this measurement, to make this observation, and by this way it directs its attention to it. And depending on where the attention is directed, if it directs attention to the spiritual things, then it becomes the new spiritual substance. And as previously speakers mentioned, the subpersonality is being formed when the personality during the life of the human body puts all their attention into emotions, negative things, thoughts, and this way it merges with the consciousness and becomes a single whole, and it becomes energy informational structure. And here we have the answer to the question that we raised previously, where this information is accumulated to, where it goes, this informational baggage. It stays in this informational structure, and as we know, it is already a proven fact that even any structure needs to be powered, and everything needs energy, and the information needs to have its carrier. So basically all this information searching for the source of the energy is being kind of like pulled over the soul, because the soul becomes the only source of power for it. And just imagine the person during his life feels some kind of emotional states even for a short period of time, but he already feels himself exhausted. And this information is being concentrated, all these emotional states, all these desires that the person keeps throughout his life, they're being compressed into a point, and at the same moment of time the person feels everything, these exhausting desires. Why do I pay so much attention to it? Because from the point of view of physics, all this information is being squeezed into this one single structure. Basically, the subpersonality feels it very, very brightly and strongly. And also there is another phenomenon, and it has been described by the eyewitnesses that faced this experience, the after-death experience. When this energy informational structure, the subpersonality, feels the energy of the soul, and this energy, let's call it energy, but basically it's more kind of like above the quantum level. So basically this energy is felt like the pressure and strong heat. This is the subjective experience, because there is no body, there are no receptors to experience this, so we could understand it. But subjectively, like on the subjective level, we could feel it as a strong heat and incredible pressure. This can be correlated to the phantom pain when a person loses a part of the body, but he feels the pain in the or any other manifestations or feelings in the removed limb, for example. But when the person, as a personality, during his life, pays attention to his spiritual development, he puts his attention into the deep inner feelings, into love, true love and harmony, into desire to merge with the spiritual world, then this state is growing. And what is interesting, that this state, the word state is derived from the word composition, meaning to be composed of. this one again emphasizes that what state you are is the state that you become, is what you become. So paradise is accumulation of inner gratitude, true love, purity, and this true love of the spiritual world, love to the God. And when the personality is in this illusionary informational matrix, in this illusionary world, the personality has an opportunity to become love. Then during the destruction of the material shell, it becomes this love. And thus I want to also remind you that the information is being saved, and that because there is the source of the energy, which is soul, and when the personality merges with the soul, then it becomes a totally new spiritual being, and this information is being destroyed. And because, as you understand, the source disappears and the carrier disappears and the new spiritual being appears. And thanks to this little research that I did for myself and together with you, I made it conclusion that we carry everything inside of us, the heaven and hell as well, and only the person can define his after-death fate. There can be no intermediaries, there can be no helpers, because we have the power of attention, and only we as personalities can directed, and the attention is being directed at every single point of time. We pay our attention to everything in this world. So our after-death fate is our conscious choice. Thank you so much, and I would like to pass the floor to Yelena, and let's find out about what is the state of heaven and hell in religions.
Thank you very much, Svetlana, for such a clear and detailed story about how it all happens. Greetings, dear friends, and many thanks to all the participants of today's conference for the amazing, very interesting speeches, because I'm so impressed by every speech and time flows so fast. Many thanks to the ALLATRA International Public Movement for this conference, for the fact that today the truth has been voiced in such a large scale for the first time over thousands of years, and we are talking on a subject which is not accustomed to talk about, and the whole world learns about this. I would like to tell about what was said about heaven and hell in religions. From Svetlana's report, we know that subpersonalities, informational structures, which are in the state of hell, can only be located near the source. So they are kind of like a shell around the soul. In the Quran, we see that the state of subpersonalities is described, the conditions, how they feel themselves when they are near the soul. For example, in 56th ayah of Surah An-Nisa, the women, it is said, "Indeed, those who disbelieve in our verses, we will drive them into a fire. Every time their skins are roasted through, we will replace them with other skins, so they may taste the punishment. Indeed, Allah is ever exalted in might and wise." It is also said in the ayah that the punishment for the subpersonalities are intensified every time when there is the rebirth, when one body is replaced with another one. Yes, the heaven and hell is what we carry in ourselves, inside ourselves, each of us. There is a source of life, the soul, and there is personality, the one who can find this life, gain this eternal life. This is the temple within each of us. This is the paradise, the heaven, a state of love, the love for God. And this is what Jesus mentioned. Let me quote the Bible. It's Luke 17:20. Being asked by the Pharisees when the kingdom of God would come, he answered, "The kingdom of God is not coming in ways that can be observed, Nor will they say, look, here it is, or there it is. For behold, the kingdom of God is in the midst of you. And we choose this state of hell or heaven, exactly during our earthly life. After the death of our body, it is impossible to change your fate. In the Apocrypha, the Gospel of Philip, it is absolutely unambiguous that the possibility of choice only when you live in the body. Those who say they will die first and then rise are in error. If they do not first receive the resurrection while they are alive, when they die, they will receive nothing. Father Sergei said, in continuation of this topic, I suggest that Father Sergei will speak to us. It's an interview with Sergei Sitnikov, Archpriest of the Church of Blessed Virgin Mary.
Is there an indication in the Holy Scripture that a person's choice affects his afterlife? Yes, you know, there are such indications. They are in the Gospel because there are the following interesting words there. As I find you, so will I judge you. Meaning the point here is that the state in which a person departs from this life actually continues in the afterlife, as we can assume. But you know, as strange as it may seem, I shall make a reference to a totally different source, which actually belongs to a different religious tradition. This book is Bardo Thodol, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, which was found in the 14th century. So Yun, when commenting on this book, points out that the Bardo Thodol, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, mentions one surprising fact. Everything that happens to a person in the afterlife is a projection of his psychic self, that is, a projection of his consciousness. In addition, in Christianity, we must consider hell and heaven as a state of the soul. It is, first of all, the state of the soul. It is not a state of what someone from the outside is doing to a person. It's the state of one's heart. Both hell and heaven start for a human being already here, on the earth, either hell or heaven.
Thank you so much, Father Sergius, for such an interesting information. And now I want to say thank you to Svetlana and Yelena for their so interesting speeches. And I would like to announce the video about physics of the process of choosing a person during the life between hell and heaven.
Personality is linked through a silver thread with the soul. The silver thread is a channel through which the life energy flows from the soul to the personality. The personality, at its choice, can distribute this energy, either by directing it to the soul, multiplying it, or to the primary consciousness, which is connected with the body and emotions. Primary consciousness, in turn, is connected with secondary consciousness. Secondary consciousness is the one with whom a person often associates himself. It is the one that thinks logically. The more personality pays attention into negative emotions, the more it fixes the link with both consciousnesses, and as a result, this personality merges with them, and it becomes a subpersonality after the death of the body. But if personality directs more of its attention to the soul, then the silver thread grows thicker. Personality becomes closer to the soul. Its connection with the soul grows stronger, and personality merges with her, thus forming a new eternal immaterial being. which is called differently in different cultures. For example, in Christianity, an angel. Personality can make its choice only during its life, while a human is alive. After the death of the body, nothing can be changed.
This video provides a visual understanding of what is happening, that first and secondary, primary and secondary consciousness is above something out of the body, and it is part of other structures, and you can see what connects the soul and the personality. It is the silver line. This is the channel from which energy from the soul goes to the personality, and personality can choose where to spend this energy, outside or give it back to the soul and feel happiness, joy, and care. And this is these qualities, these feelings that leads person to the way to becoming an angel. And if a person during his mortal life can unite with his soul, in this way he will not become a subpersonality. If you would have any questions regarding this video, please write in comments. And our next speaker is Amit Goswami, PhD, quantum physics scientist, writer, Director of the Center of Quantum Activism, will share his understanding of the value of attention. Dr. Amit, the floor is yours.
Well, my entire research, of course, is started originally with quantum physics, finding the meaning of quantum physics. Quantum physics, at that time, I'm talking about the early 70s and 80s, were full of controversies and paradoxes, and in fact, great scientists like Richard Feynman would say things like, nobody understands quantum physics. So I picked up the subject out of desperation because I was looking for something meaningful to. I was already a full professor at the university, and I did not care very much about the kind of problems I was doing, because they all seem to be very remote from people's lives. I wanted to shift my attention to contributing to the world a little. Very soon, I found von Neumann's work, who actually suggested that, in quantum physics, we have these waves of possibility. So the question is, how do the waves of possibility become actual events in our experience? And observers seem to be included, because we, human beings, are the only ones we know that actually have experiences. So this question was very difficult to answer, because no material interactions can do it. This was what von Neumann was showing from quantum mathematics. No material interaction can convert waves of possibility into events of experience of the observer. So how is the observer observing a quantum object? This question is the basic question of all science, not just physics. How does the world exist in manifestation at all? Because in quantum physics, it literally says that the universe itself is all just potentiality. And of course, von Neumann tried to answer that maybe the observer's consciousness does it, because he was daring enough to propose that maybe it's time to admit that there are some non-physical stuff, non-material stuff in the world. This is an extremely important question, because attention is everything. Attention is the ability to focus on a particular subject. The mind is, if you allow it to be controlled by the brain, this is the thing. What we don't realize is that if the brain scientists were right, then of course we would be the brain and we would behave like the brain. And the fact is that the brain, once conditioned into the me-centeredness and, of course, negative emotions and pleasure circuits that the brain already has, and additionally, this information addiction, that's another very vile habit that brain picks up today, which it didn't have yesterday. But that's the way it is. So then if we live like the brain, then what happens? The brain is constantly bombarded with stimuli. And the brain will be attracted to this stimulus or that stimulus, depending on the conditioning of the brain. That response of the brain from one instant to another may not at all have anything to do with meaning of my life, purpose of my life at all. It would be basically random thoughts sort of guiding me. And many people live that way. They're called drifters. They cannot keep attention. They drift from one to another to another. Kids, hyperactive, cannot pay attention, right? People who pay attention, why are they paying attention? They are paying attention because they attach meaning to it. They break into the brain's habit. Hey, that's not meaningful. I don't want to do that. I want to do this. This is meaningful to me. So that's how we do it. Without the meaningful mind and without consciousness, the ability of being the real boss, that I can overrule the brain's habit of randomness. You know, quantum ultimately is also random because probability calculation works there. So we have a bunch of responses. We are able to choose usually, but if we allow the brain to take over, then it's random. It becomes random. That's a normal way of operation for the brain. It is with our consciousness, with our mind, with our meaningfulness that we want to give, with the purpose that we want to bring, that we change, to overrule the brain and change our direction to focusing to a particular problem of meaning that I want to focus on. Okay? And we are nearly forgetting that in the present culture, especially, you know, social media. It really dumbs down people. They don't have the ability of paying attention anymore. If we live meaning and purpose, what happens? This is the question that you have to ask. And the answer is really beautiful. How we create heaven? We create heaven by creating a soul for ourselves. Soul is what is going to take us to heaven. So soul creation is what? Soul creation is the creation of meaning and purposeful thing, memory of meaning and purpose that we serve. Purpose is to embody these archetypes: love, beauty, justice, truth, abundance, power in a good way, power to empower others, wholeness. These are the things that we cultivate and embody as much software as we can make. This is soul software. But the problem really is that, okay, do we stay forever at the survival level? Do we ever go into soul making en masse? Because, you know, you were asking before about this collective memory. Unless we return to that connectedness, and this time in spite of the mind, not instead of the mind. Instead of the mind, animals already have the opportunity, but they cannot do it. Why? Because without the mind, you cannot do it either. It's just not, the feeling part is not enough. Because you cannot make software with it of any significance. So animals live kind of moment to moment, but it's all conditioned behavior. Doesn't do any good. Human beings are the only one, because of the mental capacity on this planet, who have the ability of making civilization of going forward. But we are stuck at the survival level, and it seems like we will be stuck for a while because of the problems that we already created and not waking up soon enough. And so, you know, these are the problems that really are worrisome, not only for me personally, but for everyone.
Thank you so much, Amit, for such deep understandings. It's so wonderful to hear about soul, about the meaning of life, about the specialists, the scientists. And now I'm passing the word to Tatiana Zinchenko, who will share shocking facts about what happens to our consciousness when a person has a gambling addiction.
Thank you very much. Indeed, certain clinical trials, such as trials and examination of gaming addictions, online video games in particular, these research show and illustrate how actually we create ourselves, how we create our own future, and how our self-perception and world perception can change depending on what we invest attention to and where we concentrate on. For example, gamers, when they play online video games, their perception changes drastically. They are totally absorbed in the virtual space of the game, in the literal sense of the word. And contemporary design shows an image which is very realistic and dynamic. And a game, like, for example, from the first person, when you're playing from the first person, it contributes to change of the self-perception. It is a so-called avatar self-identification. It is when a person begins to identify himself and identify himself with the avatar, with the character. In reality, a person is sitting in the room, looking at the monitor and just moving and manipulating the mouse. There are no sounds, neither body perception, even if there are very loud sounds and intensive sensations like hunger, threat, or pain. A person doesn't notice that. His major sensory organs, through which 90% of information comes to us from outside world, is vision and hearing. They are totally focused on perceiving the game, the virtual world. And due to such a detachment from the reality and total involvement in the reality of the game, such a changed, altered state of consciousness is called the gaming trance or gaming alcohol, like intoxication, or there is a dark flow term. The consciousness of a gamer actually edits a picture which is imperfect, and it just omits some faults, some mistakes. It draws some elements and corrects everything, adds some dynamics, and actually makes this image on the monitor very close to what we observe in the external world. Such studies showed. And actually, there are contradictions and differences between those people who perceive real world and those who are gamers, who play for hours on computers. And it's the difference of perception compared to the one who just observed it from the outside. And when there were MRI examination of game addicts, the results are just shocking. For example, as it is known, our brain possesses neuroplasticity. So there are certain functional or structural changes in the brain all the time, depending on our skills, engagement, what we do, what habits we have, the patterns of emotional reactions and behavior. So in the brain, all our vital activity is depicted, and all our preferences, including perception. What, how, in which way we perceive is reflected in the sensory cortex. The sensory cortex is where information is coming from eyes, ears, tactile sensations, etc. So this region in game addicts are changed both structurally in terms of the number of neurons and functionally. By the number and quality of neural network connections between neurons and neural groups. And these changes comply with mostly perception of a game in space, of the virtual world, but not the real everyday life in which we exist on an everyday basis. So in the brain of a game addict, we can say that the perception of such a person differs drastically from a person who does not play games. And also there are changes were detected relating to self-identification. In angular gyrus, you can Google and look what region of the brain it is. It's a neural group which relates to the process of self-identification, and also other regions were also changed which relate to empathy, identification and self-determination of a person in healthy people. Several studies have been performed in various countries when they observed the activeness in these regions of the brain when game addicts at the subconscious, subclinical and clinical levels, they were playing games or talking about games and telling about their avatar, or they were just imagining how they were playing. The same observations were done when a person was telling about his real life beyond the game, and the activeness of this angular gyrus and also other regions which relate to self-identification is always much higher when people were playing or talking about the game or thinking about the game compared to the self-reflection state. And the real state of dissociation arises. Many gamers describe such a bodiless state. Teenagers, when they have such internet online disorder, gaming disorder, they feel out of body, and this state has certain neurobiological markers which we can see on MRI testing results, and the person feels himself out of the body. They are mostly identifying themselves with the character, the avatar they are playing, and they were involved in the gaming space, but nothing was affecting them except information, just illusory images with 3D effects on the monitor, neither buildings, no forests, no mountains, no enemies, no friends. None of this existed, but the program which was building a dynamic image by means of pixels on the screen. Everything else was added by the consciousness of a gamer himself. Just in the case with the AC Jackie, whom I was talking about in the beginning of our conference, we see the same pattern, that the sensory organs perceive himself in certain place compared to where consciousness perceived itself. So such studies show that really the consciousness has an informational nature, and they illustrate that what a tremendous power human attention has, because whatever information a person is focused on, he actually becomes this information and based on the studies of the brain, it's in the literal sense of the word, and based on the results of all the tests, we now understand how we form our post-mortem destiny, how a person, by paying attention to one or another piece of information, can create certain consequences for himself, basically to build himself and create himself this way. And now I would like to give the floor to Rinat, who will share with us what importance was given to all this information by Prophet Muhammad.
Thank you all so much. Allow me to greet everyone, dear friends. Hello. Attention is a key point in every person's daily life. To what a person pays and gives attention in his life, thoughts, preferences, desires, that he receives. A person with his choice of where to invest attention creates his subsequent fate. And taking into account what speakers said before at the conference, Islam also speaks about the value of human attention. It says that it is very important. In Islam, there is such a notion as dhikr, incessant remembrance of Allah, God. In other words, it is the direction of attention to Allah, focusing on Him. It is believed that dhikr brings the believer closer to Allah. As Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, There is nothing that brings more salvation from the punishment of Allah than the remembrance of Allah. The Holy Quran says, those who believed became amanu, wished to reach Allah before death, and their hearts have been satisfied with the remembrances of Allah. Now surely with the remembrance of Allah the hearts find satisfaction, do they not? Surah Ar-Riyad, Thunder, 21st verse. Describing the night descent of Muhammad to the throne of God, Miraj, Hallaj says that the path to God, which lies through the garden of Tikr, that is, through the incessant remembrance of Allah, focusing on Him. Given what was said at the conference, we see that the Prophet, peace be upon him, gave people a clear understanding of the importance of focusing on Allah. By remembering God, the person can hope that he will not be forgotten by Allah. This is also stated in the Hadith. If he remembers me in himself, I too remember him in myself. And then what's the essence of fivefold namaz? A person several times a day redirected his attention from the earthly, material, and focused his attention on God, Allah. And the meaning of spiritual practice, namaz, prayer, is exactly focusing attention in the contact with Allah through feelings, at the level of the deepest feelings. The importance of human attention is described in the following ayahs. 23 Surah, Ayah 1 and 2. Successful indeed are the believers. They will be delivered from the fire and will enter paradise. Those who humble themselves in prayer, giving themselves completely to prayer with their souls and observing outward tranquility in it. Quran 23 Surah, Ayahs 1 and 2. Translation by Abu Adal. 107th Surah, verses 4 and 5 says, so woe to those who pray, who are heedless of their prayer. Holy Quran. In Farsi, namaz means prayer. Prayer is not the words that come out of the mouths. Prayer is love for everything, gratitude to the Almighty. In prayer, there are no requests for the material things, no trade or contact. Namaz is an expression of love and gratitude to Allah, the constant zeal to a person to remain in the state of prayer, which is possible throughout the day. Then the prayer of such a person never ends. And so does the person, in love of Allah, love for his neighbor, abides. Attention is the power of love. The purpose of Iblis is to divert a person's attention from his inner spiritual to the outer material, and all means are good for him if only the goal is achieved. By being constant in the remembrance of the Most High Allah, a person saves himself from oblivion. The Almighty in the Holy Quran said, and be not like those who have forgotten God, so that God has made them forget themselves. Such are the reprobates. Surah Al-Hajj, Gathering, 19th Ayah. Translated by Ahmed Ali. In the hadith of the Messenger of Muhammad, peace be upon him, it is said that no alms can be more valuable and high than the remembrance of the Lord. The reward for the people who gather to remember Allah will be paradise. The Prophet, peace be upon him, said that no act can be compared to the remembrance of the Almighty in the matter of salvation from the punishment of hell torments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rinat. Indeed, our attention is priceless. Not a single normal person wants to become a subpersonality, doesn't want to go to hell. But why then do we feed the dead with our attention, although the prophets forbade it?
And we are now entering into another very interesting block. How we intentionally, how we intentionally or unintentionally invest attention in the dead. And what are the consequences? We know that the cult of the dead and the worship of their images were not welcomed by the prophets. Jesus Christ was against this kind of worship. Jesus' position is clearly seen in the Bible, where he says, "Let the dead take care of their dead, and you follow me. The living to the living and the dead to the dead." The Bible also says that God is not the God of the dead, but of the living. Jesus knew that feeding the dead is the way to hell, and he forbade people to do that. So why do we people not listen to him and continue to feed the dead, thus paving the way to subpersonality? In the Holy Scriptures and the Apocrypha, there is evidence, as these passages of the Gospel of Luke, where it is stated, "He said to another man, 'Follow me.' But he replied, 'Lord, first let me go and bury my father.' Jesus said to him, 'Let the dead bury their own dead. But you go and proclaim the kingdom of God. But God is not God of the dead, but of the living.'" Also, in the Gospel of Matthew, we can read, "Do not be afraid of those who kill the body, but cannot kill the soul. Rather, be afraid of the one who can destroy both soul and body in hell." And the same is in another religions as well. I would like to pass the word to Amir Aziz, who is Imam of the oldest mosque in Germany. Mr. Aziz, the word is yours.
So actually, you know that the Holy Prophet ﷺ, he asked people to visit graves. It is not that he forbade them. He forbade at that time because, as you know, that nowadays also people, they make the graves of holy saints and prophets, or maybe the people who are spiritual people. Sometimes people make it a place of worship for them. So what his meaning was that don't make the graves as a place of worship, because you only have to worship God. So those people who die, whether they are prophets or they were saints, they are not God. So therefore you should only pray to Almighty Allah, and that is what is actually forbidden. But on the other hand, he said to people, he instructed people to go and visit graveyard, so that people should remind about death, and they should know that their real destiny is here and they will get a new life after that. And the other is that, as Quran says, kullu nafsin zaiqatul maut, everybody has to taste death. So therefore what the Prophet asked people, so that when they will go to the graveyard, they will remember this lesson. And otherwise, when we are most of the time busy in our daily routine life, we even don't talk about that. We don't care about our real destiny. We even don't care about the questioning by God, because the death is actually, and the next life phase is the life where we have to be questioned by God. We have to give what we have done in this life. We will be asked, questioned about it, and we will be responsible to what we have done. And our next life, it will depend on what we do here in this world. And it is in the one of the saying of the Holy Prophet ﷺ, he has very beautifully clarified this concept, that ad-dunya madratul akhirah. This world is a cultivating ground for the hereafter, which means that what we will sow in this ground, we will cut the same. So as we know that if we sow the flowers, we get flowers. If we sow thorns in this, then we will get thorns back. So is the case. Prophet ﷺ, he said that this world is the world of action And our new life, it will depend on the action in this life. What we will do, we will have the same life. If we will do good, we will have the paradise, life of a paradise, of a good human and good life. And if we will do bad, if we will act evilly, if we will act like a devil, then obviously we will have the hellish life there. So that concept is clarified, and that's why the Prophet ﷺ, he has instructed people that you should time and again, whenever you get, often you must visit the graves, so that you know that these were also the people who were as strong as you are, and they were also as important in this world as you are, and now they are there. So you should also think about it and reform yourself, keep on reforming yourself internally, spiritually, so that when you go to this destiny, you have a good life.
And what are people doing? The prophets forbade us, but what are we doing in every culture, in every country? What rituals do we spend our resources, our attention, our lives on? Why do we do this when the prophets forbade it?
Have we ever wondered how much attention a person spends on something that is already dead? The living mistakenly think that their actions can help the dead and alleviate their sufferings. We believe that the dead receive grace, barakah, mercy, gift, feed, exchange. All religions say the same thing. A person cannot change anything after death of the body. If a person is not spiritually liberated while the body is alive, then after death he will become a subpersonality, a hungry spirit. The only thing all the dead ones need is our attention of those who are alive. The dead needs the life of the living to satisfy their hunger. The only thing they can feed on is the energy of attention, which comes from us, the living. All traditions are designed to keep one's attention on that which is dead. Thereby, every time a person remembers the deceased, he gives away his life. The price of each memory is your life. What does this make one feel? Sadness, sorrow, fear? But life is given to us in order to become alive. Spending it on the dead is like striving to become a starving spirit yourself and hoping that you will also be remembered by the descendants. Be fed and relieved of your suffering, that they will pray for you. At various times, the prophets warned us. Buddhism, not sons, nor parents, nor close relatives can protect one assailed by death. Indeed, neither kith nor kin can give protection. Christianity, Gospel of Luke. To another he said, "Follow me." But he said, "Lord, let me first go and bury my father." And Jesus said to him, "Leave the dead to bury their own dead. But as for you, go and proclaim the kingdom of God." Encyclopedia of Hadith. Do not pray facing towards the graves. Quran. And never offer a prayer on any one of them who dies, and do not stand by his grave. They disbelieved in Allah and his messenger and died while they were sinners. A person is subconsciously preparing to become a dead subpersonality. But is it really what we are here for? After all, each of us can become alive and obtain life in eternity. Human has a choice where he puts his attention to his life force. That is the future he gains for himself. Wouldn't it be better to devote your time to gaining eternal life?
We are not for destruction. We are for cleansing. If the clergy indeed served the prophets, on whose names they build their organizations, we would have a creative society long ago. But where is it? We are degenerating every year. What were they building? Power? We understand that they have to make a living, but maybe we should go back to the roots and change something. We, as people, have to go somewhere. We all understand that it is easier and faster to come to God together, but only those striving for life should lead, and not those inevitably dead, frightful fools. If I put on a cassock and a cross on my belly, and someone gives me a medal and pokes me in the forehead, what will change? Would it make me feel better? That's the trouble. Things have to change, and we people really understand and know the essence. They think about it, they strive. And when priests strive for life, they will lead their flock. And everything else is a lie and a struggle for the ego. People are people. I would like to pass the word to Jason, who will uncover a very interesting topic. Jason, the word is yours.
Hello, everyone. I hope you all can hear me well. It has been amazing to be present at this conference with you all. Before I move on to my speech to discuss the technology that is a fantasy amongst so many of our friends, family members, and relatives, loved ones, co-workers, how many of you today have received a thought that what right do we have to speak about what we're speaking about? Friends, we all here are here today because we want to build the creative society. And so many of the topics covered today have been a taboo in all of our cultures. Not one continent, but every single culture. We've had words revealed to us from the religious scriptures that are used to manipulate us. We've had scientists bravely tread and bring forth their research to expose that very enemy that is common to all 7.8 billion people on this planet. That very consciousness that robs our attention on a daily basis with rituals, banal rituals that are dead. The worship of images and names that very dead. And all of this is normal. So now I will speak a little bit slower for our translators, and as this body gets excited about this topic. The technology proposed to us by corporations all over the world, by Microsoft, startup companies in California, those very companies in Japan, that have been shoved down our throats by animation films for our young ones, for our teenagers, for our young adults, to rob attention. This technology I'm speaking upon is that very virtual reality technology, in which all you would need is a name and an image to worship your loved one or those that are deceased. Now, take a moment to reflect upon what you've heard today. You all know, just as I do, how valuable our attention is, and how normal it is to recall a dead one, and how much you selfishly think about that one that is deceased. Well, those very companies today are using that manipulation tactic against all of us with this technology. Today, they tell us via Facebook or digital legacy accounts that if you so choose, you can live after the death of your physical body. Vicariously, your loved ones can interact with you. Or you can throw on a pair of shades, glasses, and you can have a conversation with a loved one that has passed away. Just a name and an image. But at what cost? Let's take it a little bit further. We even have chatbots in which we can discuss with each other after we've already passed on. But how did this happen? Well, they've prepared us via movies, animations, and films. That very Hollywood, that very Bollywood, and different theaters around the world have prepared us for this. In the film The Matrix, Sword Art Online, Transcendence, even to the point of using those very actors that many of us worshipped prior to coming into contact with the knowledge many of you are coming into contact with today. But why? Have any of us stopped and asked why? How is it we trade our attention for money and our attention for these dead things? Well, it's enticing for the animal, first and foremost, friends. This very animal, this body, this consciousness, wants immortality. For it, as we've all heard today, a name and an image is immortality for it. And it will do anything for it, anything, at the cost of personality. And that very technology, the technology we're using here, the virtual reality technology I've discussed, is used against us for that purpose, for consciousness. Now, I'm not saying anyone is to blame. We're all to blame for this, because we choose with our actions of how they develop the technology. By what we consume and what we don't consume, we give voice to what we want. Now, I want to talk about another aspect of this and how much of it is a big lie. Artificial intelligence is not to be equated with artificial consciousness. They are not the same by any stretch of the imagination. The human brain, we hypothesize as a scientific community, has the capacity to hold 1 petabyte of information. That's thousands of terabytes. And they tell us that they can upload this into the internet. With what storage capacity do you think we can achieve that? Time, it's multidimensional. So how is it that we can somehow upload our consciousness into the internet and you're going to be able to talk to your dead one, or I'm going to be able to talk to my dead ones? It's not possible, friends. Those neurons, yes, they transmit information at a preposterously accelerating rate. But it does not mean we can use that very information and encode it and then transfer it to the internet. It's not possible. Nor is it possible to mimic the communication between axons. It's not possible today. Not with our technology and not with our format. However, this is all branched under artificial intelligence. Before I end my speech, I would like all of us here and all of us listening to recall that the very company, XP NRG, had created the world's first artificial consciousness for our society relative to our known history. Jackie, regardless of time and space, was able to communicate was able to do things that that very artificial intelligence that we're sold cannot do today. And that very technology can only be used for good. Whoever wants to, and whoever would like to check that material out, I ask you to go ahead and watch the video XP Energy, research the artificial consciousness, and see what we're being sold. Is it really worth spending our lives in a virtual reality, or is it more important to live now so that we can be certain of what's after death? Thank you all so much for your time and attention, and thank you for the wonderful topics. Thank you, speakers and scientists.
Thank you, Jason. What is it at the heart of this process? What do they want from us? And what instruments do they use to get what they want from us? Let's watch a short video that illustrates what the dead want from the living people.
Can we even call the life after death as life? Does such a concept have a right to exist? Because a person dies, in fact, well, he dies physically, but the information stays.
My father died. Next month, it will be 4 years since my father died. My father was a man who didn't believe in this, who said it was all a lie. And he died at 81 years old. And after 6 months, I went on a journey, a shamanic journey, to talk to his soul, and I talked to him. Then he told me that he was sorry that he didn't understand the world as it was, because in that place where he was, he understood perfectly what spirits are, what souls are, and that he'd already figured out, but too late. But he'd already understood it.
From my personal experience, I know what the world of the dead is like. I know what it's like. I know what it feels like to be on the other side. It's the same as in this world, but there is no oxygen. There's heat. There's in a world full of winds. There's a lot of winds where they are. So we work with the dead by giving them a glass of cold water.
In this place, of course, it is very hot, dark, and there is a lot of hot wind. This is the astral zone. In this place, the entire universe is connected. All the dead of all civilizations.
Our interaction with the forces of the subtle world is always based on pacts. That is, you give me, I give you.
What do the dead want?
Figuratively speaking, they're constantly eating my energy. I mean, I'm totally powerless.
So, first of all, they need energy?
Energy.
Can you describe what kind of energy they need? What do you think?
Energy inside me, the energy of life.
Spirits are beings or entities experiencing a certain hunger. And this hunger is energetic. That is, here, of course, we must remember that spirits feed on energy.
The dead who cross this line, yes, they contact and become residents of the world of the dead. They have energy that is negative for us. And when a person contacts with the world of the dead, consciously or unconsciously, he has an attachment of connections. Always a living person loses the energy of life, just like a practitioner walking with the world of the dead. So in the same way, a person who has some kind of negative necrotic attachment in the moment, he always gives this energy. That is, for us, the world of the dead is toxic on the one hand, and for us it is a completely different element. When we turn to it or have any connections, we have in any case give our life energy. After a success contact of integration with the actual world with the dead, I always feel an energy outflow.
It is very important that sometimes these spirits torment us to do something. And if we do not do it, then we suffer, and we experience severe suffering.
In my case, the problem was that due to the lack of experience at that time, it was very difficult for me to get out of that state. I had such as that I was even washed with water there, slapped on the cheeks, because I couldn't become to my senses at all.
So I called the spirit to the shooting area, how it was killed, how it happened. To talk about that, we talked. I said goodbye, and the spirit doesn't want to say goodbye because the spirit wants to live. I came and I did a ritual to block the way of the spirit to me. I couldn't sleep. I saw that I was already in the cemetery.
It is difficult to start working with the world of the dead because it is difficult to get rid of them. It is really difficult because to interact is one thing, it is not difficult, but to disconnect from the dead, from the world of the dead, and not give your life energy there can be very difficult both practically and physically.
If a spiritual is constantly near a person, then it is much easier. I mean, to contact my relatives, because when I called, for example, at the first time, I made contact with my dead father. There was such a good contact. Then, when it was necessary to end the session, that's all okay. I speak. I let you go. You may go. The father just didn't want to leave, and I had to repeat the ritual of clothing the channel 3 times, and literally, so to speak, to send him away until the next time, because the dead really shouldn't be here.
If a spirit is constantly near a person, then this is already a binding attachment. They must live in their world, not here. What they want to eat our energy.
Unfortunately, ordinary people, when they're have a contact with the world of the dead, they have this channel that connects them. There is also a loss of vital energy, first and foremost. So afterwards, he may have depression. He has frequent illness. The necro connection is always accompanied by the person's illness, and at the same time, there is no benefit for them. That is, if your deceased relative comes to you, yes, this doesn't mean that it is good. In fact, you need to worry and take care of how the world of the dead was in its own place and the world of the living in its own place. Some people think that if it was his relative, then he remained so kind, pretty, and did nothing there. Unfortunately, they become vampirized. A child begins to vampirize their mother. Thus, the mother begins to get sick, suffer, and she cannot live a full life. She cannot let him go. This binding is destructive by nature.
They are with us as long as we remember them. Then the soul is strong and it can be called into contact. When it is forgotten, it loses its destiny. So it is customary that we are care of our relatives in the cemetery and so on. We pay tribute to them that way too. And the point is not that you have come to the ground where the person's remains and buried.
Your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren will come. Then it will be heaven. I go to heaven. I am remembered. I am honored. You don't even need to come to me every day. We remember a person. We speak about a person. And for that person, it's already a paradise. Remembering the dead, you give away your life.
After such video, there is no doubt that contact with the dead is a destructive contact. And as said all the participants of this survey, it is our energy of life that the dead feed on. So the question arises, if the representatives of the other world who contact us take our lives away, do they actually have lives of their own? Or, as Margarita well said at the beginning of this video, does such a life after death have the right to be called life at all? It should be noted that people have always known about subpersonalities, and there were times when everyone knew about it, but gradually the truth was forgotten and distorted, and the knowledge about subpersonalities was preserved only by a certain group of people and protected by them as valuable treasures. The pharaohs immortalized themselves in bas-reliefs, statues, and wrote their names everywhere. At the same time, they destroyed everything that preserved the memory of their predecessors and threatened to curse those who destroyed monuments with their images, so that when the time comes, people feed only that subpersonality, whose image and name remain in plain sight. Emperors, princes, and tsars try to spread their portraits everywhere and perpetuate their names. Coins, frescoes, paintings, again bas-reliefs and statues. Wherever it was possible, they left their images and, of course, their names. They built churches and called them by their own name. They drew icons for themselves so that when coming to church, people would feed their personality. Tombs were placed in churches, hiding behind the fact that in this way they are closer to God. And now, don't they change monuments and squares, portraits and schools and offices? Aren't there images with names on money? Nothing has changed. We commemorate our deceased relatives with a name and image on a tombstone because we subconsciously want them to do the same, or want our kin to do the same for us when our body faces the end. Because our personalities tell us that when they are remembered, for them it is like a breath of fresh air, like food for the hungry. I was able to understand this topic thanks to the videos with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and the primordial knowledge set forth in the book *ALLATRA*. Why is it precisely the name and image? This is how I understood it for myself. For example, if we take a computer program, an image is like an IP address of the desired computer on the network, and the name is the password to connect directly to this computer. Or to make it simpler, when we enter a large crowd of people, we know that somewhere here is our friend. We find him by his image in the crowd, and we get closer to him and say, "Hello, Sergey." We engage ourselves in the exchange of information with him. But in the case of subpersonality, what kind of exchange is that? What can a person full of life, filled with life, exchange with a hungry, lifeless lump of negative emotions? What can someone give who has only taken during all his life? Now ask yourself a question. Why is a person so eager to leave behind, as they say, a trace or a memory, namely that name and image? Is this what the prophets have bequeathed on us? The prophets did not do themselves. Moreover, we were bequeathed not to do this. The name and image are the communication channel, and this channel of communication is not just left behind, but it is compelled on us and imposed to take care of it, and use it. And it is important for people to remember that subpersonalities are no longer the people we knew when they were alive, and no matter how painful it is to realize, but they don't love us now. They only come to us for their own portion of food. You don't believe it? Try not to give them your attention. Leave them without life force, and you will see how mad they will get and compulsively demand their own. And those individuals who have truly learned to love, becoming alive during this life, will never come to us with messages like this, because they don't need our lives. They have acquired it for themselves. And now, let us watch the visual with a practicing shaman Hama. He will tell about his experience with the dead people, with the departed people.
You can contact any person who died. You just need his name and surname. For the form I practice, I need a name and a surname, the date of death,
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Hano, practice and work in shamanism. I can say that you can contact any person who died. You just need his name and surname. For the form I practice, I need a name, a surname, the date of birth, and the cause of death. Whether it was a natural death or an accident. And you can contact any person who died. When I contact souls, I see their form as if it is a holography, and they talk. And it comes to me as a telepathic message.
So when I see an image,
and I always see the same picture.
Answer me who that is, why they came, and what message they should give me in order to continue my session with this person. So the first thing I see is an image, and then a telepathic message comes to me. At the moment when the spirit contacts me,
at that time,
the impulse is to pay attention to this image.
I put my attention to the conversation with someone's soul with the name and surname who died on a particular date. When they contact me, the first thing I see is an image.
They can contact. For example, a person was calm, and suddenly he heard a voice, but there was no one else beside him, and at that moment he woke up. Or, for example, he saw an image or a portrait of this very deceased relative, and it begins to seem to him that the image speaks to him, that he is transmitting some kind of message to him. It can connect in various ways. Most often it is remembrance of a person who died. When he begins, let's say he begins to recall the deceased every day, and already begins to wonder why he recalled them. If he had not used to recall them before. And then he starts asking questions and digging into this, until he starts looking for them. They attract the attention of a relative. And when the relative is already paying attention to the deceased person, they try to find some way to contact this deceased person, asking someone or expecting to see him in a dream. But they always attract the relative's attention.
Thank you, Hannah, for sharing your experience. And it seems that even our dead relatives, they come to us not because they love us or because they want to help us. They just want to eat our attention. And Vitaly, thank you very much. Name and image, it turns out it works like a link to address to the descended. It's kind of those who sit in a solitary cell of many thousands of years, prisoners, the subpersonalities within us. And their name and image receive our attention. It reminded me a history textbook because they all made up of names and portraits of famous historical figures. This is shocked. And next our speaker, Natalia Pavlova, a historian, will share about this tradition.
Thank you very much, Lisa, for saying this, because indeed there are many images of, and we can address the kings of ancient Egypt and the rulers of Mesopotamia who aspired to rise above the crowd. Actually, the state allowed them to do this because the state was created as a religious structure. Everything related to the power was actually embodied with image, and it was kind of purified by God. So images, sculptures, and all rulers of ancient world were depicted in Middle Ages in different countries, tyrants, despots. Also kings' masks were created. For example, there were also sculptures which were created, and there was one mask which was destroyed, and a piece of nose was destroyed. But for ancient people of Mesopotamia, such an image, especially when it is inscripted with an image of a person, of a ruler, if any statue of a king is actually destroyed, then this destruction is kind of transferred to the king. That's why they created golden pharaohs, masks. And now, dear friends, I kindly invite you to go to the tomb together with Egyptologists. To the tomb, any robbers can also get, and every tomb was also deprived not only just of gold, but they tried to destroy the statue so that it doesn't get alive and doesn't pay to them in the future. But actually, time from so many inhabitants of the ancient world, in order to be revived in Duat, in case a mummy was ruined, they tried to reconstruct a copy of this movie from some material. And in order for Ba not to be mistaken, the image of the statue should be very similar to the face of the deceased. And these statues should contain inscription of a name of a person. And basically, the Egyptian kings were perceived as mediators between God and people. So every ruler was endowed with long title, and one of the first names of 5 names of Horus was some embodiment of a Horus god. The content of the golden name was related to worshipping of god Ra. And then there went a personal name which was given from the birth. And according to their beliefs, the true name of a person was the key to opening his individuality. Even for a deceased person, it was important not to forget his name after the death, and to also keep the name of God. Here I recalled ancient China, where they forbade to call any person, any king's name. In Upanishads, there is some wisdom inscripted regarding how rivers flow and disappear in the sea, losing their image, and in the same way, the one who loses shape rises to Purusha, the first initial human. In Mesopotamia, for example, they remembered the meaning and the importance of how important it is to worship deceased rulers. And they also purposefully intended people to put attention into rulers' images and names, so to fill them with energy. When you read about them, when you pronounce their names, their images are preserved. And the loss of vital energy and transfer of energy to deceased people is dangerous for a human. It contradicts the spiritual knowledge, the truth which the prophets were conveying, the truth about God, the knowledge about God. Because in this case, when living people recall deceased people, they endow subpersonalities with their power of attention. And recalling of dead people, by recalling dead people, we give them an extra charge of energy. And of course, this type of worshipping was absent in creative cultures, because people were in the spiritual wave, they were resonating, and they were confident that ancient cultures were not using any images of God. Like in Tripolia, in Hadjivar, in Harappa civilization, in Anal culture, Chitalhuyuk, Navajo Indians, only in the solar plexus they depicted the soul, the place of the soul. If we look at these Hasuna Halab cultures, Archaim cultures, where people were living in settlements and were having equal status and equal access to resources, they didn't have any wars and military actions. That's why they didn't have any rulers or military leaders. So generally, the creative culture. In creative culture, we don't see any worshipping of names or images. And their population, by their choice, was gaining life in spirit. They were undergoing spiritual development and they possessed knowledge. And a person can merge with his or her soul and finish this circle of reincarnations in order to achieve life, gain life as life in true meaning of its true meaning. In order to achieve this life, you need to invest attention into love, of course, this destructive culture was introduced 6,000 years ago during Sumerian times, and still we continue recalling dead, deceased rulers. Why worshipping dead people? Why including wars and violence into the history of civilization? Because together with the memory of rulers, fear is imposed on people towards the powers that be, and people look at the authorities in society, while true knowledge means love of people. It means to be in love during lifetime. All in all, I would like to say that for me it's a great honor to be at this conference together with such scientists who are doing fundamental research. And now let's look at the artifacts which demonstrate the worshipping of images in the world history.
Veneration of the name and image of the dead. What's behind this? A tribute to history, common traditions, respect for deceased relatives? Or is there something completely different hiding here? Since ancient times, rulers and powerful people in all parts of the world have sought to perpetuate their name and image so that succeeding generations would revere it. But they did not stop there and fiercely destroyed all such references to their predecessors. Hammurabi, 1793 to 1750 BC, the king of Babylon, cursed those who would erase his name. The sixth pharaoh of the 18th dynasty, Thutmose III, as soon as he came to power, ordered the removal of the image of his predecessor Hatshepsut from all temples and monuments. Merneptah, the pharaoh of ancient Egypt, 1212 to 1202 BC, from the 19th dynasty, violently destroyed the monuments of other rulers, the names of predecessors, and inserted his own. The funeral temple of Merneptah in the quarry was turned into a giant memorial complex. During the Roman Empire's existence, dozens of emperors and their closest relatives, including Marcus Aurelius, Agrippina, the mother of Nero, Messalina, were consigned to oblivion, so the image of the Emperor Nerva replaced the image of the Emperor Domitian on many bas-reliefs. In China, it is believed that after death a person can be turned into God if the locals build a temple for him and begin to worship him. So in the Han Dynasty of eastern China, there were 28 generals Yun Tai, who ruled all of China together with the emperor. After death, they made large frescoes, and the emperor sent special people to worship them. Today, the tradition of depicting the dead is a huge layer of a centuries-old culture. The ancient Rome emperors immortalized their names and images on bas-reliefs and marble statues. The tombstones of European kings and aristocrats of the early 16th century are expensive stone portraits with the smallest details of the deceased. All royal families retained their images in portraits. Not only individual streets were named after famous people, but entire cities as well. Coins and banknotes contain images and often the names of the rulers. Since ancient times, the priests possessed the greatest secret that was kept in Egypt, which was later passed on to the friends of Moses and later reached the architects of Christianity. To this day, it is passed in secret circles of those in power. This secret is about the value of attention that people put into the name and image of the deceased, because it is the attention of living ones that are the drops of nourishing moisture for the eternally thirsty in the world of the dead. Those who knew this secret furiously destroyed all mentions of their predecessors, so that when the time comes, we remember only their image and praise only their name. Let's take a look at religions. What is being promoted there? In Buddhism, nameplates are used equally for ancestors, wandering spirits, demons, hungry ghosts, and the living ones. They are placed in different places in the house where they attract a lot of attention. In Taoism, nameplates are also often used to honor ancestors by placing them in front of statues of deities that represent the spirit contained within them. In the countries of Latin America, there is a day of veneration for the dead, when people visit cemeteries and build altars on the graves with photographs and relics. All this is done to induce the soul of the deceased to visit the living ones. In Christianity, icons appear only at the turn of the 5th to 6th centuries AD, and then become firmly entrenched in church life. The mention of the name and image of the deceased is also part of Christian rituals and traditions, such as 40 days, remembrance of the departed, funeral, memorial services, gravestones. However, the prophets of all religions of the world warn people about the danger of such actions.
Dear viewers, we would like to remind you that the continuation of this conference will be a session of roundtables, and the first of it will be tomorrow on 3 p.m. Greenwich time. In these roundtables, these topics that were announced today will be shown in more details. And getting back to the name, to the question of remembering the name and image of that people, thank you, Natalia. It's very important that in creative cultures that you have mentioned, there have been no such tradition. There was no feeding the subpersonalities. But unfortunately now we are living in a consuming society, and in practically every culture there are plenties of such rituals and of remembering the descended people. And now I would like to watch the traditions of China. Jiazia, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Lang Jia. I live in Guangdong Province, Guangzhou City. I would like to greet everyone at this amazing international conference, Life After Death, Facts and Fiction. This is a very important issue for discussion, and it gives many discoveries. I would also like to add a couple of examples to the topic we are viewing right now. In China, it is believed that dead always stay with us. If you go into a traditional Chinese home in the countryside, you will often find the altar for the ancestors in the very central room of the house. As most of you know, the ancestors are represented by portraits and tablets. The tablets, in some sense, are considered to be alive and to have some kind of spiritual energy linked to the spirits of the ancestors. Names of the ancestors are written on the tablets. Daily offerings, food and incense are given to them. People also notice that if they don't give offerings to them, then they might come in your sleep and bother you, asking you to feed them. They come and ask more. They are always hungry. People believe that with the help of receiving offerings, ancestors can live better in the afterlife. The dead are being punished for all their sins. So to relieve them from sufferings, people offer them so-called hell money. It is to be offered as burnt offerings to the deceased as a solution to resolve their assumed monetary problems in the afterlife. However, how I realize that we don't pay for the dead just with hell money. We pay them with our attention. We, alive people, put our precious attention to alleviate the sufferings of those who are already dead, and they will never be able to go to heaven anyway, unlike us, who are alive, because we still have a chance to gain eternal life, and this is worth our attention. A big feast is held for the ghosts on the 15th day of the 7th month, where people bring samples of food and place them on the offering table to please the hungry ghosts. The shows are always put on at night and at high volumes so that the sound attracts and pleases the ghosts. Now I understand that all this is done so that people would put more emotional attention to it. But why we, who are alive, seek to comfort hungry ghosts? Just because we hope that after our death, we as subpersonalities will also be comforted by our children? Though no matter how much you try to comfort your ancestors or ghosts with your attention, they will still remain in pain, because that is what the result of their choice is. However, for us who are alive, what is the point of heading towards a future of becoming a ghost, an ancestor, or someone who needs commemoration? I think we should head towards eternal life in the spiritual world and becoming a spiritual being. This is the choice we are making right now.
Thank you, Zia. Hell money, very interesting name. So this is Chinese traditions. What about Slavic traditions? The Eastern Slavs have a tradition to commemorate the deceased in the church on the first day of after Easter. The church holiday is called Radonitsa. It is believed that in the Russian Orthodox Church, this commemoration was established so that the faithful can engage the great joy of the resurrection of Christ with the deceased after the bright holiday of Easter. But Jesus did not teach us that. And how do we commemorate our deceased? Like we can. I mean, we go to the cemetery, remember the person, that is, recall his image in our mind, talk to him. We forgot the person's, how the persons look like. That's okay. The photo and name on the tombstone will help you deal with this. And just think of it. The name and image of the deceased are the key to open a gate or to the cafeteria of the inhabitants of hell, where the life force of living people serves as food. And along with that, it is the name and picture, or the image of the deceased on the gravestone. Coincidence? I don't think so. Those who imposed these traditions on us knew very well that only through mentioning the name and image of the dead by the living can the subpersonality receive the energy of life so desirable for them. But what happens in our everyday life? We are taught from childhood that we should go to the cemetery, take care of the graves of our relatives. There are even special holidays during which people must go to wake their dead. Church holiday, Memorial Saturday, Low Sunday as alone, it is also called Anti-Pascha or Anti-Easter, and Easter itself. This is what I have heard and known, and I have repeatedly visited cemeteries on these days myself. Well, it's kind of like traditions like we have. And when I walk through a cemetery on such festive day, what do I see? Portraits and names that draw attention and epitaphs that specifically play on imagination, all for convenience of drawing attention to the world of the dead, and traditions that are passed down from generation to generation, aiming to give water and food to the deceased. I remember how on Christmas Eve someone in the family would leave a shot of filled to the top with water and vodka before going to bed, and in the morning everyone ran to see how much the dead has drunk during the night. And in cemeteries, drinking alcohol, so to speak, for the peace is accompanied by pouring part of the liquid on the ground. kind of like a sacrifice, as well as leaving a glass with a crust of bread and a cigarette, a lit cigarette, because he liked to smoke when he was alive. This is also a tradition. And we are taught this magic from the very childhood. But did they teach us that when I give my attention to the dead, I give them my life? No. I was told that if I didn't take care of my deceased relatives, then when I have died, no one would take care of me. And such an imposition was strengthened by some duty and some form of respect and love. But the main thing that pushed us to this form of duty fulfillment is fear. Fear of social reprimands and a deep inner fear because of ignorance and misunderstanding or lack of knowledge. Caring about the dead is like a payoff for fear. That is how the truth was replaced with crookedness. And instead of caring about becoming an angel while still alive, we care about making sure that our future generations do not leave us in hell without feeding. That is, we just have to accept that we will always or natural will need the food, and that we will inevitably become subpersonalities. And we will wait for this holiday to eat from our relatives. So who is this holiday for? So let us watch about Santa Muerta. It has some interesting traditions of their own.
En mi país, México, como en el resto del mundo.
Thank you. In my country, Mexico, as in other countries of the world, death is present to a large extent. From worship of Santa Muerta to the great festivals in honor of this goddess. People who worship Santa Muerta and perform rituals in her honor always strive to maintain contact with her for their own benefit. It is always power, wealth, unrequited love, only material things. Great holidays in honor of the dead, which are celebrated in Mexico, are associated with the desire to meet again with the deceased relatives and friends, once again to be reunited with them. But for what purpose is all this done, and where does it come from? Our Mayan ancestors delivered that after death, a person's soul goes to the next world, to the other world, and for that reason, family members of the deceased performed rituals and sacrifices so that the soul could arrive at its new destination. For the ancient inhabitants of Mexico, death was a continuation of life. According to their beliefs, the soul goes to a place where it continues to live, to exist. For them, death was not the final end of existence. After the conquest of the Maya by the Spaniards and their attempts to change beliefs of locals, fusion of their beliefs took place, and as a result, a change in their true meaning led to the creation of the modern cult known as Santa Muerta. The Spanish Catholic Church, instead of banning this cult, strengthened it. But Jesus Christ actually forbade the remembrance of the dead. I am Mexican and have always since childhood tried to understand the traditions and beliefs of my country, but I never managed to get answers to the questions that arose in view of all this until I met Allatra. Allatra could answer all my inner questions. Thanks to Allatra, I understood this point, just like many others. So, friends, up to the moment of this conference, we learned that after the death of the physical body and destruction of the energy shell, the soul leaves the body to reincarnate again. But we understand that without inner work on ourselves, soul and personality cannot merge. When we die, personality turns into a subpersonality, locked in a world where it cannot be free. Here's an example. The subpersonality is locked in a room with one window and can see and hear what the new body and new personality is doing, but it cannot act from there. So when we perform these rituals to attract subpersonality, it's like giving food to a beggar so that he just smell it. It won't do him any good. On the contrary, it will stimulate his appetite. First of all, we give our attention and energy to subpersonality. Remember, these are personalities who no longer have a soul of their own. By giving it back just for a moment, we give them hope of being able to live in this world again. But when they return to reality, they suffer even more, creating their own hell. Because by this time, personality realizes that there is no way back, and that its chances have exhausted along with its physical body, regretting their bad decisions and thus creating this hell for themselves. Unfortunately, they regret about their decisions. Also, by this moment, we understand that we come into this life in order to make a personal transformation, and only our own, which is possible only with the right choice and completion of our spiritual work, realizing that our time on earth is very limited and can end at any point. So why waste our energy and our time on these rituals, which are no benefit of us, for us, let alone our deceased people, relatives, former relatives? Life is short, friends, and only we are responsible for merging with our soul as personalities. And this is possible only if we have spiritual work on ourselves. Only we ourselves can make the decision and make this fusion of soul and personality to ensure it, so as not to become a sub-personality. Thank you very much, everyone who is with us on this broadcast, and many thanks to Allatra. See you soon.
Thank you so much, Yahaira. Thank you that you have described in simple words your internal feelings, what have you reached during the preparation for the conference and from the Allatra book. Thank you for every speaker, because thanks of you, many millions of viewers will know the truth and they will become more free. Dear viewers, if you like the conference and you would like to share your feedbacks and your understandings, insights, please share your video feedbacks on the email that you can see on the screen, info.allatra.tv. We're waiting for your feedbacks and comments and inviting you to the continuation of the conference, the round tables, and the nearest one will be tomorrow. And getting back to the topic that we have discussed now, so it looks like that subpersonalities, they want our attention, and we need to remember their name and image. It's enough to forget one of them, and the attention won't get to these subpersonalities. And our prophets don't allow images because of this. I'm passing the word to Elena Baranova, the next speaker, who will share her understandings.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you so much. The Holy Scripture teaches God is spirit, and those who worship Him must worship in spirit and in truth, for the Father is seeking such people to worship Him. These are the words from the Gospel of John, chapter 4, verses 23-24. To worship the living God in spirit and in truth. But what is happening now? We worship images, we bow before icons, but it is impossible to create an earthly image of the unfathomable and immense God. This is blasphemy and denigration of the very essence of the living God. The Holy Scripture in both the Old and New Testaments condemns icon worshipping by pointing to the fact that God is an invisible being. Gospel of John, chapter 1, verse 18, no one has ever seen God. In the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 5, verse 8, we read, "You shall not make for yourself a carved image or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or that is on the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth." Let's look a little bit into the history and see how this substitution occurred in Christianity, how people stopped investing attention in the living and turned their attention to the dead images. After all, Jesus did not support images and forbade them. If we look at the catacombs of the early Christians, we see that there are no images of any kind on the walls, only symbols and signs. Jesus himself was marked with a sign, like a fish or something else. If Jesus had wanted, there would have been bas-reliefs and paintings and sculptures, but he didn't allow all that. This same knowledge was kept by the Gnostics and Cathars. The tombstones of the Bogomils, the forerunners of the Cathars, do not contain images. There is not a single preserved image of Jesus. His images came much later. The first images were painted of the high priests. They were commemorated. Their images were firmly anchored to the minds of Christians. The image and the name of the high priests were promoted to the world. And from the speeches of previous speakers, we already know why names and images are fixed in the memory of many generations and what for which purpose. Look at the images of Peter and Paul. These are the bottoms of memorial jars, 4th century. Notice how small Jesus is depicted and the much larger images of Peter and Paul. This is the ego those men had. Paul, who had personally destroyed many Christians, true followers of Christ, this is historical fact, this is the history, and then suddenly became such an avid follower of him. And now we see images that exalt Peter and Paul and belittle Christ. Icons in their usual form in Christianity appear only by the end of the 5th century. The 82nd rule of the Sixth Ecumenical Orthodox True Council of commands that the images of the lamb pointed out by the forerunner John the Baptist be replaced in churches with the human image of Jesus. In 754, the Seventh Ecumenical Council was held in Constantinople, attended by 338 bishops. And 36 years have passed. Since then, the council in Constantinople again was called, and Jesus denied image worshipping, forbade it. The prophets and scriptures of other religions also forbid it. And people, mere mortals, go against the scriptures for their own interests and force billions of people to worship dead images. But is it possible to create an image of an infinite God? How can you create an image of a God's messenger? By an image that is visible, for it doesn't reflect his essence. The prophets said you can't waste life on the memories of the dead. And now I invite you to watch the fragment of an interview with Pavel Yosefovich Osinenko, professor and dean of Minsk Theological Seminary, master of theology.
God is spirit, and those who worship him must worship in spirit and truth. That is, spiritual and true worship is established by Jesus Christ. And he also said, "For the Father is seeking such people to worship him." And Christ always spoke out against the formalism of many of the people that surrounded him. And one of the reasons for this is that formal worship is always leading away from true worship, from worship in spirit and in truth. Therefore, following the Holy Scriptures, we do not see anywhere direct indications of this, Therefore, we do not worship any images, but we preach worship in spirit and truth. That is, in the spiritual essence of this worship and the truth of this worship. Nowhere do we find mention of this, not in the Gospels, not in the epistles of the apostles, not even in the book of Revelation. In particular, in the book Revelation in chapter 19, chapter 22, there are such cases when John the theologian, listening to what the angel was revealing to him, tried to worship him. But the angel stopped him in every case, saying, "Worship God, not me." So even the angel, who was a real spiritual being, and not just the image of it, did not accept this worship. And not only in the first century, when the New Testament was written, but also in the following centuries, in the second, third, fourth, we do not find that worship or even veneration of any images was widespread. This gradually became part of the normal life of the Church, and then it somehow moved on to the veneration of their image and so on.
Thank you, Pavel. It turns out that it was meant to worship in the spirit and not to remember or honor the dead. Our next speaker, Andrew Davis, PhD, Bachelor of Divinity, Master of Biblical Studies, Director of Edward Cadbury Center at the University of Birmingham, will continue the theme that the prophets forbid images.
The whole idea of should you make images is really important, and there is an Islamic prohibition, as you're probably aware, of making any images of God or of the Prophet, peace be upon him, or of any human being. In fact, it's inappropriate to make images in that sense in Islam. So most Islamic art involves geometric shapes and patterns and things like that as well. And it also goes back to one of the 10 Commandments, for instance. So depending on how you number the commandments, there are different ways of numbering them, but the first or the second commandment says, you shan't make for yourself an idol, whether in the form of anything that's in heaven above. You shall not bow down to them or worship them. And there have been some traditions of Christianity that say that word idol means any image or any representation. It's never been the mainstream tradition within Christianity, really, but there have often been smaller groups that have said this means no paintings, no representations, no illustrations. And there's a whole little spectrum. So some people have said no paintings of any human being at all. Others, probably the majority, have said this means no artistic representations of God. So there are still kind of Christians who would say that even the voice of God in films coming from the clouds with the kind of sun breaking behind them, some people would even say that that representation of God in film is problematic. It seems to me that what the 10 Commandments are really saying is that you shouldn't make images of God that you bow down to and worship.
Our beloved prophets told us the truth, but we forgot their words about not paying attention to the dead, that there is no need to perpetuate someone's image and name. They told us to devote all our attention to affirmation their entire life inside us. But the consumer format that we have created by ourselves has destroyed the simple understandings and knowledge of the truth, and now we believe in fairy tales about the resurrection in bodies at the end of times, because it was very convenient for those who built religions. Robert, please share what the prophets really said about the resurrection at the end of the time.
Thank you, Lisa. In all the world religions, people believe in the resurrection in their bodies at the end of times. People interpret the scriptures that all the dead will rise in their bodies on the judgment day, and there will be judgment for both the living and the dead. But let's reason with common sense. Can this happen? And what did the scriptures even say about the rising of the dead? For example, the Greek Christian theologian, philosopher, and scientist Origen rejected the doctrine of the one-time universal resurrection of the dead in their own bodies. In his writings, he argued that if you ask those who believe in this doctrine, in what bodies will you rise? They answer, in their own. Then for the question whether the whole body or its parts, they answered that in the whole body. Then came the counter-argument that if in whole bodies, would then the blood, fleshy parts, and hair that has ever grown rise together with the body? It's absurd. Our body is constantly changing throughout our lives. Muscle cells and skeletal muscle tissue is completely renewed every 15 to 16 years. Blood cells every 4 to 5 months. So which flesh should rise? The one that's been changing all its life. After death, the bodies decompose and are eaten by worms, worms by birds, and we eat the birds. The circle closes again. The cells of the past bodies become the cells of the new bodies. Our bodies contain particles of stars and animals, and many cells of bodies of people who died long ago. The same body is many times a part of many people. So whose body will be at the resurrection? Origen clearly distinguished between the subtle body of the soul, which he called the temple, and the outer body, fleshly body, the earthly dwelling of the temple. We've already talked a lot today about how subpersonalities are light filters on the soul when using the words of physics. It is the subtle body of the former personality. There will be a judgment for subpersonality in the end times. There is another essential substitution when they say, if we deny that we will rise in our bodies at God's judgment day, then we deny that Jesus Christ rose in his own body after death. We then deny also Christ. And by doing so, we also deny God. But if you look at it logically, Jesus Christ did rise 3 days later in his own body. He was showing fresh wounds to his disciples. His body did not decompose. There was simply the reanimation of his body in modern language. It was not reassembled from the long decomposed particles found in other people's bodies. In the Old Testament, in the book of the prophet Ezekiel, there are these words. He asked me, Son of man, can these bones live? I said, Sovereign Lord, you alone know. Then he said to me, prophesy to these bones and say to them, dry bones, hear the word of the Lord. This is what the Sovereign Lord says to these bones. I will make breath enter you, and you will come to life. I will attach tendons to you and make flesh come upon you and cover you with skin. I will put breath into you, and you will come to life. Then you will know that I am the Lord. But there is nothing said in these words about the resurrection of a person, or in fact already a subpersonality in the previous body. It says that the Lord will put His Spirit into the dust and create a new person. And in the first letter to the Corinthians, it is said, I declare to you, brothers and sisters, that flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God, nor does the perishable inherit the imperishable. These words make it clear that there can be no resurrection in the body, since the body is perishable. There are other words in the book of John about the day of the judgment. Do not be amazed at this, for a time is coming when all who are in their graves will hear His voice and come out. Those who have done what is good will rise to live, and those who have done what is evil will arise to be condemned. But it also does not say anything about all the dead bodies rising and coming to judgment. It speaks of our times, when even those who have long been in their graves will hear His voice, times when the judgment of the living and the dead will take place, and those living people who have done good will be raised to true life. But another phenomenon was also mentioned. On March 20th, 2021, a conference that the last prophet, peace be upon him, spoke about, that in the end, times will come and people will rise and speak the truth. At this conference, all religions will be cleansed, and they were cleansed. This is one of the signs of the end times. After this moment, many things began to change very quickly, and phenomena began to happen. Let's watch about it, the fragment from the video, The Sign, with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Because you and I, excuse me, all of us, have just been talking about the most significant event that was predicted by the greatest of people. So, after this event, the awakening of subpersonalities will actively begin. And the closer we get to the last day, the more active the dead ones will become, and the more they will interfere in the lives of the living ones. That is true. It's not fear-mongering, guys. It's not fairy tales. This is already happening. Why? Just to make it clear, we conducted experiments with the pyramid. If anyone remembers, it was about using symbols and transmitting information at a distance. And this really works. If you haven't seen it, watch it. It is on a Latra TV channel. There was one phenomenon that many people discovered, sort of for the first time, but it was actually a natural effect. When, for example, the event took place, transmission of information by the operator on Thursday, but people received information as early as on Tuesday. How could people know?
In advance.
The answer in advance. They wrote it down, and the answer was absolutely correct. It means that time in the material world is linear. In the material world. Whereas when we talk about subtle material structures, or go beyond ordinary matter, it is all gathered in one point there. It is different there. Different physics, different processes. As for those very subpersonalities, it is subtle material. They feel, understand, and know, because for them it is an event that has already taken place. And the paradox is that over several years, psychiatrists and psychologists whom we know have started asking questions and noting that there are more and more people who complain about sleep problems. Meaning, people have more dreams, active dreams, when they meet their dead relatives and strangers, masses of strangers, who swirl around in their heads. Over the last few years, more and more people have noticed that during the day they have thoughts with images of people whom they haven't seen. They don't remember them. Yes, I understand that from the standpoint of psychiatry and psychology, we talk to specialists. They asked me these questions. And just recently we had a similar conversation, and they try to explain this. It is clear about the year 2020. There is the pandemic. It's a difficult time, mental health is suffering, it's hard for everyone. And that could explain why a lot of such thoughts arise. But what about the year 2019, when everything was calm and this didn't take place? And it's all over the world, it doesn't affect some particular country. It's an effect that is noted all over the world. And it's noted to such an extent that experts have already noticed it. But they asked a question in terms of what's going on. Why do a lot of sick people appear? Those people aren't sick. They are just the type of people who notice the abnormalities which occur. Not all people can notice that. After all, a mass of people will not notice the dead ones, even when they are active. It's natural for them. Well, some faces are spinning around in their consciousness. They talk to them out of habit. Many will be drawn into a dispute, a conversation, and the like. But why will the dead ones begin to attack the living ones? Precisely, so that the living ones choose life and not death. Subpersonalities will fight for their lives, and they are already fighting.
Is it altruism?
It's not altruism. Subpersonality cannot be an altruist. That's why it is subpersonality. It was an egoist during its lifetime, therefore it became dead. But that very annihilation is very terrifying for it. It's the end. It's darkness. Yes, the state of subpersonality is unenviable. It's torment and suffering, but it is life. No matter what it is like, it is life. Subpersonalities understand that they have no chances, but they don't want to die now. They want to die later. After all, consciousness remains the same as we have now. While we always try to postpone what is bad, and we want good things to happen faster, don't we, friends?
We do.
So this habit remains with us after death too. Therefore, the event which is about to happen is very significant.
Does it mean that everyone will actually force us to move in direction of preserving life?
You know, if it were more manifested, if dead ones rose from their graves like in movies, came and forced us,
zombie apocalypse,
then we would probably move.
Right.
But when thoughts come into one's head, many people will not notice this.
Also, Igor Mikhailovich, in particular, in Islam, it is said that believers' dreams will rarely lie before the judgment hour.
Of course, this was exactly said about these times, that dreams will become truthful. Why truthful? This doesn't mean that there will be dreams that will tell you what will happen to you tomorrow. No, they will be truthful in the sense that dead ones will tell you that you will die. And this is true.
In the fragment we just watched, Igor Mikhailovich Danilov speaks of dreams becoming real because the dead will talk to us of our death. The scripture said that in the end times, the living would judge the dead. This is what the dead or subpersonalities are afraid of right now, which is why they are being activated. They fear the second death. No matter how horrifying is the existence of subpersonality, it is still existence. And the subpersonalities know that if humanity does not choose the golden millennium by its active actions, there will come annihilation of all living beings. And then those living now in bodies on the planet will condemn everyone and those still alive and already dead to a second, final death by their choice. Whether the words of the subpersonalities become true now depends on the actions of all people on earth and on the path we choose. I would now pass the word to the Ainur Hazrat Arslanov, former Deputy Mufti of Bashkortostan, PhD student at the Philosophy Department of Bashkortostan State University.
You know, there is a hadith where the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, says, closer to the day of judgment, all of humanity will accept Islam. All of humanity will become Muslims. But we must understand that Islam will not be what is today. Yes, perhaps all of humanity will become Muslims, but Islam will be completely different, not as we know it today, not so limited in some cases. And, how to say, and when we all understand this, it will accommodate everywhere. As we know, Quran says,
والهادو والسبئين من آمن بالله وعمل صالحا فجزاؤهم عند ربهم ولا خوف عليهم ولا هم يحزنون. Где в Коране Аллах Та'аля говорит, что
in the Quran, Allah says that truly Muslims and Christians and those who call themselves Jews and those who call themselves Sabiya, it was such a people they worshipped as I understand the stars. Whoever they are, if they believe in the Supreme God, the one God from which everything begins, believe in the Creator, and do good deeds, their Lord will reward them. And there will not be fear over them, and they will not be saddened. There is such a verse in Quran which directly says, it doesn't matter what you call yourself. You can shout a lot, I'm a Muslim, and beat yourself in chest. But if you go out and do wickedness, you kill, deceive, offend other people, psychologically and physically pressing someone, from the fact that the fly says that it is a bee, it does not become a bee. To become a bee, you need to bring honey. You can say, I'm a bee 100 times. But if you are a fly and you do not carry honey, that you are a fly, sorry.
Из всего сказанного сегодня можно сказать, можно сделать вывод.
Nothing more valuable than a human's life. The information that was voiced gives freedom from the fear of death. It removes the shackles that have been holding us in the prison of hopelessness and the dread of the unknown. Today, the whole world connected the dots on what happens after death. And now each person can make their own decision on how to spend their time and attention during their lifetime. Unfortunately, in today's consumer society, with all the hassle and daily, never-ending problems, we are forced to spend our most important resources on becoming a subpersonality. But wouldn't you agree that we deserve to live in a society where all people are treated equally, and where human life is one of the highest value, where we can achieve our purpose and become alive. Did you know that already today, millions of people around the world are building the creative society, a society that will provide us conditions to become a real human being. From the biggest global research and millions of interviews and social surveys conducted for the last 10 years by the volunteers of ALLATRA International Public Movement, people worldwide expressed what kind of society they want to live in. Based on all the answers, the 8 foundations or pillars of the creative society were formed. The 8 foundations show the desires and needs of people from around the world. I think it is important to show them now, and I would like to point out that the first foundation is the value of each human's life. And this is the main pillar that the creative society is being built on. Thank you so much. To learn more about the project Creative Society, please visit allatraunites.com and see why this is the most significant project of our lifetime. And today with us, we have Gerald Auger, a Canadian actor, honorary representative of the Indigenous ethnic group, producer, entrepreneur, and motivational speaker. We already know that we live at the end of times and that decisions we make today affect our future. Dear Gerald, please tell us how important it is to put human life first and build a society that values human life above all.
So I want to thank the Creator first and foremost for allowing me to be here today, to be able to share with you the knowledge and wisdom of my 4 direction elders and ancestors. The value of human life. It was said that when we go on our spirit journey after our physical walk is done on this earth, as we journey towards a doorway into spirit world, there will be 2 keepers that will stand at the, there will be a male entity that will be the doorkeeper. And to the left will be a female entity. And she will ask you one question as you journey towards that doorway into spirit world. And this is where Creator's law come into effect at that time. This is where it was said, Creator loved us enough to grant us free will. We are free to make choices, but we're not free from the consequences. Two of Creator's absolute laws are no human being has a right to play with another human being's life, and no human being has the right to hurt another human being. Those laws dictate that the Creator knows your reaction before your action in life. Just like the Creator knows your true intentions behind your intentions. The grandmother will ask you this one question that will determine if you have a safe passage into spirit world based on the words and the actions you have lived the time you were in this physical world. And this is where, however you answer this question will determine where you go on when your physical walk is done in this world. The question she will ask you will be simple. She will ask you, what did you do to help humanity? Without asking of anything in return. Knowing that the Creator loved you enough to grant us, to give us these 7 sacred laws of love, honesty, humility, respect, wisdom, and truth. These were 7 sacred laws that were there to govern our words and our actions, so we can put the life, human life, in a sacred manner and treat it in a sacred manner. But the world has forgotten those 7 sacred laws and is now deciding to live by honoring the 7 deadly sins of sloth, wrath, gluttony, pride, lust, greed, and envy. When you can understand what those 7 sacred laws that were given to every race of the human family, my white brothers and sisters, my yellow brothers and sisters, my black brothers and sisters, and us as the red people. We were taught since birth what to honor those 7 sacred laws, because when we do that, not only do we honor our higher power that we know as the Creator, but we also honor human life, our fellow human being, through those 7 sacred laws. So that's why it's important on this physical walk, because this physical walk is but a blip on the timeline of eternity. And eternity is a long time to get it wrong when you go home back to your higher power. That is how we are taught to honor our fellow human being. Because in my language we say, the Creator is always listening to our words, watching our actions. The old people say. The Creator is listening the whole time we are on this physical world, even in the dreamscape, because we are all spiritual beings housed in this human being. This consciousness that we talk about does not come from the mind. It comes from spirit. It comes from the beginning of time and will be here till the end of time. This is what my 4 directional elders and 4 directional ancestors have known since the beginning of time. This is how we govern our words and our actions. But the world has forgotten their higher power. The world has forgotten their fellow human being. And this is why, with the Creative Society, I'm honored to be a part of this movement. Because we are teaching and leading, showing our fellow human being that the only currency that will allow you into the spirit world when your physical walk is done is going to be love, kindness, and compassion for your fellow human being. You will not be able to take money or material with you. That currency doesn't work in spirit world. Just like ego has no place and cannot exist in the spirit realm. So that is how I see the value of life. And this is why I honor each and every one of you, and to all those listening globally, that we all need to come together in love, light, and unity for the sake of our children and their children's children, because our children are on loan to us from the Creator. And we need to honor all of creation, including our Mother Earth. But most of all, the most powerful and the most sacred being in this world, being the woman, Because without the woman, we will cease to exist as a human family. Without Mother Earth, we will cease to exist as a human species. So when you can value life, but in order for you to value your fellow human being, you have to learn to value your own life first.
Thank you so much, Gerald. That was amazing. So much passion and love for humanity. And this is what our future will look like. And now let's hear what people around the globe are saying about the value of human life. Let's hear from Dr. Ebel Alexander from the USA.
The most essential and profound and kind of enticing lessons that come out of the near-death experience literature are not about what happens when I die. They're about how do I best live this life day to day? How do I envision myself? You know, what is it about this eternal soul and this binding force of love that can modify the way I live my life, and every thought and choice I make every day can be influenced by that knowledge in very profound ways. So this is why this kind of knowledge and discussion is so crucial, because the last thing you want to do is live your whole life as a full-blown atheist materialist and then get to the end and realize, oh my God, there's this rich spiritual universe and I'm every bit a part of that, and I wasted my whole life not ever making any progress. So why not start making the progress today? The scientific truth that's emerging is we are spiritual beings in a spiritual universe. And when I use that word spiritual, I just mean we're all interconnected as one, and we have a shared purpose. For me, spirituality doesn't need to demand anything more than that connection of mind and that sense of a shared purpose in our deepest meaning of our existence. And that's what we're here to discover. And that is really what everyone can take home today and start putting to use in their own life.
Wow, this is great. Let's do this. The Creative Society is the world all the prophets dreamed about. And this topic was raised at the historic event, Creative Society, What the Prophets Dreamed of, that took place on March 20, 2021. The greatest of all people, the Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him, spoke about this significant day when people from around the world will gather and speak the truth in order to remove all the chaff from world religions. Let's watch the video trailer about this historic event where people made the prophecy come true.
The most important event in the history of mankind, the sign foretold by the prophet on March 20th, 2021. There was a momentous and unprecedented international online conference, Creative Society, What the Prophets Dreamed of. Millions of viewers around the world, hundreds of thousands of views, and rebroadcasted in 45 languages. The people have spoken the truth.
God is one, and all prophets came from one God and brought one truth to all mankind. God is one, and the truth is one.
More than 30,000 at this moment. Just think about it. More than 30,000 interpretations of Jesus' words.
It turns out that there is a single truth that an ordinary person tries to distort for his or her own benefit. But who is trying to distort it in him? Who speaks through the mouth of such a person? Only Shaitan.
And nowhere in the literature it is said, in our religion it is said that it is area specific.
the third chapter in the Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna says, I have created a system of ways of awareness by innate qualities, not by birth, but by innate qualities, guna karma.
Obviously, the creative society, the Holy Prophet not only dreamt about and not only talked about, but he practically proved that such kind of society can be created in this world. The only truth that if we really want peace, harmony, justice in this world, we need to speak truth. We need to act correctly. Only then it is possible.
All has come together. Why? Because each one of us wants to live in a society which provides us safety, which provides us security. And where do we get that society? That is what creative society provides us. So now people have understood.
It is high time to leave the clutches of consumer society and be a part of the creative society and assume ownership of this mass movement. Every head matters and every hand counts. Please raise your hands if you are willing to join in and contribute.
We have to take this opportunity. This is the time we have to be together. This is the time. Let's make this dream come true. Let's build this creative society. Let's be united because, yes, together we can.
The sign of the prophet and the sign of today's creative society. This is what the prophets dreamed of, and this is already what we are implementing today.
This conference was a truly historical moment for us. But I would like to come back to Gerald as he took a part in that conference. Gerald, could you please share your feedback of the importance of that conference that took place on March 20th?
Which was predicted by the prophets on March the 20th of 2021. At the conference, the creative society, what the prophets dreamed of, people from around the world voiced their truth and cleansed thousands and thousands of years of distortion. Now everyone can know what kind of world all the prophets really wanted for us and what truth of in the world religions the prophets were looking for. From the perspective of the liberation of mankind, humankind, creating a civilization where unity and humanity prevail. Now is the time for all of civilization and the prophets to come together as one human race, as a unit that moves to a new level of humanity. When the good in every human being prevails, it increases the chances for everyone and everything. For me, the conference, the prophets, the ancestors spoke of, said there would come a time the four races of the human family would gather under the sacred tree of life. And they had said there would come a time where the grandmother spider would cast a web around Mother Earth, bringing unity, knowledge, and healing to all races of humanity. March the 20th of 2021, that was through this, what we know as the internet. The prophecy spoke of when the spider casts a web around Mother Earth, it would bring unity and knowledge and healing to the world. And that was the World Wide Web. So that was the beautiful thing about being a part of history in the making for humankind. Because when they had prophesied before the spider would cast a web around Mother Earth, the eagle would first land on Grandmother Moon. And when the eagle landed on Grandmother Moon, it would be a time of great change for humanity. It would be a time of great change for us as the red people of Mother Earth. So in August of 1969, when Apollo 11 landed on the moon, what did they say? The eagle has landed. And that is when they said the other prophecy of the spider casting web on Mother Earth would bring that time. And that, for me, was manifest destiny of that prophecy. Because we are in that time that if where we go from here as a human species is going to determine the future of our children and their children's children. We have to learn to quit operating from ego. Because ego, in some people, look at edging God out. You can't say you know Creator or you know God and operate from ego. Because again, ego can't exist in the spirit world. So when what the prophets dreamed of happened on March the 20th of 2021, that was the time of as we are about to emerge into the fifth world, because we are just leaving the third world behind. That's why the world is falling apart through this pandemic. We are now in the fourth world, where everything is falling apart, so we can go into super consciousness. The third world was the subconscious. The fourth world is the consciousness. The fifth world will be the super consciousness. And that's where we, as spiritual beings housed in this human being, can operate from a place of love, light, kindness, and compassion as a human family, as we were predestined to operate from that place of love and light.
Thank you so much, Gerald. Thank you. And now, Yu Yan will now share with us how close the values of the Creative Society are to the Chinese people and culture.
Hello everyone. The Alatra International Conference on March 20, 2021, Creative Society, What the Prophets Dreamed of, was over 8 hours long. I watched it very carefully from the beginning to the end. And I'm so impressed with it, and now I would like to share my understandings. The speakers at this international conference were from different countries and with various cultural backgrounds. They spoke different languages, had different educational backgrounds and work experience, but they all expressed similar views. Here I would like to talk about my view from my own perspective as a Chinese and my own personal experience. First of all, there is a description of Datong society in the ancient Chinese cultural book, the Book of Rites, in chapter The Conveyance of Rites. If a good way is pursued, the world is for the common good. And the Datong society has 3 basic characteristics. First is that the whole society should care with love about every person in society. The second is that everyone should live and work in peace and contentment. The third is that if a good way is pursued, the world is for the common good. To build the public spirit and to get rid of selfishness among all people, nothing should be wasted and everyone should do all they can to serve people and society. The Great Harmony Society is highly respected by Confucianism in China, and this society is the highest social ideal for Confucianism. Later, in the Eastern Jin dynasty, the famous writer Taoa Yunanming's The Peach Blossoming Land also described an ideal society. What is especially gratifying is that in recent years China has put forward the concept of a community with a shared future of mankind, which is a concept of global values and global governance. In fact, not only in China, there are similar ideas and concepts in the West. This shows that Allatra's creative society has a lot in common with China's Great Harmony Society, peach blossoming land and the community of human destinies. This shows that in the history of mankind, whether in ancient times or now, whether in China or in the West, or in other countries, we all have a common ideal for a long time. Personally, I think this ideal can be realized. People can speed up the process by their own efforts. Allatra's efforts, I think, are aimed at bringing the creative society or the ideal society to the world as soon as possible. As a person, I am also very willing to make my lifelong efforts for the ideal society or the creative society. In fact, I have made a lot of efforts. I studied international relations and international law. In addition to my native language, Chinese, I also learned English, Russian, and Italian in order to have a deeper understanding of the Western countries, including the United States and Europe, as well as of Russia, and to be able to have a dialogue with various civilizations and build a bridge between them. Besides, literature and art have no national boundaries, and I have spent a lot of time in the study and activities of literature and art. Now I am the Secretary General of the Russian Chinese Painting and Calligraphy Association. I hope that I can engage in cultural exchange activities all over the world in the future and make more contributions to the early arrival of the creative society or the ideal society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yuyan. Dear friends, we ask you to please record your video feedback about this conference. As we all know how our consciousness works, we will forget about the importance and understandings that we have received today already tomorrow. So let's start sharing your videos on social media today, as we have to reach every person living on this planet and share this valuable information with them. Please also email the videos to us at info@allatraunites.com. In addition, we would like to invite you to take part in roundtable discussions on Allatra TV that will happen right after this conference. Please reach out to us. Let's continue sharing our feedback and understandings about the most important topic of humanity. And now, let's hear from Tetsu Shiratori, a movie producer, actor, and stunt performer from Japan. He will share his understandings of the importance of the times we live in right now.
今ですね、人類のこの生き方っていうのは一つの大きな分岐点に来てると。
I believe that humanity today is at the crossroads.
で、ホピ族の予言の石っていうのが
and goes through an important turning point. There is a prophecy of the Hopi people about this. This prophecy says there are two ways. Either society will continue this materialistic way of thinking, continue to focus only on material things, believing that this is the best, this path leads to the end. Or there is a way of an evolved, sustainable world where all living beings and the earth are respected. And if we focus on this way of life, then, according to the prophecy, we will be able to go on living.
Whether we will be able to create a truly creative global society, or we will continue to destroy ourselves, nature, and ruin lives by only caring about material things, is the choice of each of us. I personally want to make this planet a planet of love, so I'm working to make this vision come true. In that sense, I believe that each of us must first awaken. Each of us should wake up. After all, when you change, the world changes in an instant, doesn't it? Because when your vibration changes, it will spread throughout the world. I hope that such people will be able to unite with each other, the way you are doing now, and thus work hand in hand to help this planet evolve into a planet of love. Life. It is essential to learn to value life. Value life more. I am now convinced that the soul is unchangeable, and I see death as a transition. That is why it is so important to fulfill the purpose of our birth while we are alive. The future of humanity depends on to what extent each of us will be able to choose love. I wish everyone to live each day of our lives with love for each other, for the earth, and for life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next, we will hear from His Royal Highness, Professor J.J. Robinson. He is a founder of the Internet Village, ambassador at Global Citizen, chairman at Saint Foundation Global. He is a graduate of the University of the Universal God and professor with African Indigenous Education.
The truth is, the world lives in delusion of a program from a different perspectives of people who has invented the consumer society. In this type of society, there is no truth. Everything is a lie, and everything is a good lie. This consumer society has destroyed the world in different dimensions. They have taken the truth away from the common man and hidden it to their own discretion. It must stop. We must begin to define the human dignity. We must begin to value the human life and tell the truth. Why are we keeping the truth? Why are we hiding the truth? For what benefits? Everybody's gonna leave this world in one time or the other. So why is the truth hidden from the common man? The consumer society must be defeated for human beings to live in dignified environment. For human beings to accept and see the virtue of life, the truth about life, the truth about God, the truth about life and death. In the pure African spiritualism, we are not misled. We are not defeated. Physically, yes, but spiritually, we are conscious about the beginning of life, how it all started, how God created everything, and God has given dominion to every man. The misunderstanding about the consumer society is what is deceiving the world. There shouldn't be any intermediary between man and God. There shouldn't be. If you understand the spiritualism of life, you will understand that God is one, and we and God are one. There is no division between man and God, because we are connected spiritually. So we must educate the people about God. the true God, the Almighty God, the spiritual realm that lives within. In the African spiritualism, there is no intermediary between man and God. We should speak directly to God, not through anyone. We should conceive God, we should serve God, obey, respect the nature, and tell the truth, and stop deceiving the gullible. It is time to arise and speak the truth. It is time to end the consumer society and adopt the creative society, where the truth is being preached. The prophet has preached the truth. The consumer society is deceiving the truth, twisting the truth, brainwashing the truth. It is time to stop deceiving the gullibles and tell them who God is. God is one. God is spirit. God has no form. God is not human. God is a spirit that lives within us. Life and death lies within dimensions. When we live here, we divert to another dimension of life, and that's spiritualism. God is spirit, and there is no intermediary between man and God. We and God are one, because God made us and gave us all the dominion over all things. It's time to end the lies, the deceit, the brainwash. It is time to end the consumer society that has enslaved many humans into a robotic society. It is time to end the programs of the consumer society. It is time to end every lie that has been said to this world from the beginning of time. For God is not man that he should lie. It is time to teach the truth. It is time to end the deceit. It is time to stop the brainwashing. It is time to tell the humans the truth about life and death, the higher dimensions. It is time to begin the creative society.
Thank you, JJ. That was such a powerful message. And we will now travel to Germany. We will have a pleasure to hear from Amir Ziz, who is an imam of the oldest mosque in Germany. He will tell us about the importance of building a creative society, a society that prophets dreamed of.
The concept of the hereafter, it is actually a very creative society concept. You know, it is the concept of a very harmonious, very peaceful and loving society. Well, like, what is the concept of paradise is what? Crime free, having love with each other, caring for each other, not worrying about anything else except, so like extreme what a human being can think of a creative society, a good society to live, that is a paradise actually. And so therefore what the Holy Prophet ﷺ, he in his own time, what he did, he created that society and he showed with his own example. For example, in Medina, where he set up the state, there were people from of all different faiths. There were Jews, there were Christians, there were people who were from other faiths. They were all living together. They were all having a connection with each other. And they were actually not only having good relationship with each other, they were the one who was having integration in the society, and they had a respect for each other's religion, they had respect for each other's values, they had respect for each other's life. And that is the reason that in the Holy Quran, God has very specifically mentioned that life of every human being is sacred. In the Quran, God says, وَلَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا بَنِي آدَمَ. We have honored the children of Adam. We have given respect to the children of Adam. Therefore, the Prophet ﷺ, actually he wanted to create the society where every man should have respect. where there should be no force, where should be no violence. It is a violence-free society. And the paradise, if what the concept of hereafter in Islam is actually a violence-free society. It is the society. And if today we start thinking about a very creative world, the world which will be, which we can say that it will be the ideal and the perfect world, that is what paradise is. So I am sure that if we follow those rules, we can make this world also paradise. If today we start thinking and acting according to what the Prophet, our Holy Prophet Hazrat Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he instructed us, and what all prophets right from Adam till the Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, they have instructed us, because they all have been preaching the same religion, they have been preaching the same values, they have been preaching the same concept. And if we see that all prophets, their main teaching was to believe in one God and to have to respect and do good to the human being. That is what was the message, and that is what the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he had said, and that is what the message was started with Prophet Adam.
Thank you. And now we will hear from Oliver Chambon, a psychiatrist from Lyon, France. He has been a psychiatrist for over 20 years and is a pioneer in behavior and cognitive treatments.
The closer we get to our soul, the better we understand why we are given trials in life, and what the meaning of our life is, and why we are here. And we accept these trials, while the more we move away from our soul into the narrowed state of consciousness, the more we grumble about this life. What kind of life is this? I didn't ask to be here. Love with a capital L has many small derivative forms. I will list some of them for you. Generosity, kindness, altruism, empathy, trust, gentleness, tenderness, patience, tolerance. All of them are small gradations, little lights coming from the great light. And it is these that nourish the meaningful human relationships and really give value and preciousness to life. It is these little rivers coming from the great love that should flow through all the mountains and valleys of human existence.
Thank you so much, Oliver. And now let's hear from Sheila Bonik. She was a one-time member of the legendary Boney M group. She is a singer, songwriter, author, and has many more titles to her name. But most importantly, she values human life and understands the need for unification.
It's the only way we're gonna change our society as it is. With enough people like us and like your team, passing the word around, making more consciousness. You said something earlier, and it's so true. Words and thoughts are so important and so powerful that we don't even realize it. What we think, what we do, and what we say is what creates, what manifests whatever's going on. And the more people realize that, the better things will be. But of course, most people are not like that. They're not on that wavelength. So with people like yourselves, and I do my part as well, it will work more effectively for us to, in a positive sense and not negative, like you guys are very positive, to speak more and have more things like this, because that's going to pass around the universe. And before we know it, it is a better world. What's important, it's what we've been speaking about, is acceptance, tolerance, appreciation, understanding. To to accept that everybody, we're all equal actually. We are different, but we're still equal in terms of it's how God made us all very similar with the same, if you cut, we bleed red. We have a brain, it's the same anatomy. So we're all equal with a difference, depending on your journey, on your culture. But in the end, the value is that we're all the same, so we need to be treated like human beings because of the reasons I've given. That will change the world. If more people were to think like that and not think so materialistically, like I'm afraid I would say the majority of the world think like that, materialistically. Until, I mean, this crisis actually is changing that. It's made that more consciousness to not be like that, if I'm honest. That's one good thing, one thing it's good for. But for me, absolutely most important that we live generically and passionately within each other, with less discrimination, division, more harmony and unity. It sounds very hippie-like, but in reality that's the only thing that can make our world a better place. Yeah. So I'm an absolute huge believer, and I always have been anyway.
Thank you, Sheila. Now we would like to hear from Marella Rousseau, who is the founder of the Marella Rousseau Lifestyle magazine.
It is very important to understand that occasionally every human, we start thinking about life, life after death, life in general, and what we were brought on this earth, for what purpose we are here. We are not here just by chance to, have fun and, party, and then that's it. We are here by God's will. A life is a big gift for us. This world was created for us by God. And we have a chance while we are alive to earn, to be with God in heaven. And of course, there are many challenging times that we face in this lifetime, but all of that is a test to see how we will react to these circumstances, how we will redeem ourselves, and will we sort of like how the outcome, will we be successful? Will we win? To win, of course, to be with God in the next life in heaven. Our souls guide us. If we listen to our heart, I believe our souls tell us what feels good, what feels bad. If we have a bad feeling doing something, that's our heart, our soul telling us that it's not the right thing to do. If we feel happy and good by doing good, we understand that we are doing God's will. And a lot of sometimes the good that we do can rub off on the next person and, can get them thinking, oh, hey, I'm not doing the right thing. I'm not behaving, I have more anger. I have more tension. I am thinking only about myself. And that is not what the message of our, especially in Christianity, our religion teaches us. We have to do good unto others. We have to be respectful to the people around us and not have anger and be, just evil will. That is not the will of God. That is the will of, unfortunately, the devil. Well, human life has the highest value. I've been reading a lot about your mission, and I think it's an incredible mission. The life was given to us by God. As I said, it was a gift, and it definitely has the highest value because it's temporary. We're here for a purpose where every one of us has something that they want to fulfill. They want a mission. Every person's life has a value, no matter their religion, their race, I mean, we have no right to judge. We have to be respectful. We have to have love. Especially, we have to teach this to the next generation. We have to educate them more. And it's so beautiful to see that your mission, I mean, your organization is filled by all these diverse people who come together, you know, with one initiative that is to spread love and to have a creative, more society of people coming together to do good upon other, you know, things in this world. So it's beautiful. I wish for humanity to be filled with peace and love, and there should be no war and no murders. People should not be dying. It breaks my heart to see little children being hostages of war. It breaks my heart to see bloodshed for no reason, for lands, for borders, that nothing belongs to us. Everything, this world was not created by us. It was created by God for us. And we as humans have a responsibility to take care of our planet, the world around us. We have to look at all the gifts that there are, you know, around us, the trees, the light, the air, the beautiful surroundings that God created for us. People are ready to kill each other for land, for all sorts of things. So I just hope to see for our new generation, for our children, a new world filled with peace and with love. Everything can be conquered just with love. And that's my greatest wish. And I'm grateful to take part of this conference with you guys.
Dear friends, as you just heard from people around the globe, we are ready to value human life to its fullest. Finally, everything is clear now and in its place. Together with each of you, we have returned the truth back to the humanity. We have answered the most important question: what happens after death? We have representative of all humanity present at once, right now, on screen and behind the screen. We are live and broadcasting in 40+ languages simultaneously and thousands of online platforms. The truth is being heard around the globe, and we are ready to make the best out of our life.
In order to understand something, you should study everything. Everything that is available in all religions, because the truth is concealed from us grain by grain. This is what you should collect. Then you will understand a lot. After all, we haven't said anything new today. Everything that we've said is available. It is in the Bible, in the Quran, and in many other sources. It is everywhere. And saints who went through this, the real saints, describe it. And scientists who study this describe it as well. Why is a fuss not made about this, and why is it not discussed? Because there is a consumerist format, because we are egoists, and because we are interested in other things. What do people hype up and talk about a lot? About politics, money, and fashion. Isn't that so? What we live by? Demand begets supply. Yet do we really have a demand for the truth? Do we have a demand for spiritual salvation? We have a demand for politics, money, and fashion. Here's the answer. If we want to and if we change, everything else will change as well. It depends on us, friends. So that not only we understand, but also explain it to others. Because if we don't explain it to others, they will not understand. And without understanding, they will not do anything. And since they will not do anything, then what will we be able to do? Nothing. Why nothing? Because we haven't explained it to others, and the circle is closed. This way Satan rules. He rules the world, forcing us to run round in the wheel of consumerist format. So we only vegetate in dreams that once we will do something, we won't. If you have felt the truth, if you have come to see that little light, that little luminary, somewhere at the end of the tunnel, and if you really strive for it, go towards it with your last strength, and you will come to the light and gain life. But if you don't do this, nothing will happen. Even seeing the light, if you don't go to it, it will not come to you. Descend from your pridefulness. It is us who must come to God, but not God to us. We are nobody. If we want to become someone, and all the more if we want to become everything, while everything means part of the spiritual world, to enter the high society, then we must move, go and do. And in the course of our movement, we must do good and help others, supporting them, but not trampling them down. Then the world will change too. Everything is in our hands. Then antidepressants will not be needed either. We can do a lot, but only when we want it and when we are together. That's the way the world is arranged. This is true. So, my friends, we should start with simple things. And the simplest one is to love each other. Isn't it? It is, friends. So, let us love each other. Thank you.